Yo, what up, mate? Oh, yeah, ad's gonna start in a second here, and I'm gonna eat my pizza, and we'll get the stream all started up. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, and with that first. Let's go. All right. I'm doing pretty good. Just woke up. Eating some pizza. What up, Dig? Oh, yeah, is Gondor good? Oh, man. All right, sounds good, mate. I'm assuming you just got out of the ad. I mean, weren't you having fun in Rohan, though? Like, you were enjoying Rohan. And if you're saying Gondor is even better, that's pretty promising. Oh yeah, all right, sweet. Yeah, mate. I claimed that, you know, picture for you, and you said you had a couple days to be able to claim it. I rebirthed and everything to try to progress further because I just got to Oblivion, which is the last realm, but I got to get a T-He like 26, which requires a ridiculous amount of like damage and accuracy. So I ascended and then rebirthed, try and get some points to start scaling, because in order to actually get to that point, I have to rebirth and ascend a whole bunch of times to put points into damage and accuracy. So getting to T-He 26 is gonna take me probably like a month. Since I don't play it every day, it'll probably take me about a month. I typically play it, I check it like once a day, like when I'm off stream or whatever. But I typically only play it on my days where I'm working, not streaming. Yeah, that was like us with Mordor, wasn't it, Dig? Like Moria or whatever? Moria was just awful. It wasn't that it was a bad place, it was really cool. I like the scenery and the different zones. But when you're there for so long, you're just tired of it. Yeah, Moria sucked, bro. Moria, honestly, was the reason why I got burnt so much faster than I expected to. Because I was really liking playing it. And I still want to play it. But once I get a little burnt on something and my interest is like waning and I need something to like, unburnt me, it takes me a while to like get back in the swing of things and staying invested into it, right? Because at that point, I'm like kind of teetering between what game I want to play. And it's like, oh, I could play Lotro, but I can definitely play this too. And this seems interesting. And I'm like, oh, I can go back to Lotro and keep doing what I was. It's really hard for me to get back into it. I will eventually, obviously, because I really want to continue on to the zones that I missed or I haven't gotten to yet, and I do want to backtrack and try and like complete the game. I am interested in the UI changes you said they're bringing in. That sounds fucking awesome, especially if they're going to be changing the big map. That's going to be huge. Just quality of lives, not nothing particular, but just quality of lives. Uh, but there's so many games that I just want to try, and this game, like I said, once this game is off our plate, we have more freedom to do things. And obviously, it's not that we have to do this. It's just I want to do this. I want to get this game kind of finished in my mind. Like, I don't like the idea of a game going away before I've gotten a chance to get everything I wanted to get out of the game done, right? If in my mind, if I can look at this game and be like, yeah, I had a great time in this game. I have no regrets missing something or whatever. I'm happy with that. It just sucks because there's actually a lot of decent games. They're not good games, but there's a lot of cool games that have been coming out that are like, yeah, that would be fun to play for a couple days or a week or whatever, you know? And that's kind of where I'm at too, Dig, is I don't want to do everything in this game, but I want to do everything that I've ever wanted to do. Does that make sense? Like, one of my main goals when the game released that I've never been able to obtain was making a max gear score bag. Sounds silly, but it's been one of my goals since literally the launch of the game. If you ask some of the other people that have been here since I started this game years ago, right? My first ever goal that I set in this game was I wanted to make a max gear score bag. And it became a meme because for the first 3 months this game was out, I was grinding this game hardcore. On stream and off stream. Trying to make this bag, and I could never get the materials to make the bag. And every stream was like, so where's that bag at? Where's that bag? It just became a meme. So that is like one of my things that I've always wanted to make. I've always wanted to just get that off, and that's why I'm pushing this one at the end here. I want to make that bag. I want to make the tools. Now they made making max gear score certain items easier. It just takes certain resources, which I need to get to and start stockpiling so I can make these. It's something I'm really screwing up right now because there's a daily craft limit. I didn't hate the bag part because it was relatively simple, but I definitely hated the storage more than anything. I think the storage is hands down way worse than anything else inventory related. Because yes, you are limited by max amount of items, but also max amount of weight. But I do like the idea that the bags have perks and abilities on them, so you can mix and match them depending on what your goal is at the time, which is kind of nice. It could be better, obviously. I mean, they could have went with a standard like WoW style, right? Which is what like Lord of the Rings does and stuff like that, where you just get a bigger bag and it just gives you more bag slots, and you have X amount of slots total. Like they could have did something like that. Like they could have made it really bare bones basic. But I guess they wanted to have a general theme of like a weight theme going across the board, so they went with this instead. And I don't hate it, but obviously I don't love it either. But I don't hate it. That's the thing. We'll eat this last piece of pizza while we're playing. We'll get started here. Sorry. Took a drink of water. Went down the wrong pipe. That sucks. Oh. Alright. My man, Chicken Bird. Wait, chicken. Where did I get chicken? I meant Rabbit Bird. Part rabbit, part human. Oh, my ears itching. Part bird. Oh. Alrighty then. Alright. We came in after doing a little loop-de-loop. I think we were just killing some mobs. Let's go double check, see how many mats we have. Bro, we're getting so close to our first goal. Our first milestone. Yo, there's Topher. Yo, Topher. Mate's got some update on his Eidolon prog that he's waiting on you to share with us. Alright. So we need a little bit of everything. Alright, so we're off to the races, getting just getting started. Alright, we should be good. What's going on, Tover? How's your day going? Appreciate you coming on in. Oh, and when it comes to those crappies, Tover, once uh once I have the crappie thing made, I don't mind helping you getting what we need, obviously. My question is, to get crappies, don't you need the lower tier farming set, or did they fix that? Because I have the lower tier farming set. I had to make a lower tier farming set just so I could get crappies, which is kind of annoying. Yeah. Okay, so that's really stupid, but it's fine.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, who's on my iron route? Get off my iron route. Yeah, I should have just gave you mine, so we didn't have to make multiple melon sets. Because then we're gonna have to upgrade it for the squash, right? And then we won't have to go to fermento because we already have that. But now you're gonna have to upgrade it to the crappie armor so you can get squash. That's true. That's true. But it's just like we have 2 extra melon sets now. Might as well leave a melon set and then upgrade 1 to crappie. So that way, if we ever need to go back and get crappies, we don't have to make another melon set. We might as well just leave it. Oh, you have a crappie set? Alright, sweet. Do you have a fermento set too? Like I said, we might as well just have 1 of each set. That way we're good to go. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I just want to get this accessory done. Like I said, when we get to the point where we need crappies for the composter, I'm down to help you out here and there, you know, as needed. Oh, I hate it when I'm on the wrong weapon. Oh, my wife's calling me. All right, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna go check the cat box because the cat is being really annoying. He has food, he has water. I don't know why he's crying, so I'm gonna go check his box to make sure that's not the cause. Give me just a second. Hi, JJ. All right. Hopefully that cat is chill. God, he gets so annoying. So like during the day, I close the bedroom door, and usually the cats are in there with me and the dog is, because they just want to sleep. But damn, specific time of the day, that cat gets up and he's just meow 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 meow, and he won't stop until you let him out of the bedroom. But the problem is since now he's awake, he's slept all day. Wife goes to go to bed, and he kind of continues. He'll walk like if he's not content, there's something off, like his water dish isn't high, like doesn't have enough water in it, or his food dish doesn't have quite enough food in it, or his litter box isn't clean enough. He just walks around consistently meowing non-stop, and you just don't know what it is that he wants. He gets so fucking irritating, and he won't annoy me unless he's out of food. So he'll sit up in the bedroom and just walk circles around the bed, just meowing while the wife's trying to sleep. And if we lock him out of the bedroom, he'll claw at the door where the carpet is, and he's already like pulled up parts of the carpet, which we got to get fixed now because he started doing that recently, and that's really fucking irritating. God, that shit's so annoying. So, yeah. So I went out there and I was like, all right, he's got dry food. I gave him wet food, right? Because we give him a little bit of wet food every day. So he had his wet food earlier, shared it with the other cat. He has dry food. I checked that. That's an automatic feeder and it's full. Checked cat boxes. One is an automatic cat box which automatically cleans itself, and that one I put new litter in it just so it was nice and topped off, and it's gonna cycle, so it's nice and clean and ready for him. And then the other one is fine. You know, it's got some in it, and I have to clean it in a couple days when we do trash day, which is perfectly acceptable. He should be fine on that one. And I gave him more water because it was like half full, so I gave him more water. So hopefully he chills the fuck out, because I don't need the wife calling me every 5 minutes like, "Come get this cat," and I don't mind. The problem is like I don't want to close the door and lock him out of the room so she can sleep, because then he's just gonna claw at the door. And it's just really frustrating. And even if I put something in front of the door, he'll claw in front of whatever I put in front of the door, which is even more annoying. Anyway, I got to catch up on chat. So, what was World 2's ballot that you were supposedly abusing? I don't really pay attention to it half the time. Mate. Wait, Tover, what do you mean by 4-stack them? Is there a way that Instagrows can affect more than one plot? I thought there was. Oh yeah, so we had a cat. Well, it's still the same cat, but he grew out of it. He would eat the center of the bowl, and if the bowl was really wide, like a nice kind of like flat, whitish bowl, he would eat and he would see the bottom of the bowl and he would be like, "It's empty, it's empty. I need more food." It's so no. So now we have one that is kind of like slanted, so all the food goes to the middle, and it's skinnier, like it's not as wide, and so now he never sees the bottom unless it's actually empty, and it kind of fixed the problem. That shit was so annoying. Okay, so there is a talent that I'm missing. Okay, I'll have to check that with DB then. I might have it, I might not. I don't use Instagrows all that often, so I know I've been saving them because you said metal doesn't grow without Instagrows, so I've been holding off on them. I'll have to buy. I should probably do it now. should probably use my gems to buy more of the Instagrow things, so I get more Instagrows per day. So I can stockpile more of them, right? That's kind of what I'm shooting for at this point, I'm assuming. Stockpiling as many Instagrows as I can for the metal plants. Oh, so it's crop evo chance, EXP. Okay, okay. So you were taking advantage of that to push your crops. Gotcha, gotcha. DB towns on the bottom row. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I pushed all the way to the bottom on my DB. I've unlocked everything and I've pretty much unlocked maxed. Oh, there's the guy that's running my route. Who the hell are you, bitch? Get off my route, motherfucker. Get off my route. Yo. Get off my route. Get off my route, motherfucker. Oh, he's running to the next group. My ore, motherfucker. My ore. I need lots of it. Oh, it's the talent tree? I thought it was a grimoire. Oh, I'll have to look at that. If you okay, so we'll switch to Eidolon at the end of the stream like we have been. We could talk about it then. I'm not gonna tinker with it. I just have my AC just farming ramps more. So I'll deal with that later. Yeah, okay, so I'll use my gems today. Because I think I have like 2,000 gems or something. I'll buy some more Instagrow unlocks. I think I only bought one of them a long time ago, like when they first came out, just to start stockpiling some of them, just to help me push a little bit whenever I got around to, like, you know, getting a new plot. I wanted to push it. All right, if this guy is hitting these nodes, he is really bad at it because he's missing so many nodes. I don't think he's a bot. Math irrigation. Okay, I'll have to look at it. I mean, it seems like something I would pick up. But I know when I used it last time, I didn't see it being used on more than one thing. Yeah, it's like he's skipping the small nodes. Like, he skipped both. He got that one, but he didn't get these two. I'm so good. Is he only going for the large nodes? I'm confused. Are the small ones not worth his time? But yeah, yet he got these two. And that, what the hell? I'm so confused at the logic here. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, I would use it on like one row and it would do nothing on any of the other columns or rows, right? I would use it on like the first plot to try and catch it back up to where my other ones were, and none of them would get it except for the one I clicked on. Wait, why is it best used on second and third rows? Oh, does it only do one above and one below? Because when you said it, I thought you were saying, look, he skipped this. I don't understand this guy's having at all. Like, because he grabbed that, and it looks like he grabbed some of these. He's really fast. I'll give him that. He's hitting most of them, and he's really fast. But once again, he missed this big node, that big node. He definitely took, like, probably 2/3 of the ore through my route. And yeah, he didn't take this. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is such a weird route. He's leaving so much iron behind. I don't know if he's intentionally leaving them behind for me and only going for the big nodes, because the big nodes give more per per action, I think. I don't even know if it's more per action. Because if you have enough gathering speed, you can one hit it. And if you get lucky with a one hit, like the smaller ones could add up to even more than the bigger ones, because it's like you hit it once and you get like 40. You hit the big one like 2-3 times and you might get like double. I don't know. Yeah. So it's yeah. So it's one above and one below. I'm assuming is what when you say above and below, it means one above and one below, not everything above and everything below. Oh my god. Hold on. All right, we are back. Oh man, stomach's starting to hurt a little bit after that pizza. So what I don't understand is it says total of 4 rows of crops. But if you do it on the second row and it does the third row and the first row, that's only 3 crops. So how does it say a total of 4 crops? I don't know. Because the way I understand the explanation is if you click it on the second row, it does the third row, the second row that you clicked on, and the first row, right? The above and below it. But it won't do the fourth row, right? If you want to do the fourth row, you have to do it on the third row, so it'll do the second, third, and fourth row. But then it skips the first row because it doesn't go down that far. That's the way I understand it. So how does it say total of 4? Doesn't make sense, but it's fine. Like I said, I'm gonna finish this run really quick, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. My stomach really hurts. The pizza is not really agreeing with me right now. I mean, it's agreeing with me, but I just woke up and I just ate, so I gotta go use the bathroom. So I need like 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to running more of this. Yeah, I didn't get much iron this route, so hopefully he takes a break. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a minute.
Ugh. All right.
Interesting. So that's what. So, with that in mind, Topher, if it just does above and below up to total of 4, would it matter if you did it in the second or third row? Oh wait, maybe it would. I don't know. I don't know. I just that's why I was confused because May said it's best to use it on the second or third row. So that's why I'm thinking is like, oh, it only does one above and one below. That's why it would be best to use it there. Crop multi? Wait, there's a cap on crop multi? I did not know that actually. That's pretty high level. Let's go. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. I know you're in an ad, but is what it is. Also, Topher, did I miss any of your messages? You sent like 30 when you first came in, and I don't think I read all of them. I think I missed some of Diggs as well. I'd have to scroll back up and read some of you guys' messages. I know Diggs currently questing in Lotro, so I don't want to interrupt his Lotro grind. But I feel like I missed some chats in the beginning. I do my damnedest to read all of them, but sometimes, man, you guys chat these really short 2-word freaking sentences, and you guys send like 50 of them, and I have to like go back and scroll, and then it's like you and somebody else is like having a conversation, and it's like, okay, it's really hard to read all of them. I mean, it's not that even like you're spamming, it's just like when there's 2 of you talking, and you guys are having like a conversation with me, but at like as a 3-man conversation, sometimes the conversation gets really fast, and unless I'm sitting there like legit reading it as it's happening, I have to like scroll back, catch up, and then catching up means I have more messages I got to catch up on, and it's like kind of like not annoying, but it's kind of hard to like make sure I read everything. And you know, sometimes short messages are really all it really requires. But yeah, just like what you did there, like sometimes like it's not just you that does it. A lot of people do that. They'll send like like instead of like putting a period or like just having all of that in one sentence, right? Or one line, they space it all out like that. And it's like, oh, not a big deal. But that's like almost like AOL private messaging kind of sentence structure where you're having a one-on-one conversation with somebody. Half expecting to see ASL in there somewhere. Oh, I saw an article today, Tover, that was saying that I guess Costco is getting sued for their rotisserie chicken. I think it's just fucking stupid. People are suing them because a false advertisement of no preservatives or something labeled on it. It's labeled as no preservatives, and people are suing them even though it's one of their lost items. Like, you're gonna sue a company that's selling something at a loss to be, you know, quote unquote helpful to you guys, giving you something for a really good price, value for price, and now you're gonna sue them for it because they put no preservatives on it. I don't know of one reason why eating something with no preservatives versus with preservatives matters all that much unless you're somehow allergic to it. I guess I'm a god. That's funny, Dick. Yeah, sometimes if the sentence is too long, people just like look at it and like, bro, that's so long, I don't even want to read it. And I get it. There's like a happy medium. It's like trying to get to the cliff notes of the statement you're trying to say, make it shorter and sweeter, but not spammy or really long as well. It's like it's a fine art to typing in a chat. 'Cause sometimes I see a really long message and I have to stop everything to sit there and read it. Welcome back, Nate. But yeah, I think it's stupid to sue a company. I mean, don't get me wrong, false advertisement. If they say there's no preservatives in it and you're expecting it to have no preservatives, it's just like they say there's no salt in it, but there is, right? I agree. There should be some accountability to your labeling. If you say something's not there and it should not be there, right? Or if you say it is there, it should be there, right? That's just like, you say it doesn't contain nuts, but it does, right? It's obviously that's a little bit more extreme because allergies and stuff like that. But I do think that it's kind of like people are just finding reasons they want to sue people for any reason they could find so they don't have to work. That's what I feel like is people look for any possible reason to sue a company to make easy money so they don't have to actually get a damn job. That's what I feel like. It's not that they're suing them for like real reasons, right? Oh, this has preservatives when it says it has them when you say it doesn't. So that's a health hazard. That's a problem, right? Now that's completely different than suing Amazon for their subscription policies, right? Because Amazon Prime has been sued. I'm pretty sure they're gonna lose, or if they haven't already. Because if you tried to between a certain year range, if you tried to get out of your Amazon Prime subscription, they make it so difficult to cancel your Amazon Prime supposedly, and so tedious, and you got to jump through a whole bunch of hoops that they actually got sued for it. So you actually are entitled to some money if you tried to cancel your subscription back in this certain time range. So I mean that makes more sense, right? It's a company using tactics in order to reduce the amount of people that are canceling their subscription so they can keep their subscriptions higher to make more money. That's different than saying, hey, we don't give our chickens antibiotics when they're before they're killed. And it's like, okay, what does that impact the food at all? How does an animal taking antibiotics to prevent themselves from getting sick impact like you as a consumer eating it later? I don't get it. I mean, like I said, I'm not a scientist. I don't know the nitty gritty. I don't know if maybe the animal having antibiotics in its body before it's killed or whatever can have any impact on the person per se. Done with Lotro for the night. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good though. I'm glad you're at least having fun. I don't know. I just didn't make any sense. No, I didn't see anything about Walmart. What happened with Walmart? Oh, so they're increasing the weight on the package? That's funny. So they're mislabeling it, saying it's heavier than it really is. It's true! So true, Topher. Let's go into business, Topher. We'll be rich. Interesting. I mean, that's also a good thing to understand too. Topher, is like people blindly follow the labels, which is fine, right? That's the thing. Like that's the only thing I can say that the Costco issue has merit on is you are relying upon the not the consumer, the company to label it properly so you know what you're getting, right? If they say it's 5 pounds, the shit better be 5 pounds, or at least within a margin of error of like a very small margin, right? If it says no salt added, then there should be no added salt. If it says no peanuts, there should be no peanuts. If it says made with milk, that means there should be milk in it, right? Like whatever the labeling is, whatever is on the ingredients package, whatever the size slash weight is, it should be correct. So that is the only reason I would say Costco is at fault. They should change their packaging so it doesn't say no preservatives. But my only segue to that is, it might have been no preservatives in the past, and they just never changed their packaging to match maybe a new standard that they went with, like a new way of the chicken. That I could understand. Maybe that slipped through the cracks and they screwed up. Because I don't see putting no preservatives on your package being any type of selling point to increase your sales of chicken. I just don't see it. Like, saying something weighs more than it is a selling point. It's like, oh shit, that's a good price for how much weight it is, right? Like, that makes sense. But just saying it has no preservatives, like, I don't see that being an increase in sales. Just seems weird, right? Oh, I wouldn't doubt it if Walmart gets sued all the time, man. Like, not saying it's a bad company or anything, but I don't know. Just it being like the bottom of the barrel, I could just see it being sued all the time for things. I mean, I agree, Dig. So adding like a new zone to like a starting zone, like, you know, Weirdwood or whatever it's fucking called, Mirkwood, or I don't remember what the fucking place is called, but like the place inside of the I want to call it Everfall. I've been playing too much New World. Where the bears start, right? Where the humans start, wherever that place is. I want to call it Bree for some reason. That has the upper part that's like the paid place, right? And then there's a couple other ones that have like their own places, but I feel like the dwarves don't have one, but they do have a level 50 section in there where you have to come back to do the level 50 stuff in their area. I don't know if that's kind of like their way of trying to give it a zone without giving it a zone, right? Because all the other ones that have like the quest packs are usually higher level zones. I feel like it kind of has one, but it's not like a separate zone altogether. It's just, I mean, it kind of is because you like go into a cave to do it, I think. I don't remember. It's been a while, but I feel like it kind of has a zone, but it's not like the same as the other ones. Because if you do that starter zone, you can't do the level 50 quests. You're just not a high enough level to do them until you come back. So I don't know. It just kind of feels the same, but also it's a completely different way to go about it. So they only suited at the one store, not the company in general? Interesting. Because that seems like it's not just a store-specific problem, Topher. That seems like it's a company problem, because I'm pretty sure each store orders from like the generalistic like warehouse, right? Like they tell the warehouse what they need and the warehouse delivers it to them, and the store pays, you know, for what they ordered to the warehouse for, you know, whatever. But that's what I'm saying too, Topher, is like I don't see the one store itself changing the packages from what they ordered on the truck. It just seems weird. Yeah, I don't know. That just seems weird. Weird for sure. Yeah, I'm just saying, because like when you have a chain restaurant or a chain business, right, that gets trucks of goods sent to them like multiple times a week, right? So when I worked at Panera, you know, we ordered stuff that we needed, you know, breads and soups and stuff like that, and they all came on the truck and sent to us. But we weren't like directly ordering it from a specific company, right? It wasn't like we were we go into the spreadsheet, we put in the data of whatever we want to order, and it's not like that data sheet went to like a farmer and that farmer's like, oh, they need X amount of this, and they just give us that. It's not like it goes that way. It goes to the actual data center where they see what you ordered, and then they put that on your truck from their like warehouse, and then that truck sends it to you because they have centralized places where the trucks go, just like Amazon has, right? Just like all the other, you know, Walmart and stuff like that. They all have their own like distribution centers where they house all the goods, and then they send the goods out to the places that need them as they requested them, right? It should be the same way for any of those stores. So to say that the problem is only at one store means that that store specifically is changing the packages after they've obtained them, which seems odd, especially when it comes to prepackaged food. I don't know how you change that packaging without opening it up and causing even more problems. That just seems weird. I don't know. And you're not wrong too, Topher. Is like that ham, for example, right? It's from another company, right? But that company, in theory, is selling it to Walmart, not that directly to the store, but they're selling it to Walmart itself. And Walmart stores it in the distribution center and then distributes it to whatever, however many Walmarts are within their radius, right, of that distribution center. So that's kind of how my thought is of how it works. And god damn it, my stomach is hurting again. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. And yeah, it's over. I feel like, sorry, to reiterate what we were talking about before. No, he ran through, took my iron. What a dick face. Um, is, yeah, it's kind of like Amazon in a way. It's like Walmart's like the middleman, third party kind of housing for these places to sell their goods. I feel like that's kind of more or less what it's there for. So it's not per se Amazon or Walmart's fault if the packages is labeled incorrectly, unless it's their brand. But yeah, it's at the end of the day, I don't know who it like falls on. Dude, someone did run through here and grab all my shit. Bro, who the fuck was following me and took all my shit? Big face. Dollar General, really? I would never see Dollar General as like a threat to anybody. No offense to Dollar General, but jeez, bro. It might have been Thor. Was it Thor? I wouldn't doubt it. Thor would do that to me. Oh man. I saw a bunch of other articles too. One was actually about a video game that I think Topher would like. It is called Halcyon Days of something. Let me pull it up. Is this how I spell it? Yeah, this. It's like a Stardew Valley clone where you get to ride mounts. Super slow stuff. Hell yeah. But you get to ride different mounts. You get to explore different areas. There's combat. And it's like a farming simulator where you have your own farming plots and you can grow stuff. It's literally a Stardew clone with mounts, it looks like. It looks like it's really well done. But I don't know how good it is. Really? You like Stardew so much, though. I thought you would like something like this. Like, they have combat, they have bosses. Really? It looks just like Stardew! It looks so much like Stardew. Granted, it is like Japanese themed, but anyway. I saw the games you sent me too. One of the ones you sent me, Topher, made me laugh because this one, is this supposed to be a play on board? Well, same difference. And I'm gonna get fucking massive rage on that comment, I understand. But I'm just throwing it out there, like, they're very similar. They're different for sure, but from our perspective to that perspective, they're definitely similar. They have a lot of similarities between them with like their buildings and like their structures, their outfits, right? You got a small, hey, at least you got an upgrade though. It's, I mean, it made me laugh. I looked, I was like, wait, does that mean bored? I mean, it's a cool one. I will say this one I've seen before, and this one I actually linked. It looked cool. Only thing I didn't like about it, it was straight up single player. I wish it was co-op. This would be cool. If this was co-op, I think this would be sick. And this one I saw as well before. How you can like buy other people and like this is just an idle game. The reason I don't like this is only $5. The first one I showed was like $10, and then the other one was like free, and I obviously the free one like the most appealing to me, but Yeah, but now that it doesn't reset, mate, it's not so bad that you get a small upgrade. Unless you don't have that unlocked. Because even a small upgrade is fine as long as your nugget's not resetting. I did not read the description, no. Why? What did it say, Tover? I don't read game descriptions very often, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, me and reading in general doesn't happen very often, so I mean that shouldn't be a shocker to any of you. It's one line. Oh god. Let me go back and find it. Where's the description? Oh. In any game about collecting cancer with quirky stick figures. Wait, what? It's really about? Oh my god. That's actually hilarious. That's actually gold. There's so many like, oh my god, there's so many like gaming references but just within that one sentence. Because people call certain things in the gaming, you know, sphere like, oh, this is cancer, oh, that's cancer, you know, like they use the word cancer and things a lot when it comes to gaming. And that just makes me laugh. And I like the name of Lord instead of Board because it's an idle game. So it's like you're just so bored you're playing an idle game and you're just gathering cancer. That's actually fucking gold. Someone made that out of pure just spite almost. They're going for the memes, man. That's funny. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though earlier, Dig, is like my problem with like going back to Lotro is obviously the games that have been coming out in the last 10 years haven't been very good, right? Because it's just they need more time to cook. It's not that they're bad games, it's just you play them for like a month and you're just like, okay, I've pretty much done everything the game has to offer. I'll come back to it when it has more. And that's pretty much how every game has been. And then you never come back to it because, you know, it was never like super engaging. You just go back to the games that you're used to grinding, that you just grind, and then you just kind of forget about those games and you never really come back to them, right? That's how it felt like most games have been in the last 10 years. But there's a lot of games that come out regularly. Like every year there's like 1,000+ games that come out that are like decently in the genre that I want to play, right? And not all of them are good. I would say at least 80% of them are probably terrible. 20% of them are like within the realm of good to decent or even like worth messing with, right? But of those 20%, most of them are too expensive for my taste, so I'm severely limited to the ones that I actually do try every year. But there's so many good ones that we've played, and not good into the point where I'm just gonna grind the fuck out of the game, but good to the point where like I would love to play it for a good chunk of time to, you know what I mean, like kind of complete it. And I think that still holds true with like this year coming up. Like I've seen some games that are like pretty interesting that are like no release date yet, or they have a release date but they're like, oh, this is still early access and we don't have everything out yet, so we're like waiting for like it to be out or at least have enough content within the early access where it's like considered being full released even though it's not, aka games like 7 Days to Die where it takes them 10 years to actually fully release a game even though the game is fully released, you know, things like that. But like games like Ashes of Creation where it's like truly early access even though it's not labeled as like an alpha or a beta, it might as well be. Like obviously I ain't gonna touch Ashes of Creation until it's fully out, and even then it's 50% chance that I'll actually touch it if it's a box price plus monthly subscription. Like the odds of me doing that are pretty slim, and I'm not gonna buy a hefty $40-50 box price game to play it before the membership and then be like, yeah, it was cool, I only got to play like a tenth of the game, and it was fun, but I'm not going to pay $15 a month for it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not worth my $40 in the grand scheme of things. I'm way too frugal with my money when it comes to games. Oh, I almost guarantee you as well, Dig. They're gonna have so many monetizations in the game. They're probably gonna have more than just cosmetics in the shop. They're probably gonna have like, obviously, they'll probably have like buffs and benefits that you can purchase that are like not a permanent buff or benefit, like kind of like a membership on top of a membership. They'll probably have stuff like that where it's like, oh, you can, you already pay the monthly membership to play the game, but then it's like, oh, but if you pay $5 for this buff, it'll let you carry twice as much, or it'll give you like 10 times gathering speed or luck or something. Like, they'll probably have stupid buffs like that in the game. They'll probably have a lot of like quality of life items as well, where it's like, oh, well, not quality of life, like slight best in slot items that are purchasable only. So for example, like if there's like a bag, right? Say you can make the best bag you can make in the game holds 30 slots, but if you spend real money, you can buy a bag that gives you like 32 slots, right? They'll probably have a lot of stupid stuff like that where if you want the best in slot, you have to pay real money for like the best item in the game. They'll probably have stuff like that as well. They'll probably have battle passes that have paid aspects like all the other games have been doing, which is really fucking dumb. Like, don't have a membership plus the battle pass. That's just fucking rule number one. Straight up rule number one. Like, there are business models that are fine to do, battle passes on that have premiums and stuff. But we've talked about it a lot of times before. Is like when there's so many different business models in the gaming industry, you can't combine all of them. It just doesn't make sense, and it's not fair to the players. Like, you can't have a box price plus a membership plus a battle pass plus in-game microtransactions for, enhancements. It's just wrong, right? You have to combo them in a specific way, right? Like, if you have a box price plus a membership, you get nothing else. That's it. That is your business model for making money. You need to make content to keep people interested in your game, to keep your memberships up, to keep your revenue going. Now, there's nothing wrong with adding cosmetics that have no game monetary value other than looks. That's perfectly acceptable, no matter what business model you go with. Cosmetics are always acceptable. But anything that adds an enhancement, whether it's EXP or time duration or some sort of skip or something like that, not acceptable. Now, if it's a free to play game, or there's no box price but it has a monthly membership, then I would say something like that, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. But I think you're gonna have more memberships on a game like that, like a game like RuneScape, right, where it's free to play, but if you want to play the whole game, you have a monthly membership. I feel like you're gonna get more flies with that than with a box price, right? But that, like, my problem is like, if you have a monthly membership, you can't nickel people for microtransactions after that. Can't be like, oh, well, you pay $15 a month to play our game. Now you have to pay another $10 every 3 months for the battle pass. Like, that just seems wrong, right? So I feel like if you're gonna go with a monthly membership, you need to have either a box price, like a low box price, like for an upfront cost for people to play it, like a $10 box price, where people are paying the box price and then paying a monthly membership after that, or you need to have the game free. But if you have a box price and no monthly membership, then it makes sense to have battle passes. So I feel like the box price is fine no matter what business model you go with. You either have a box price or you don't have a box price. I feel like the box price isn't really built into the business or the payment model that I'm thinking of. It's more of it's the entry fee to playing the game. It's like, do you want there to be a limitation on who wants to try your game? Because like the box price is going to turn a lot of people off, and some people aren't going to care, right? So that's a personal decision on your part from the game. But when it comes to like monthly revenue, I feel like that's where like monthly spending, or bi-monthly spending, or yearly spending, or whatever. I feel like that's where businesses kind of get really greedy. Is they're like, okay, we want a monthly membership, and we want a battle pass, and we want you to buy DLCs, and we want you to buy microtransactions. It's like, no, you got to pick and choose which ones. You're either going to give us a monthly membership and not make us pay for anything else. Like DLCs should be included with our monthly membership. You know, we shouldn't have any pay to win aspects in the microtransaction shop or anything like that. But if you don't have a monthly membership, then having people pay for DLCs is somewhat acceptable, because you need to have regular revenue, and having a battle pass is acceptable. But I feel like if you have a monthly membership, you cut everything else out. If you don't have a monthly membership, that's where you're allowed to use the other business model methods. I feel like that's where the teetering point is that monthly membership or not. If it's a yes, you don't do anything else. If it's a no, you open yourself up to doing other microtransaction options to make your monthly memberships, or to make your monthly money, right? Be able to support the company. So I feel like if you want to go a membership route, you can't look at anything else for pay to win options, right? Pay for progression, pay for advancement, pay for skipping. All of that needs to be off the table. See, that's kind of cool. I wouldn't even call that like a battle pass though. Dig. That would be more like just like, I don't know, seasonal items, like items that get released seasonally or whatever, right? That stick around, you know, permanently from there. I wouldn't even consider it like a battle pass at that point, honestly. I would say one of the battle passes that I didn't hate was, and you guys are gonna fucking roast me for this, but was Fortnite. And the reason why I didn't despise the Fortnite one was because it was $10 or whatever to buy into it, which is obviously it's roughly the same price for all of them. Some of them are $20. But if you completed the battle pass, you got enough currency at the end of the battle pass to buy the next battle pass plus a little extra. Now, what this did was caused a little bit of, like, I wouldn't say FOMO, but it also forced people to put more money in every month or every battle pass anyway, because they would end up with like 150 extra V-Bucks or whatever you want to call them. And that's not enough to buy a skin. So if they wanted to buy a skin, they'd have to still swipe their credit card to buy that skin. And they might have to swipe the credit card again to buy the next battle pass, right? Because some of those skins were only around for a specific season, so people had that FOMO. Now, obviously, they're trying to get rid of FOMO, because I think FOMO is really dumb. If a skin is available at any time, it should always be available, no matter when it is after the fact, because it's not fair to players that weren't playing the game back in the day to not be able to obtain, like, skins from back in the day. Now, I understand skins that are event-based, where it was only released at a specific event, like, physically. Those ones I think are a little bit more acceptable, because it was given to people that went to a specific event. That's more acceptable than, hey, we offered this for Halloween of 2020. Sucks that you weren't playing at that point. You know, like, that's, I don't agree with that stuff. And yeah, that's what I was saying too, Dick, is like, since the battle pass is relatively long, it forces people to play the game for longer. You know, keeping your numbers higher, keeping the engagement, giving people a reason to play the game for a longer period of time. And you still make money off of them every battle pass, because 90% of the time they're like, oh, well, now I have this much V-Bucks to spend. Let's buy a skin with it. And then the next battle pass comes around and they have to buy the next battle pass anyway. There's very few people that are like really chintzy like me that would literally grind a battle. They'd buy the first battle pass and they would grind battle pass after battle pass after battle pass to buy one skin. Very few people would do that. I never spent another dime on Fortnite after the first battle pass I purchased before I quit. But I don't hate that idea behind the battle pass, right? You buy it once, and technically you can indefinitely grind them for all the free stuff that the battle passes have. And then you do end up with a few extra V-Bucks at the end, so eventually you can buy a skin, right? So it's like a $10 investment that will repay itself tenfold, like, down the road. But it forces people to keep playing, keep playing, and keep playing. Yeah, it was an okay game when it first came out, and then it got really fucking... The competitive scene ruins FPS games, in my opinion, because Fortnite was interesting and fun when it came out because people would fight, people would engage upon each other, people would just have fun, you know, trying to win the fights and beat each other and stuff like that. And then when scrims started hitting public servers before they gave, like, even before they like hit public servers, but once there's a competitive scene to a game, all the casuals try to play like the pros, and they watch these tournaments where these like teams are literally sitting in a 1-by-1 box hiding and watching people fight in front of them, and they're refusing to fight because they're trying to wait out the storm. They're trying to wait out like the kills. They don't want to like die early and lose points. So you like what it ended up being is you'd go into a casual fucking BR match, and the final storm has like almost 90% of the servers alive, all stacked on top of each other in their own boxes, and everybody is just refusing to fight each other until the very last second. And then the only time that people fight each other is when somebody makes a mistake and falls into a group, like in front of another group, and then they fight them, but then the other people that are around them refuse to fight those people. And it just got really mindless that you would literally go into a 30-minute match and you'd see like 5 people die in 30 minutes, and in the last 25 seconds of the match you'd see 100 people die. So it would literally take you 30 minutes to play any match because no one would fucking fight each other. It was so obnoxious. And like that happened with other games like PUBG. It happened with Apex Legends. Like you would see teams posted up on top of a building, not engaging on people, just hiding, refusing to fight, waiting for the end of the game so they can get further placements for better points. That's all they were doing. They weren't getting high placements because they were playing well. They would literally win a game with like 2 kills because all they did was hide on a building for 95% of the fucking match and not fight anybody. And that's how like most of the BRs ended up going. And even when it comes to like games like Call of Duty and stuff like that, like I said, people, like someone came through here and grabbed that. People had the same philosophy in Call of Duties is like, what's the point of fighting when I just have to wait out the time? What's the point of doing this if I can just hide or whatever, right? Like, it just, like, pub matches became scrim matches, and it just became really fucking annoying. Yo, Edge! Yo, I wanted to thank you. I didn't actually thank you properly the other day for giving me those things. It might have made it sound like I was a little ungrateful when you did give them to me because I had one gripe to add that I was going to ask for your help on. But I wanted to properly say thank you for the things you gave me. I already put them on and attached them. I just was struggling trying to find a way to, because the way the Twitch alerts work, you know, it's like, hey, where do you want the name to go or the alert to go within the image? It's either it's either under it, it's centered like in the middle of it, or it's to the left of it. And I didn't really want to cover up some of the images with putting it in the middle, but it also felt weird to the way the image was made to have it below it. So I don't know if there's a way that I can like customize it a little bit better, not the image, but the alert where the name goes. There is a space, but if you look at some of them, if the name is long enough or whatever, it'll cover up like the image a little bit. But yeah, I would say the center is probably the best place to put it if I'm okay with covering up the image partially. But some, like one of them I put centered because it made sense, and then the other 2 I put under, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it, so. Yeah, I wish there was like a, you know, like somewhat a customizable, like, oh, I want it, let's say there's a box that says centered. So you check centered, but then you tell it to offset by this much, right, this much left, whatever, right? Like however much you want to offset it. So that way you can like push it to the right, you can push it up, you can push it down. So you can put it like where you want it on the image. I think that would be really cool. I know you can size the font differently. You can make the font size bigger or smaller, but I don't know if you can position it slightly variant of where you want it. Like that's what I couldn't figure out, but I do appreciate it. Um, like, cause those are three of the alerts that at least those look good now, right? Those are pretty solid. I like those. Yeah, so I played PUBG when it first came out too, Dig. It was so fun in the beginning, and then it got really tedious. Um, we never really hot dropped. We just picked a specific spot that we called home, and we dropped there every single game, and either fought or didn't fight. It's literally all we did. Um, but I remember me and my buddy, we were in the top, like, I think we were in the top 25 of duos, like, for the first 3 seasons in a row. And we were just so bored of playing in North America because they would put us in lobbies with just high level players. And it wasn't that it was hard. We still placed well like every time. But we were getting so fucked in NA. I'm not even gonna exaggerate, Dig. There was a season, I think the third season we played of PUBG. There was a season, the best loot we found off of the ground. Not even an exaggeration. I'm not kidding you at all, Dig. The best loot we found while playing in season 3 for the entire time we played season 3 was a pump shotgun. Not kidding you. We found a single pump shotgun on one drop. Everything else, only thing we would find is melee weapons, pistols, and fucking crossbows. There was a game we won where we started the game with a machete and a crossbow. Like it had to be the most wild season I've ever been a part of. Like it became a meme by the end of the season. Like it was so funny, and it's not like we were hot dropping where everybody else was dropping and we just weren't finding loot. We would drop somewhere where there wasn't a single person dropping. It was just me and him at like 5 buildings, and there wasn't a single fucking rifle or SMG. Multiple, like, and it's not like it would happen once. We were talking like probably close to 1,000 games, and we didn't find a single SMG or rifle in 1,000 games from dropping. It had to be the craziest shit I ever fucking experienced, man. And at that point, we were just so done with playing on NA that we went to like the Asia servers and the Europe servers, and we were just fucking dicking on people because we were playing in lower ranked lobbies or whatever. We would literally like jump off of cliffs and kill people while falling. Like we would just be spraying at them while we're falling down a cliff, and we'd kill them, and then we'd die from fall damage. It was just like we were just doing stupid shit because we just didn't care. Like PUBG was just so fun, but it was such a dick punch, bro. Oh my god. There was another game I actually won. It was a quads game. And me and my team, it was another streamer at the time. But I was playing with him, his buddy, and his brother. And we hot dropped somewhere. And they all 3 died in the first minute of the match. I actually ran through that lobby. I ended up with 25 kills, and I won the match. In a quads game, bro. I wish I was recording it. It was absolutely crazy. My buddy was streaming, watching me, and I wish I had a highlight reel of it saved so I could show you guys. The shit that I somehow survived through just was absolutely crazy. You could tell that I was in a low ranked lobby. People were so fucking bad. Your game definitely all good, man. All good. Appreciate you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Where'd the deer go? I scared him. Oh, there he is. But I appreciate you for being here. Have a good one, Dig. God, I really wish I had that VOD for you guys. The shit was so fucking funny. Like, I'm not even exaggerating you, like, guys. Like, okay, so in PUBG, I don't know if you guys have ever played it, but like, imagine there was a mountain here, right? I came down the mountain. There was a team over here, like by this tree. Right? There was a team by that tree. I was between two teams, laying on the ground next to, on the edge of this mountain in some grass, and I was like, "Fuck!" There's a team there, and there's a team there. And I'm playing first person at this time, right? So I'm laying there, and there's nothing but an open field in front of me and a road. And I'm like, "Fuck!" The gas is gonna push me across this road into this open field where there's nothing to hide. So I'm like, fuck. So I was like, all right, they started running. So I started crawling a little bit, got to the edge of the thing. I heard them fighting and them fighting. So like, all right, so I got up and started running. And then they both started fighting each other or shooting at me, one or the other. And I'm like, oh God. They hit me a couple times. And I'm like, So I pull out a grenade and I toss a grenade that way. And I'm like, I pull out another grenade and toss it that way. And the grenades go off, cause enough disturbance that they stop shooting at me for a second. I get up into the field and I drop prone by like a bush somewhere, and then I heal up in the bush. I'm like, all right, whew, we made it across the road. And then they couldn't find me, so that I disappeared. And now I'm like in this field with some tall grass, which is good because I can prone around or whatever. And then there's like a slight hill in front of me. It's like, I don't know, 10 feet tall, and then it's got a platform on top of it. There's still a team to my left, there's a team to my right, and like 4 other teams on that hill kind of in front of me. And I'm like, okay, what do we do? So the team to my right is like trying to look for me. The team to my left is like trying to stay out of vision of the team to my right. And it's funny because I'm laying there and I'm watching this happen. All I can see is pretty much grass because, like I said, I'm first person laying in the grass. And there was a bush. So I crawled over to a bush, and it allowed me to like stand up so I can get a little bit better vision. And I'm using the bush for behind me so I can like look in front of me, and so they can't see me from behind. So I'm like looking a little bit, and I catch some people. I have an ump. Okay, I have a UMP SMG with a silencer, so it's hard for people to see me or hear me. And I see a guy by himself, and I'm like, "Oh, there's a dude." So I pick him apart with the SMG, and then I outright him. And then they're looking around like, "Where did he die from? Where's?" And then they start throwing grenades, you know. They start spraying stuff. They can't find me. I'm like, all right, cool, one down. And then, you know, I pick another guy from another team, and then they're like, oh God, where'd that come from? And then I finally got the 2 teams to fight, and then while they're fighting, I was picking people apart. So I would take one kill, and I'd take another kill, and I basically whittled both teams down while I was standing between them. Because I was like hiding like in the grass, and they were trying to fight each other. So I ended up killing both those teams basically. And before this, I had already gotten like 12 kills getting up to this point. So at this point, I'm at like 18 kills. And there's nobody left on the side of the circle with me. And I'm like, all right, sweet. So now I'm on the side of the circle by myself. And I have this little ramp in front of me that has like a flat spot. Right? So I have an advantage at this point where if anybody's in front of me in this hill, they have to be on the hill, but I have a ramp to deal with so I can head glitch. And I start hearing gunfire, so I peek over, I'm looking, I pick another guy, you know, and then like they're fighting, and they're all starting to fight me instead of each other, and like grenades are going off everywhere. And, bro, it was a fucking wild situation, but I ended up with like 25 or something kills, 28 kills, and I ended up winning that match because just positioning and pure luck that they didn't fucking kill me while I was sitting in the fucking bush, laying in the grass or crossing the road or anything. It was just crazy. There was a 1v4 situation before all that happened, leading up to that point, where I was running. Instead of driving, because driving in that game, they hear the vehicle and they can easily like spray you down. So I didn't drive, I ran all the way across the map. And I was getting some kills while I was running across the map. That's why I ended up with like 12 kills. But up to this point, I think I had like 6 or 7 kills. And I was running, and I heard a vehicle come up behind me. So I crouched like next to a tree, and they drove past me. And I saw them park at a building. I'm like, okay, so I start running towards the building. I'm seeing if I can like get some kills, you know, stay somewhat safe, but like maybe pick a couple of mobs so there's less people to deal with. And I'm running towards the building. I hear another vehicle. I'm like, oh shit! So I like prone into the grass, and they drive right past me. They almost run me over. I was super lucky they didn't kill me. And then they go to the other building next to it, and I realize that they're a team, so it's a team of 4. I'm like, all right, sweet. So I position myself like outside where their vehicles are, so I can try and get, like pick a couple of them off, fight them as they're getting into their vehicles or whatever. And they come out a different direction and left their vehicles. I'm like, oh shit! So like they're running past me, like I'm like, imagine me sitting in this bush, right? I'm like this. So the building is like right there. I was waiting for him to come out here. One guy came out to the right of the building and was running this way. Another, and like he had a guy trailing behind him. And then 2 guys came out this side of the building and were running this way. And they were kind of trailed behind these 2. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh, there's a guy. I'm like, oh, wait, there's another guy. Like, wait, where's the other 2? And they run like within 10 feet of me. And I'm like, okay, they didn't see me. Sweet. And then I see the other 2. I'm like, oh, there's the other 2. Okay. So they start coming out. And I wait for them to pass me a little bit. I'm like, okay, so 2 of them are like, let's say they're over there in that tree area, so a little distance away. The other 2 run right past me. I'm like, all right, I gotta line this up and I gotta time this right. So they run past me and I get behind them and I like line it up and I sprayed the 2 down here, and then I like proned, like kind of like by the bush. And when those 2 are down, I reloaded, you know, and they were like spraying stuff. They were looking around. They were like, okay, where the hell's this guy? So I like crawl around. I kind of reposition, and like I find a tree and I like stand up and I'm like, all right, time to go. And then I like stand up and I like blow another one down. I'm like, all right, sweet. And then I like get back in the grass and I start moving over and I killed the 4th guy. And my team was like, bro, how the fuck did you just kill all 4 of those? None of them even shot you. I was like, oh no, man, that was fucking wild. But it was just the craziest game I had ever played. It was literally a fucking quads game that I played solo and somehow came out with like 25, 28 kills and I win the game. It was just wild. And at that point, like my gun was like permanently known as playing as an ump. I was the ump player. Every time we would play the game, they would just hand me an ump and like the SMG ump and a silencer and be like, hey, have fun. And I would just chase people down, because the compensator is technically better because it reduces your recoil, but it's a lot louder, so they kind of know where you are when you use it. So I like the SMG because it allows me to run right up on a team and I can literally down like 2 people with a full clip, with an extended clip. I can down 2 people with 1 clip and the whole team has no idea where I'm at, because I haven't made a single sound, right? Because all there is footsteps, and I'm usually crouch walking everywhere. They don't know where I am. They don't know where I killed them from. They have no sound indicator of where my guns were shooting. They just know their teammates are down over here, and they don't know where the dude is. And then I like reload and I reposition, right? And I wait for the team to show up. Maybe I'll throw a grenade at them so they have no idea where I'm actually at, so they don't call me out in Discord. It was just, I was the most annoying assassin with the fucking SMG. I'd literally run right up on a building with 4 people in it, and I'd pick people apart through the window and I'd reposition, and then they'd try and come out and get me. My teammates would just pick them off when they come out of the building, because I was just that annoying dickhead outside the building with an ump that they couldn't ever do anything about. PUBG was fun. PUBG was really fun, but then, like I said, once it became really like heavy scrim based, where everybody was just hiding as a team inside of a building, camping on floors, crouching in corners, waiting for people to run into the building with them, and it just got really fucking try hard sweaty. It just got really boring. And that's how all FPS games become at some point. Anything that's competitive becomes that way at some point, and it just becomes really boring to play, because you're going into a pub match just to run around and just screw around, right? You're not trying to be serious. You're just trying to run around and murder people. You're not trying to take first place every match. You're not trying to get, you know, very high placements every single match. You're not trying to like win tournament points or anything like that. You're just going in to have fun. And these people were just taking the fun out of it by camping and laying on top of mountains or buildings and preventing people from coming up to them, because there's no way up to them. They just landed there to start the game off and they just never fucking moved. And it's just, it was so obnoxious to have to play against these people. But yeah, I really wish I had the VODs from that. I also wish I had my VODs from my Counter-Strike days. Bro, there were some Counter-Strike matches that if I had those would have been like, what the fuck, bro? Like I had some wild matches, and I didn't have very many matches that were like, damn, he's playing out of his mind, because I was a slightly above average player. I wasn't great at the game. I was more of like a very team oriented player where I would call out most information and I'd play support role for my teammates, whether it was like just overseeing them with like a sniper rifle and like protecting them while they were like getting into positions and stuff like that, or like running out to like draw the fire, or try to find where the team was so our team could kill them. Like that's kind of like the role I played. But most of the time with the way I played a lot slower than everybody else, so I was usually the last one alive and I never really could clutch. But there was a match a friend of mine asked me to sub in because they're missing their fifth. What up, Gdor? So like, hey, could you sub in for us on this match because we don't have someone to cover? Like, yeah, sure. And they weren't very good players. But I have never played a match where I got so many freaking kills before. Like, I was one man armying this match. It was crazy. I think we lost, I think it was like 12-16 or something. And I dropped almost 50 kills in this match. And we still lost. It was probably one of my best matches ever. It was literally running around, quick scoping and no scoping people with a sniper rifle. And it wasn't like I was like good. It was just like they would scare me. I would be running somewhere to like go and kill some people, and some guy would pop out of nowhere, and I'd be like, "Oh shit!" And I'd just shoot, and I'd kill him. And I'm like, "Oh, well, that worked." Just like wasn't expecting that to happen. And then like I would turn the corner, and as I was about to scope in, someone would come out. And I'd just pull the trigger, and I'd kill him. And just like these people were badly positioned and just had horrendous luck going up against me. I just kept killing them. But I would like literally go into like a situation, it's like 4v1, and I'd kill like 3 of them or 4 of them and not be able to defuse the bomb. And it was just very unfortunate that I was getting a lot of kills because they were like going where I wasn't. It's like they knew where I was. Like it's like they were cheating, they were wall hacking, and they knew where I was in the map, and they would always go the opposite direction. But they would get fucking destroyed by me the second I turned the corner. I would just kill them all. So I'm pretty sure they thought I was cheating, so they were wall hacking, and they were still winning the match because I couldn't kill them and defuse the bomb. So they probably thought I was like aimbotting, but not wall hacking, because I wasn't wall banging people. I wasn't killing people through the wall. I wasn't like free firing people, but I was using a sniper rifle and I wasn't missing. Every time someone would peek me, they would die. So I very rarely missed, and I was literally just. I would get 3 to 4 kills every single round. It was crazy. So, like I said, I think somebody turned on wall hacks and was just like, all right, we're going to avoid this guy and we'll win the match. And they ended up winning the match. But at the end of the match, like my buddy was like, hey, thanks for subbing in. Appreciate it. And later on, they're like, man, we would have won if we brought somebody else. Like, God, he didn't do anything to help us. We lost because of him. I was like, wait, you're trying to say I lost you guys that match? There isn't a single time that you guys got a fucking kill that entire match. I was literally stacking 4 of them at one bomb site, and I was holding a bomb site by myself. And we would alternate. I'd be like, all right, you guys, they've gone A 3 times in a row and killed all 4 of you. I'm gonna hold A. And then they would go B, and they would kill all 4 of them at B. But yet it was somehow my fucking fault that they were losing. I was like, well, if you would have rotated sooner, you would have showed up and killed them sooner. But you guys didn't get a fucking kill. Like, I think my entire team combined got less than 10 kills. The entire 30 round match, or 26 round match, or whatever it was. I'm just like, bro, you cannot put the blame on me. You cannot say I'm the reason we lost that match when combined you guys got less than 10 kills. And you guys couldn't hold a fucking a bomb site in a 4v5. It was just crazy. Because like we won almost all of our terrorist rounds. We won a lot of our terrorist rounds because the terrorist rounds were easy. Because I would walk in and I would get a kill. I'd walk in and get another kill. You know what I mean? I just kept getting kills while entry fragging, and then I just hold because they couldn't fight me. The other team was so bad they literally couldn't fight me. They would pre-fire me and still lose. But on CT side is where we lost because, you know, they're just going wherever I'm not, and then I just don't have enough time to kill 4 or 5 people plus defuse the bomb. That's what I'm saying, and that happens to me in a lot of games though, mate. Is like when I was playing World of Warcraft a lot back when I used to actually raid, because I didn't raid in original World of Warcraft vanilla, and I didn't raid in Burning Crusade, right? Because in original WoW vanilla, I played a rogue, and I didn't want to raid as a rogue because back then, healing was a lot harder. They didn't have a lot of mana to go around. They would run out of mana really easily because, you know, just people were bad at the game back then. People stood in stuff they weren't supposed to. They didn't know how to mitigate damage very well. They didn't know how to like maintain their mana properly and spell rotations and a bunch of other shit that, you know, was going wrong. Eventually they learned this over time, but they refused to heal rogues in raids. It was really annoying. Not everybody, but a lot of like raid groups wouldn't heal rogues. They required you to heal yourself with bandages, which is somewhat acceptable to a point, but not really. So I was like, you know, and then on top of that, you needed to farm out specific gear, and I didn't feel like farming out the gear, so I just PvP'd, right, and did professions. BC came around, and I still didn't raid. I did some dungeons, and I hung out with my cousin and stuff, and I did a lot of professions back then. Like, that's mostly all I did. And then I did some arenas and some more PvP, but I played a hunter back then. And I'd help people grind dungeons and stuff like that. So it was whatever. But then I finally got into raiding in Lich King, which is the 3rd expansion. And I was a tank. And I just tanked. And I was tanking dungeons and I was tanking raids and, you know, just getting into raids and stuff. I never really raid led back then, but that was like my introduction to doing raids. So I got the hang of it and everything, and then ever since then I switched to a healer, and I started healing, and I started raid leading, and I started like joining guilds as more of like a consultant. I would join a guild that was struggling, or like a new guild that was forming, and I would help their members grow. I'd teach them how to do their DPS rotations. I'd teach their tanks how to tank. I'd teach their healers how to heal, and I'd raid with them every week to, you know, help them progress through the raids. And there was this one group, and it wasn't the first group that it happened to me on, but it was this one group. I joined them. I taught maybe 80% of their player base how to play their characters. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I got on my tanks, and I showed the tanks like how to tank the fights. I'd get on my I'd watch the DPS, and I'd tell them what they were doing wrong, and I'd help them fix their gear and stuff. And, you know, I explained the fights, and then the healers, I just let the healers do their thing, but the healers weren't very good. But the bottom line was, like, we got into some raids, and I would out-heal every healer. I would have less overhealing than all the other healers. I'd have higher heals per second than all the other healers, and I would never run out of mana. We're about to hit an ad, so I'll wait for this ad to finish, mate. Let me know when you're out of the ad, and I'll continue the conversation. That way you don't miss any of this. Oh yeah, my WoW days, man. I don't know, I liked WoW, but I didn't really like the community all that much. And like I said, they have really good communities. You just have to find them. There's a lot of great communities in WoW, but there's a lot of just dickheads, bro. There's a lot of like finger pointing and elitism and just I can never do anything wrong kind of people. It just I can't tolerate it. It just drives me nuts. Oh, Vegidor, thanks for coming in, man. Hope all's well. Hope life's going great. Appreciate you chiming in with us. And it's funny too, Topher, because like as I'm telling the story, it makes me sound like the elitist. It makes me sound like the I can never do anything wrong kind of person. It's like, well, you're trying to, you know, it's like people are like, well, you're bragging about yourself. You're trying to make yourself sound really good. So what were your flaws? Why were people like, why would people do this to you if you were so good? You know, why were you never in a guild? Why were you never, you know, why were you never a core member? Why were you this? Why were you that? Why didn't you actually, you know, clear everything? Why, you know what I mean? Like, people like start pointing fingers back at me, and like I said, I'm not saying I was the best player. I'm just saying of that group, I was probably one of the best knowledgeable based people, not for every single class, but I helped them understand their class and understand where they were going wrong to make themselves on par with the higher tier players in their class, right? So it's just like, it's so funny that it's like, whoa, you're pointing all the fingers at everybody else, but where's the fingers pointing back at you? It's like, I'm not saying that I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not saying that I couldn't have done better. I'm just saying, if you compare me to all the other players, I was doing better than everybody else, at least in my category. You know, obviously I wasn't doing more DPS than the DPS. I wasn't tanking better than tanking because I was a healer, right? The apples and oranges, right? I'm just giving all the criteria so you guys can understand like the story from the beginning of like, hey, I did all this extra work, not just a healer. I wasn't just showing up just to heal and not doing anything. I did so much work for this guild, and they turn around and stab me in the fucking back. Like, oh my god, it's so annoying. I never had that problem where there was like people behind the scenes trying to like flirt their way to gear. Never had that problem because I never let that shit fly. I'm not saying that didn't happen because I guarantee you it probably did. But I know from my standpoint, anytime I wanted a piece of gear, as long as I, you know, rolled for it and I won the roll, I got it. Like it was never any of this, well, we're gonna give it to this person, or they have priority, or they have seniority, or like there was never any of this like bullshit. It was like, oh, there's two shamans, like resto shamans. It's a resto shaman piece. Both of you roll. Oh, you want it? Okay, here you go. I never had any problems with that, right? Or if I was on my warrior tank, if it was a warrior tank item and I rolled for it, like the odds of me getting it were pretty high because there wasn't very many other tanks, right? They never let someone roll off spec with somebody rolling main spec, right? The main spec person needed it, they let the main spec person have it. And if the main spec didn't need it, then they let off spec roll. Like that's how it kind of always went. I never really had that happen. I mean, there was a few guilds that I was like kind of temporarily a part of, like just there to like grease their wheels, help them out, fill in the roster while they were looking for people. Because they needed like a healer for a little while they were waiting on someone on vacation or something. There was a few times where I saw like, okay, well, if anything drops for a tank, it goes to the primary tank first, and then secondary tank second, and then third tank, and then off spec. And it's just like, I kind of get that. Having one guy super geared out of his mind to be the main tank like helps progression. But what's the like what's the incentive for the second and third tank to even play if they know they're not going to get any gear, right? What's the incentive behind the healers when you have a primary person getting all the healing gear and like you're the fifth person in priority? Like where's the incentive? Like you're not going to really get gear for a long time. So I feel like that style of priority is very poor because you're just giving favoritism to specific people and everybody else is just scum to you. So why would somebody want to be a part of that type of hierarchy where it's like, oh, he is this guy's friend, so he's going to get first pick. This is this guy's girlfriend, so she gets first pick. It's like, it's not based off of skill most of the time. Some of the time it is. Like, usually the main tank is usually the better of the tanks. Usually the main healer that gets priority is usually one of the better healers or the one that's best suited for the raids that you're doing. Because sometimes, like, disc priests outshine druids, but in other fights, you know, druids outshine disc priests and so on and so forth. But it's just one of those situations where I didn't really agree with that sentiment. But I never really was part of that all that often where it became a problem. But anyway, mate, I'm assuming you're back from the ad because the ad has been over for a short while. I was gonna finish what I was telling you about with this guild. So I could finish my story and you weren't missing out on anything. Oh man. Alright. Hoping we can hit 200 engineering today. I'm really hoping we can hit 200 engineering today. We're almost 198. We'll hit 198 here in just a second. Then we got 2 more levels to go. I'm actually extremely impressed with Thor. I don't know how he did it, which is why I'm impressed. But he somehow managed to, in one weekend, supposedly get all of his territory standings to level 200 in a weekend. I don't know how he did that. I don't know if that was a mistype that he wrote or what, but I've been working on Everfall for like a month and I'm still only 52. It's who you blow, bro. I wish I was the person that was getting that. That's all I'm saying. Like, I almost want to go back to WoW, just be a raid leader, just so I'm that guy. Anyway, but yeah, mate. So the rest of that story basically boiled down to, like, that was all the precursors, right? I taught them how to raid. I explained everything to them. I gave them knowledge. I explained to them what they were doing wrong. I helped them get their add-ons correct. I helped their DPS get all sorted and set up. I fixed a lot of their stat priorities, their rotation priorities, so on and so forth, right? There's a few ways, but not very many, Topher. There is a song that gives a little extra. There's the territory points that I just put in. Remember these things? When you level it up, you can get increased territory. But I'm at like 30% with Everfall from just that, because I've been putting nothing but points into that. And then there's bag perks as well. So you can get 3 bags with perks plus the song. I think there's one other thing as well, but I'm not 100%. So basically, you can get probably like 150%, somewhere between 100 and 150% territory standing increase from all the buffs. And even with that much, level 200, mate, or Topher, is like, I want to say close to probably 20 mil or 15 mil EXP. And if you did that with every territory, like, let's say it's 10 mil, bare minimum. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 130 million XP that you somehow obtained in one weekend. I don't know, man. And even doing task boards doesn't give that much. Like, you get stuff from crafting, you get stuff from doing task boards, you get stuff from doing quests and discoveries and stuff, but it's not a lot. In the grand scheme of getting like 10 million points, roughly, it's not much. It's very little. And even when you look at the guides on how to get like fast territory XP, it literally just says spam craft. That's literally what they say. They say buy a bunch of materials off the auction house and just spam craft a lot of material, like items. Ugh. On the wrong weapon again. Okay, so back to my story. Anyway, so all of that precursor stuff laid out, mate. We go into these raids, even some of these dungeons, right? And I'm out healing everybody. Like, I'm in, like, I'm either fighting for first place or I have first place on like every boss fight. Every, like, trash pools don't matter all that much when it comes to like who's on top. It's just like, hopefully we're not struggling getting through trash. But like on boss fights, I'm regularly on the top. Every once in a while I wouldn't be, because either I would die randomly or there'd be a situation where I was like working on something and I was like out of range, or you know what I mean, like people were just taking too much damage and too many people were dying early or whatever. Like there was just a slew of things that would go wrong where I wouldn't be on top. But like I said, I would say 80% of the time I was either first or second or like close to first place, right? But we had a disc priest, a druid, and me, and I was a shaman. I never ran out of mana, ever. I think the lowest I would ever get is when I was solo healing a 20-man raid. Like both of my healers were out of mana and I was solo healing and I would get down to 50% mana. They would get their mana back up, they'd come back in, start healing, and I'd go right back to 100%. I never had a mana issue, ever. And that was like kind of the crux, is like I always had mana. I never ran out. No matter how long the fight dragged out, I never ran out of mana. And I always was top of the heals, and I didn't have overhealing. That's the thing. It's like overhealing is a bad thing. The druid, organically, the druid has a problem with overhealing because he puts hots on people, and the hots do overhealing. There's not much he can really do about that. And then sometimes there's overhealing when like you see someone that's really low and two people queue up a heal on the same person, and one person has extra overhealing, and it happens, right? The disc priest doesn't normally have an overhealing problem because a lot of their healing is preventative damage from shields and like direct heals, right? They do have a renew, which is a heal over time, but most of their stuff is like they pop a shield and they pop a heal on somebody, and they maybe put a renew on somebody that's a little low, so you get a little overhealing. But long story short is I had the least amount of overhealing, the most amount of overall direct, heals, and the most heals per second, so on and so forth, and I never ran out of mana. We would go into these raids and we would be like, let's say it's a 5-minute fight. After like a minute and a half, the disc priest would be out of mana. And she'd have to step out and like wait for her mana to come back or whatever, or pop like a mana crystal, or I don't even know how they got their mana back, but they'd somehow get their mana back. They'd get back into the fight and they'd start healing again. And then the druid would run out of mana. And the druid would have to, step out. And then there's times where these would overlap, where both of them would run out of mana at the same time, and I'd just be left by myself healing. And I'm just like fucking spam healing everybody. I'm just like, all right, healing rain here, chain heal here, hot here, earth shield over here. Like I'm just like, lesser heal here, like fucking riptide. It's just like unleash over here. I'm just like healing everything, and like they come back in. The hecticness dies down, my mana comes back. We're back to the normal. We would end up wiping on these boss fights pretty regularly. We never really progressed through Firelands all that much. And then there was another raid we would do that had like a dragon as a final boss or whatever. But there was a bunch of fights that we would be fighting, and somehow one of the healers would die, somehow the other healer would die, one of the tanks would die, some of the DPS would die. But we got down to it, there was a few fights where it was me, a single, like 1 or 2 tanks, and like a couple DPS, and the fight had like less than 10% life or less than 15% life or whatever. The fight was almost over, and it was just me left healing a handful of people, and it got wild in some of these situations. But I solo healed so many boss fights to victory while dealing with like mob mechanics, because we didn't have a second tank or something to like tank the aggro for the ads or whatever the fuck was going on. Like it was just, and then to sum it all up, with all the extra like stuff I was putting in and all the stuff that I did for them and how good it seemed like I was helping, they kicked me from the guild and said that I was the reason that they weren't able to progress. They said that I was holding them back. I wasn't pulling the heals that I should be, that my healing was lacking, and that my morale was like, I was bringing the morale down, and like all this other shit. Basically, they said I was like a Debbie Downer. I was too negative, and I wasn't very good. Basically, is what they said. And I'm just like, wait a second. So the reason you guys finally killed that last boss was because I solo healed 10 people from 20% of this boss's life while tanking ads and kiting them around the room in wolf form over and over and over again for 5 minutes while solo healing. I'm the reason you guys weren't progressing. I'm the reason you guys weren't progressing when your other 2 healers can't keep their mana up for more than 35 seconds of a fight. And I out heal them on every single boss engagement. I also, yeah, but you always have 100% mana, so you could be healing more. It's like, no, I couldn't. I just know my rotation. Yes, I could technically bring my heals per second up maybe 1%. But that extra 1 to 2% increase in heals per second would cost me all of my mana in a matter of like 45 seconds. I would literally be out of mana in 45 seconds in correlation to a couple extra heals per second. It's not worth not having mana when we need it. And like I said, yes, I could have healed a little bit harder, right? Because I could have been using heal surge to heal faster instead of using lesser heal, right? Could be using more greater heals or bigger heals, which is unnecessary in most situations when you have hots on people and shields. So it's just like it wasn't really a need for it. And like I said, I'll take the small hit for, yes, I could have probably increased my heals per second a little bit. I could have probably got a little bit better gear, a little bit better gems or enchants or something. I could have did a little bit more to help out a little bit better, I guess. But you can't specifically point the finger at one healer on the one guy that is alive at the end of every single fight that is single-handedly healing in so many different situations while your other healers are out of mana all the time. Like, well, they're only out of mana because you're not healing enough. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to sit here and fucking argue with dumb. So they kicked me, and they got in a new guy. And the crazy part is, like I said, the crazy part is they actually were able to progress further with the new healer than with me. So I don't know if there was some validity to what they were saying, or if they just finally started grasping what they were trying to grasp. Maybe the guy that they brought in was a fucking monster compared to me. Like, absolute fucking legendary elitist of the elite. Like I said, I'm not the best player. I'm not the fastest with reaction times, and you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of times like I could do better. I'm not gonna lie. I could do better in a lot of situations. And this guy might have just been better than me. But I just, it was wild to think that. And then ever since then, at this point, I'd already helped like 15 or 20 guilds start progressing, right? Before I like left on my own terms, you know? Because I did, like, their raid things just didn't suit me, right? Or I was just filling in temporarily or whatever. Like, it didn't bother me, right? I was just raiding to raid because it was fun. But ever since then, like, no guild would take me. I don't know if like those people put out some sort of like blacklist notice to all the other guilds. You're like, this guy's toxic, he's bad, he can't heal, he thinks he's the best. Like, I don't know if they like threw this out there in like some sort of like Discord or Reddit post or something, but like, it's just wild that these people are just constantly pointing the finger at everybody, thinking that they're the best in the world, but they can't even fucking taunt properly, or they can't even do DPS. Like, like, it's, you know how many times in that guild I had to like heal people standing and stuff they weren't supposed to, and I had to yell at them in Discord, like, get out of the fire, I'm not standing in fire, and then I pull up the fucking DPS meter from where they've taken damage, and I paste it into fucking chat, and it says so and so has taken 90% of the damage they have taken has been taken from fire, and I'm like, oh, you weren't standing in fire, really? And then, like, obviously these people are like, yeah, man, you're a little toxic, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I'm fucking real. I tell the fucking truth. I don't sugarcoat shit. Someone's standing in fire, I tell them to move, and they try and blow smoke up my ass and fucking gaslight me and tell me they're not. And I prove them wrong. I am not the person at fault here. Fucking crazy, mate. Shit drives me like, absolutely insane. Hate it. I hate people so much because it's never their fault. They stand in fire and die, and then they blame the healer, and I'm just like, you died to fire. No, I didn't. And I paste it to him like, that's not me. It's like, it says your name. You think the meter's wrong? Like, you're just you pulled that from a different fight. I'm like, no, pulled that from just right now. It's like, I'm always the one at fault here. The other healers are not at fault. It's always my fault. I'm always the person that is at fault when someone dies, when they're doing something they're not supposed to, or we wipe because I'm not pulling more heals than the other people even though I'm on top, or I'm not doing this, or I'm not doing that, or I did something incorrect. I don't know why everybody points the fucking finger at me. I don't know if it's the name, People hate my name. People hate my personality. I don't know what it is, but it just, I can't do it anymore, man. I can't. It's about time you caught on. It's always your fault. Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, WoW just, I hated that. Like I said, you could get into some really good guilds. That didn't happen. Like I said, some of the guilds that I would like fill in for were good. We would full clear raids. I was never on top of the healing charts. Like these guys were really good at healing. People were really good at not standing and stuff. I never had to say a word to like cue someone to get out of something. Like the tanks were on spot on. The DPS were great. You know, the comms were good, relatively, you know, clear and crystal. Like, yeah, there was some wipes that happened, you know, some miscellaneous craziness and some hecticness that would happen in some fights and stuff, but it was nothing crazy. And those were great groups. It sucked that I couldn't get a part of them in the grand scheme of things because I never tried. I wasn't like, hey, you know, I enjoyed my time hanging out with you guys. Would you guys be able to find me like a spot, you know, at some point? Like maybe I can fill in more down the road, you know, be a part of you guys and like maybe be part of team 2 or something. Like I never really tried to do any of that because like I said, I wasn't really serious about WoW back then. Like rating wise, I liked rating to a point, but I know like most of my time I spent on WoW was just like grouping up with people and doing professions. Like that's all I really did. So it's just like that's kind of on me for not trying to stick with like a good raid group and always jumping into these like, oh, we're a new guild building our you know, our raid party, blah blah blah, taking all roles. Da, da, da. I'd get into those, and like, there's a reason why they're new, right? Because they're starting their own thing because they hated their other groups because they're very selfish people or whatever. Like it's just there's a reason why those ones never like they're always looking for people. And I always join those ones, and obviously, eventually it makes sense. So I just stopped doing it. I would put together my own runs. I'd be like, hey, putting together, you know, a pug group for this, da da da, and I'd invite people, and we would just run pug groups. And we would kick people that weren't holding their weight, right? DPS that are pulling like 1,000 when everybody else is pulling like 5,000. Like we would kick people for certain situations, or people that just wouldn't do the mechanic and stuff like that. But overall, it worked well. We did a lot of raids just by doing pug groups. Because the problem with the pug groups is like most pugs, they would post and be like, hey, we're doing heroic this, looking for blah, 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 link achievement, you know, and it's like, so I need to have the achievement for completing it so I can run it. So it's like, if you've never completed it before, you can't get into a pug group to actually pug it with people to actually complete it to get the achievement. So it was that chicken or the egg situation. Which one came first? Is like that happened a lot in WoW. So I never required people to link me the achievement. I would just bring people in and I would just kick people as, you know, we determined their skill level. If their skill level was bad, I'd be like, hey man, sorry to say, but you know, you're not grasping the mechanics. You're constantly getting us killed because you're standing on something you're not supposed to. We've told you 6 or 7 times and you keep doing it. So, you know, we're gonna have to replace you. And people would get pissed about it, and some people would be okay with it. But like it was the nature of the beast at that point. And some people didn't like that kind of group, so we would lose like good players, be like, okay, this is taking too long, or these people aren't very good, so I'm just gonna go get another group. Like there was people that like elitist people that would do that, but 9 times out of 10, most people were pretty okay with it. And yeah, true, mate. It could be a lot of combinations of things. Like me and Dig have talked about this before too. When it comes to raids, is like there's a lot of raids in WoW that just because you're like on the bottom of like the DPS boards or you're on the bottom of the healing boards doesn't mean you're not actually pulling your weight. Because there's a lot of fights that have specific mechanics for specific classes that you need to have a specific class in that run for a specific reason, and they're doing the mechanic that their class is designed for that fight, but it's at the expense of like either their damage or their healing, right? And some people don't take that into consideration when they're kicking people, right? They're like, oh, you didn't pull enough heals, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but I was doing the mechanic, so I can't heal during the mechanic. But there's certain mechanics in certain fights where there's one in particular that pops in my mind. Is it's done by a warlock. And the Warlock does it because he has a pet that would absorb the damage he takes, blah, 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 blah. Basically, the pet would take the hit, and the pet would die, and it would prevent the Warlock from dying. Because what would happen is this boss, every 30 seconds or whatever, he would target the furthest target and charge them and hit them, right? So typically you would have to alternate who was on the outside, right? Who was on the very edge. But the thing that helped was using a Warlock, because the Warlock could just stand back there, keep casting, and keep his damage going. And then when he got charged, the pet would die, and then he would just have to wait for the cooldown for the pet and resummon the pet and rinse and repeat that. But the pet had a cooldown, so he could only do it on every other charge, so someone else would have to fill in for him. And then sometimes that would be me, like one of the other healers or something. And basically it would just be like, okay, I have to be pre-buffed, right, before I take the hit or I would die. It would literally hit me for like 95% of my life. But if I didn't have like a priest shield on beforehand, I would die. So there was like some pre-buffing that had to go on with that situation. But the reason I bring this up is because in that fight, the Warlock had less DPS than he normally would have, because he doesn't have his DPS pet out. He has his tank pet out. So in a situation like that, it's expected that the Warlock is to have less DPS than he should. But some guilds would be like, oh, this Warlock's not holding his own. He's not pulling the DPS he's supposed to be pulling. So let's find another one. It's like, yeah, because he's pulling a mechanic of the fight. You know what I mean? Like, prevent people from dying. Of course he's not pulling the DPS he's supposed to. Like, it's expected. And there's other fights where DPS can fluctuate pretty heavily, or healing can fluctuate pretty heavily, because the boss will put like a debuff on somebody and you have to run out of range of people, or out of range of the boss, because you have to get so far away from people to drop something somewhere. So you're not healing and you're not doing damage because you have to run away. And depending on how many times that debuff lands on you, not somebody else, your healing or DPS could dramatically change compared to other people in the raid. And some people don't take that into consideration either. I remember there was this one fight, I got hit with this debuff like 9 out of the 9 times. Like, because it hits like a few people each time. And every time that the debuff would come out, it would hit me. And it was really annoying, because my other healers didn't get hit with it once. It was just me. So I was at the bottom of the healing list. And then we ended up wiping. They're like, yo, Rage, you need to pick up your heals. I'm like, it's really hard to heal when I have to run out of the room 9 times. Like, well, you need to figure it out. I'm like, all right, bro, I'll do what I can. And then like another run, I'd be first fucking place in the healing because I didn't get hit with a buff. Like, I wouldn't get hit with the debuff and I'd be first in line. I'd be like, oh, did I do better this time? It's like, oh yeah, keep that up. You gotta do that every single time. Like, yeah, I can't do that every time because I didn't get hit with a single buff that time. They're like, well, you guys need to just figure it out. I'm like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, seriously. Like, on a real though, bro, like, you need to fucking pull your head out of your ass. Like, oh, people just piss me off so much. God, man. It's what it is though. Not a big deal. But yeah, I think we just hit 198. I think after this craft session, we should hopefully hit 199. I'm really crossing my fingers that by the end of the stream we can hit 200, because I'm hoping between 2 craft sessions of a little over 200 crafts each, we could get to 200. Now, I don't think it's possible. I think we might have to do a few extra crafts to hit it. Because I think it's quite a lot of XP. But we're gonna cross fingers. We're gonna hope that we can at least get it done. Because then we have all those legendary mats that we can convert, and we could probably get a couple levels off of that, and then be able to make our new tool, which is what we're really shooting for. We get the new tool today, then that would really benefit us in the long run. One thing we really do need to actually work on, I thought about it today when we first got on stream, that I should have done originally, is I need to focus on getting my refining skills to max. Um, because I need to start making my high tier materials that have daily craft limits. If I don't start making those, by the time I actually get around to maxing out my professions and trying to make best in slot gear, I'm gonna run out of game time before finishing it. Because I honestly, even at this point, if I rely upon the max gear score crafts for a lot of my crafts, I don't have enough time to do an Ironman. Because I think it's 10 crafts a day, which if I have profession gear, I can get a couple extra crafts out of those. But let's just say a minimum of 10 crafts a day. And if one craft requires like 25 like of a specific item, that is it's like 3 days worth of crafts. And I don't know if it's a weekly craft limit or a daily craft. I think it's a daily craft limit. But that's like 3 days of crafting, my daily limit, just to make one item. I'll have excess of others, which is fine. But when I go to make other ones, I'll have to, you know, use different primary resources and stuff like that. But long story short is like, I need a lot of these materials. So if I need 3 bags, you know, 5 tools, 5 pieces of gear, 2 weapons, 3 pieces of jewelry, right? Like we're looking at a lot of like high tier crafts. Okay, I went the wrong way. I was like, where the fuck am I? So it's a lot of like materials. So I feel like it's gonna take a while, right? So I don't know if they're weekly. I think they might be weekly crafts. If they're weekly crafts and I only get 10 per week, that's bad. Because that means 3 weeks for one item. With excess of other stuff, right? And then if I need 5 tools, that's 15 weeks. That's almost half the year just to make my 5 tools. If I want to make 3 bags as well, I don't know if the bags would count in that situation, but I think it does. That's another 3 weeks, or maybe more, maybe closer to like 9 weeks. So like that alone would take me like over half the year just to finish. I need to get to them sooner so I can start stockpiling them now. Because if I don't get to them for another like 2 months, and that's 8 weeks gone of crafts, I'm 8 weeks behind in crafts at that point. I'm already like 8 weeks behind in crafts. So I haven't seen it yet, Edge. Can you link it to me in Discord? And I'll take a look at it after stream. And I'll give you an answer. I might play it off stream. Just for some shits and giggles. Like the details of it. If there's any to link. Or at least just message it to me so I can remember. Oh, man. Yeah, I think the next profession that's going to take us the longest is going to be furnishing. But if I'm being completely honest, I think furnishing is going to be the last profession I do. Because I don't really need a high level profession or furnishing level early. Because the trophies and stuff, yes, I need them for like the end game goal that what I'm shooting for. But at the end of the day, like the amount of time I have to put into to trophies is so high that even if I leveled up my furnishing first, I still have to put so much more time into the other materials, the other stuff to actually make the trophies. Not really worth my time to focus on it first. When I can get like my weaponsmithing, my armor smithing, my jewelry crafting, my stoneworking, I can get all of that maxed out so easy. Now I'm not going to do all of those because stoneworking I think will be one of my last ones I do because it's just not really worth my time. But like, fishing will definitely be a priority over furnishing first so I can get a lot of catfish and stuff. I'll definitely obviously max out my music will get maxed out like while I'm doing chest runs and stuff. Chest runs will help me be able to do my stoneworking. It'll help me be able to do some of my other crafts faster, like furnishing and stuff. So, not really worried about focusing on furnishing until I've already done a lot of other farms. Keepers League. Oh, so it's got the different ascendancies, the alternate ascendancies or whatever. What was the Keepers League again? I don't remember. Edge with the Keepers. Is the Keepers one the one where like the zones have set mobs or set like rarities and stuff? Is that the one? Oh, it's the current league. Okay. Gotcha. So it's the Arm League, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's the Arm League. So you have to do the hives, and then you get the arms, and then you get the blood tree for the stuff. Okay, so it's that with alternate ascendancies. That's basically what it is. I'm not opposed to that. I'd have to look at the alternate ascendancies again to kind of make a decision and if I want to do it or not. Because I didn't hate this league. I actually kind of liked this league, but I got really bored of it really easily because in order to progress, I had to play Guardians, right? I couldn't play it as RF or Death's Oath, which is my two favorite leagues or builds, right? I had to play it with something with range and a lot of damage. So minions worked really well. And it wasn't that minions were bad. I just got really bored. Like, it was cool playing AFK minions. That's actually a build I should probably league start with. It was actually fire league start build. Edge, I'm not lying. That shit was fire. All it needed was that chest piece. And I can like basically just run Guardians from the start. It was kind of fire. As long as my Guardian didn't die, it was great. And there's certain items I never put on my Guardian. Yeah, the animated Guardian was insane league start. Like, I didn't play it as a league start, but it is an insane league start. Because, like I said, you basically play it as like regular minions, like pop SRS or something, right? And then once you get to like level 50 something for the chest piece and you put on a Guardian, you basically just put on defensive gear on the Guardian with like a Terminesque, and you actually fucking pop off. Like the build just fucking comes online. And you can instantly basically run to red tier maps with like no gear. It's a much, I would say it's much easier than RF at that point. Now the scaling is much harder. It's like once you get to like those red tier maps, like you have to pay attention to the mods and stuff and be careful of like your Guardian dying. Because once your Guardian dies, you've ripped the map. There's no coming back from that, right? So you need to put on, there's certain gear, like I said, I never put on my Guardian that basically make your Guardian immortal. And if you can make your Guardian immortal, then you don't have any map rips anymore, and that's really nice. But then you need to run jars, right? Like I said, so you have a way to like generate even more minions during boss fights. You need to have a way to get like flash charges back more regularly so you can maintain your jars, so you can keep that up during like long battles. Because if you don't have enough DPS to like insta give a boss, you need to have a way to keep your jars full like regularly so you can actually keep spawning the, because technically there's a ring that I could run that spawns one worm every second or something like that, and that's what you need to do those fights. So there's a ring that you swap in specifically for boss fights that are long, and you put it on just to spawn one worm, you know, every like 1 or 2 seconds, and that's how you're supposed to do single target boss fights. I was missing that ring. There's a couple of miscellaneous items, but it was an insane build. Super AFK. Like I literally could walk into like most league mechanics and just walk away from my computer because they were leeching HP to me. They were taking a lot of the ranged hits for me. Like it was so survivable. It was crazy. Like Blight was a cakewalk. Ritual was pretty easy. Ultimatum was pretty easy. Blight was really easy. The hives were pretty easy. Like all of that stuff was really, I didn't have very many league mechanics that were difficult. Even expedition was easy. So I don't think there was very many league mechanics that it couldn't do. So I might play that again, but I'd have, like I said, I need to pull up. Did you? Okay, you DM'd me. Okay, I'll mess with it later, but I have to look at the alternate tendencies to see what I'd
Would you like
play.
a cup of water?
Thanks for the hydrate.
'Cause you look
Appreciate it.
thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, but yeah, I might be willing to play it. Edge with you off stream if that's cool, because I don't want to take away from the New World grind, and I don't want to play a mid-season league for stream purposes. It's not appealing to me. I don't know about everybody else, but not to me. Yeah, I mean, if I was you, Edge, I would test something different. Like, did you ever play the fishing pole build? Because if that's part of the alternate ascendancies again, you should play a fishing pole build. I think it would suit you. But anyway, I appreciate you. We can talk more later. I'll talk to you later. It's not that hard. You literally get that tricore helmet, and you go and farm. I want to say it's Act 7 or 8. You know those guys in the black outfits? Those are all named mobs. You literally just zone into that and go and kick all 8 of their asses over and over again, and eventually you get a fishing pole to drop. Supposedly, that's the easy way to do it. Or there's a specific map that has it as well. I want to say it's Coral, possibly. It has the same bosses at the end, so you can literally spam run Coral with that hat on, and you can just farm fishing poles. I wouldn't worry too much about the fishing pole. But it's like, obviously, getting the fishing pole to actually do the build is the problem. But I feel like if you wanted to try fishing pole build, we could get you a fishing pole. Easily. I wouldn't have a problem with doing that. But anyway, get some sleep. I'll talk to you later. And like I said, I appreciate the 3 things you made me. Like I said, I didn't want to sound ungrateful the other day or whatever. So sorry if that's the way it came across. I will say, don't take this as me being ungrateful either. Are you gonna make any more, or is those the 3 that you like? Are you done with those 3, and then that's all you're making? Is it that's all? That's fine. Curious. But if you're gonna make more to finish up the theme for the stream, that would be awesome as well. Okay, yeah. I'll No, it's fine. I was just asking. Like I said, it's not a big deal, one way or the other. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't expecting more when you weren't going to do more, or vice versa, right? I just wanted to ask. All good, all good. Yeah, like I said, I appreciate what you did to make for me. It's great. And like I said, now that you know the theme, I feel like you don't have to use as many chances to make them. And then the rest of them kind of just flow with that exact same theme all the way down for the rest of the stuff. Because I would, like I said, I would honestly truly love a fully themed thing from top to bottom, so it looks a little bit more clean. Not just like, oh, I have this image for this, I have this image for that, I have this over here and this over there. It's like, it's not very themed, right? And I feel like if I have it fully themed across, it'll come across a little bit more put together and solid, and maybe look more appealing to sponsorships and stuff. Because like I said, I never really want to make money off of viewers. I want to make money off of companies. But anyway, I don't want to keep you. Get some sleep. And I'll talk to you later. Like I said, I'll DM you. I'll try to remember about the notifications and stuff. But I'll at least DM you bare minimum about the PoE thing. But I appreciate you. Take it easy. Sleep tight. Glad you were here. Hope you had a good time. I'm missing souls and bars for a full set of God Shard. Let's go. That's huge, mate. That's huge. You're getting there. Okay, I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but I need to sit down and finish my armors and my tools and my weapons. I need to finish all of my equipment for my characters. It's driving me insane. Like, it truly is driving me insane. Like, I have a God Shard outfit on one character. I have almost a full Marby set on another character. And everybody else is sitting on troll armor. Some of them still don't even have tools equipped. I don't think but one of my characters actually has a splicer. I think I only have one splicer on one character. Like, I'm truly struggling when it comes to equipment. Oh, it's kind of sad. What do you mean to check what you need? Need for what? Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I use the toolbox for a lot of things. I was just kind of curious what we were talking about. I know, like I said, for my Marby gear, I ran out of oh, sorry, I take that back. One of my characters has a full set of the Emperor armor, and then one has God Shard minus one piece, and then another one has Marby gear. Everybody else has troll armor. So I can make everybody Marby gear real easy. The God Shard armor, I think I need souls, and I can craft everybody God Shard armor. And then in order to make the Emperor armor, I need to run Emperor more. There's so many times I've wasted so many entries. Because you get one entry per day or some shit, right? I've wasted so many entries on that guy because I didn't run him for like 6 to 8 months. I hardly ever do that fight. So I need to stop wasting my entries and actually do them. I'm just worried that I'm going to hit that threshold of where I can't progress anymore. And then I'm going to have to like downgrade and then fight him again. Downgrade and then fight him again. Downgrade and then fight him again. I don't want to have to deal with that tediousness, but it is what it is. I don't think I've ever actually used that before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can make everybody Marby gear. I don't think that is going to be a problem for me in any way, shape, or form. It's the God Shard gear because I think, like I said, I think I ran out of souls because I used them on a vial. Yo, Diablo, what's going on, man? Welcome in. How's life been? Appreciate you stopping on in as always. Yeah, I find it funny that Joy came in for like a couple days, you know, dropped a couple subs, you know, gifted some stuff, bought the game, was playing with us for like a week, and then he said, "Oh, I'm off until the 7th." And I'm like, "All right, sweet, we can get some dungeons and stuff." And then he sees me play in Minecraft, and then he goes and tries it, and he disappears. Just fucking, bro, he got sucked up by Minecraft, and he just completely disappeared. Like, I don't know where he disappeared to. Yeah, we were talking about Hypixel Diablo. We were checking some stuff on Hypixel and he was curious about it. So he ended up installing it on his laptop and trying it out. And I haven't seen him since. Like, I took an entire stream to like show him around. I got him all set up with like going into the Dwarven mines and stuff, showing him how to get in there and stuff. I haven't seen him since. I think it's been, this is my, I think my 3rd stream. So it's been almost a full 7 days. Yeah, I was like, bro, what happened to him? Yeah, he's stuck in the Minecraft universe. He got sucked in. It's like Jumanji. Fucking crazy. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know they had a set like an item calculator like that, mate, inside of Toolbox. I don't mess with it all that much, but that's kind of nice because then it looks at what you have in your storage or whatever, and it tells you what you're lacking. So it makes it that's kind of nice. I kind of like that because then you know what you're lacking and what you need to work on. It's pretty nice. That was you in D3? That's fine. Yo, Diablo, quick question. Have you finished this Diablo season? The one that came out like a month ago or whatever. I mean, that's fine, Topher. I don't mind that he's like, you know, in it, if that's what he's doing, right? I'm just like, I'm here to help him if he needs help or whatever, and he just hasn't come back to stream. It's like I scared him off or something, or he's so like enveloped in it. He's like, nothing else exists in his world anymore. Oh, equipped items too? Okay, that's pretty cool. So that way it'll take into consideration any gear you have on that can be upgraded. That's kind of nice. Okay. Okay, yeah. So the reason I was asking Diablo is like I wanted to finish the journal pages with my barbarian, just so I can get the cosmetics and stuff. But I'm struggling to do certain things. Right. First off, I'm sure I cannot get my belt. I have the Ambu's Pride, I have my Bolcathoses, I have my full 6-piece set, I have my rings, and I think I have my amulet, or at least one a decent amulet. But I cannot get my belt. I have probably tried for like 100 hours to get my belt, and I cannot get my belt. Um, but then once I have that, there's just some of the conquests. It's just easier to do it with somebody. So there's like the speedrunner one where you have to clear like the whole campaign in under a certain time, or the boss one where you have to kill every boss in like under like a certain time period, which is relatively easy, especially if you have two people and one person's like not killing the bosses, but he's just like sitting at the next boss. So you can instantly teleport to the next boss after you kill one, and then I run to one while you run to another. Like you can speed run the boss one as well. Same thing with the campaign one, you can both run through and like clear the campaign really quick as well. But then there's the chest one where you have to kill like X amount of mobs in a certain time period during a chest run or whatever, or during like an event, chest event. There's a handful of conquests we can get done if I have one solid high tier player that can help. And once the conquests are done, it's just about speed running my greater rifts to level up my unique gems, and I'm done. But I in order to do some of those conquests, like I need my belt. Because I can't even do T16 without my belt. Because the belt increases my rend by like 10,000 per, like by a percentage or whatever, and allows it to apply twice or some shit. I don't know. The belt is like one of the key things I feel like that really makes the rend build like pop off. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm missing. It's just the belt, and I'm pretty sure the belt is like the key thing that like really makes it do damage. Because it makes the rend do the damage in 1 second or something like that instead of over like 10 seconds. So it basically increases your damage by 10 times, and then it allows it to apply up to twice. So without my belt, I basically can't progress. I'm stuck in like T12 or something like that, manually applying like rends to mobs every once in a while. So it's really bad. Yeah, I might mess with that, mate, just to kind of like get a generalistic idea. I normally just do the math myself. Like I look at the wiki and I'm like, all right, it takes this, and then I just put a 0 on the end of it. Because if I need to make 10 of them, you know, I kind of have an idea of what I need to do. But that's kind of cool that there's a calculator there, especially if it'll calculate the mats needed based off of the gear you currently have. That kind of really helps. And then it'll just tell you what you're deficient in. You know what you need to go and farm up. I kind of like that. That's pretty helpful. Well, I know there's one chest in particular, in that one spot, in the one zone or whatever that has a chance to spawn as part of a bounty or whatever. I don't remember where it's off the top of my head, but I know that one's typically the one everybody does that chest one at, because it's just a platform that a ton of mobs spawn on. If you just stand on one side as like with a multi-shot demon hunter, you can always clear it. You can always complete it. So that's kind of why I was asking. Like, and if you have two people, you can clear it as well, even if you don't have a demon hunter. You just like two barbs could easily clean it, or just like a barb and a wizard, or any combination of two mobs, because the platform's not that big. Yeah, that helps you out a lot, I would say, mate. Like, I feel like phone users are so much more gimped when it comes to like being able to like navigate the game, because you just have less windows and less, you know, space to deal with things, that it's just easier to have something like that that can you can just click on it and calculate. um so it won't be today, but I will be working Wednesday night and Thursday night. So if you're available on one of those days, we could probably run a little bit on one of those days. It won't take me long. I just need to get the certain things I need help with out of the way, and the rest of it I could solo. Jeez, painting, bro. Painting can suck it. Like, I don't really personally hate painting, but it definitely is a little draining. Yeah, that's pretty solid work. I mean, a lot of work, but it's good money. Like, are you doing the inside and outside? Or are you just doing like the outsides of the houses, or the like certain like rooms inside the house? Like, and if you're doing the inside, do you have to also do like the skim coating and stuff to like smooth out the walls and stuff? I know there's a lot of other stuff that goes into it. 15 for just the outside. That's a lot of money. You know, I was actually contemplating paying someone to come and paint the inside of my house, because the builders that built my house, they painted it with matte paint, so it has no finish. It is the worst. You can't clean it. Like, if you get a stain on the wall, like let's say you walk by with like a jacket on, if you walk up against the wall, you scuff the color from your shirt onto the paint wall, and now you have this like scuff mark on the wall. It's like, let's say you're wearing like a green jacket, now you have this like green scuff mark on the wall from your jacket rubbing up against the wall. Like, fuck. And you can't wipe it off because it's a matte paint. So in order to fix it, you have to repaint over that spot, and it's so obnoxious. So we want to repaint the house the same color, but we want to do it with like a semi-gloss or something, so we don't have that scuff problem just from walking by. Like, you're going down the staircase and you accidentally bump into the wall, and now you got this like fucking random scuff color on the wall. It's like, oh my god, that's so annoying. Right? Like, but if someone's gonna charge me like 10K to paint my house, that ain't happening. Yeah, like my house, for example, I don't need a skim coat. I don't need anything crazy like that done. I just need it repainted. It doesn't need a primer. I just need a brand new coat over what's there, over my matte color, the same exact color, but with a finish. That's literally all I need. I feel like that shouldn't be too expensive, but it is a split level house. So it's like 2-story house. Technically, there's 3 stories because of the split level. So the one is like a 2-story house, and then on the side there's like a 1-story, right? Just like a flat floor. So it's technically 3 different parts, but it's technically only 2 stories. but I have like vaulted ceilings in the single section. It vaults up to the height of the split level. So they'd have to be on a tall ladder to get to the top, you know, and then I don't know. Yeah, why would you do that? I would not want to put paint on something like that if it's just gonna scuff the second something touches it. Like, oh, and like, I don't want something super glossy either. I don't want like a full gloss, right? Where I look at it and it's like a fucking mirror and it's blinding the shit out of me, right? I just want something that if I walk up to it and I accidentally like lean up against the wall while I'm walking down my staircase, I don't leave a body mark sliding down the wall, right? Or if let's say the dog comes in and shakes and gets some drool on the wall or you know some mud or something, I can wipe it off without like ruining the paint and leaving like a wipe streak or something. You know, like I just want something that's cleanable, like partially cleanable, that I don't have to repaint it every time something like that happens. Like there's a spot on our staircase where our old dog, he used to drool a lot. He had like a bunch of drool marks on the lower part of the wall. So we wiped it up with like a washcloth or whatever, you know, like a paper towel or something somewhat smooth, nothing abrasive, and you just see the wipe marks. It just like you can see where we wiped the rag or whatever with just using water. Right? We didn't even use like chemicals or anything like that. You can just see the swirl marks where we wiped it, or like the streak of where we like swiped it across. It's like, nah, man, that's fucking awful. That's absolutely awful. Yeah, you have to go like I think on the skirtings, you have to go a little higher tier to prevent it like from being a problem. I agree, like with what you're saying. Like I don't know much about paints and like all the details with it, but I would say yeah, you'd have to go with something a little bit more than just bare bones, but to make it work. Yeah, we'll have to look at it. I don't know. We haven't looked too much into it. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of waterborne enamel. I don't know what that is. I'd have to look into that. But yeah, I think we were thinking more like semi-gloss because I don't want to go, like I said, I don't want to go full gloss because that shit is so fucking shiny. Like I don't mind a slight shine or a slight like shimmer when like the lights are on, but I don't want it to like literally look like I'm looking at like a fucking mirror where I can see the entire fucking light bulb in in the reflection of the wall. Like that's just crazy, you know? Some of that high gloss stuff is crazy. Like granted in some situations you need that for like really dirty areas, so it's like obviously super easy to clean. But like I want it like more of like a semi gloss, so it's not super like it's a little shiny, right? But it's not like I can make out that that's a light bulb I'm staring at. I don't want it to be a fucking mirror. But they even did the mat in my bathrooms. So you're taking a shower, you know, and water splashes off your body, or while you're washing your hair, you fling some water around, and the water is just flinging onto like the upper part above the shower, right, where there's paint, and you can just see water droplets on the paint, and there's nothing we can do about it. The paint just absorbs it. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? Trying to save a buck? Like, come on. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So it's like, since it's water based, is it like relatively easy to apply, but it works as good as like an oil based one? That kind of like what we're thinking. Yeah, especially in like some like 'cause I live in a really cold place. So it's like in the winter, you know, we get shifting, and in the summer we get shifting in a different direction, right? So it needs to be able to move. So yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's fine if you live like really like right on the equator and your house is always hot, right? It doesn't really get cold. Fine to have that kind of non-movable stuff. No, I don't. Like I said, I don't know much about painting in general. Um, Never paid that much attention to it. Never even really Googled it. The only thing I've ever Googled is like the gloss differences, because that was the only thing that really like stood out to me as a could be a problem. Oh man. But yeah, if you're free on like Wednesday or Thursday, which is EU would be like Thursday or Friday, just message me in Discord. And I'd be down to, you know, hang out in Diablo for, you know, maybe a couple hours. Or as long as you got free time basically. If work's not going crazy for me. Try and clear up some of my conquests and some of the things that I need help with. That way I can like free farm the rest of whatever I need on my own. As I said, most of it's like I just need to run a bunch of like low level graders to level up 3 of my legendary gems to level 70, right? That's easy. It's just time consuming, right? Just have enough keystones and enough time and I can get that one done pretty easy. But it's like the conquests are kind of like the more tedious part. Today is my, well, now it's Tuesday, but yes, it was Monday. So this is my Monday stream, which is technically goes into my Tuesday, and then I'll stream tonight, which is Tuesday into Wednesday, and then I'll be off Wednesday into Thursday, and that Thursday into Friday. But it's currently Tuesday morning. My streams start the day before at 11 p.m., like right before midnight, basically. So that's why I always say the night that I stream, not the morning I stream. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so you're a decent ways ahead of me. Because if it's 9 your time right now and it's 2 a.m. my time, you're like 19 hours ahead of me. Something like that. That's pretty far. Oh, Tover, did you see that you linked it to me, but the Eidolon like guide of guides that you linked me, did you see the people that he gave credit to and that he linked videos for? Did you see all the like people he gave credit to? Like Griffey and some other people? Here in the future, I mean, you kind of are. You can tell us who wins the, you know, the Super Bowl. before we know it. You have to mail your shots to them. That's so funny. Yeah, that's funny. Bro, you probably lag so bad. Man. A 300 ping and you're still doing more. Oh my god. I did, and I don't really understand how it works, mate. Because it states you get a piece of meat based off of however long you waited. And I don't understand. Because the first one I bought had like 7 hours of wait time, and it gave me a 0.1 multiplier. The next one I waited like almost 24 hours, and it gave me a 0.1 multiplier again. So I'm at 0.2. And then the next one I bought, which I've bought in 3 so far, I could buy another one today, was a 48-hour wait time. And that one still gave me 0.1. So I'm at 0.3 multiplier now. I don't know. I don't really understand how it works. They're not wrong though, Diablo. Like sometimes, like I don't understand how people play with such high ping. It's crazy how much like how hard it is to play with high ping. I have found though from playing Counter-Strike for as long as I have that there are certain ping brackets I cannot play in and certain ping brackets I can play in. So for Counter-Strike, for example, ping from 40, or obviously from 1 all the way to like I want to say 90 ping or 85 ping or something like that is relatively tolerable, but 85 to like 130 is unplayable. But then after 130 it becomes playable again. Like I lag so hard it actually becomes playable. It's so weird. Left, right, left, wiggle. So I just shoot to the left and there I get a kill. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too, is like you're pre-aiming at a certain point, right? Because you know you're behind by a few seconds. And that's what I was saying, is like at a certain ping disadvantage, I actually do well because I'm delayed for like I'm skipping for them, but I'm preemptively aiming where I think they're going to be, and I'm getting kills. It's crazy, but it works. But then there's certain disadvantages. Like I said, like being between 90 and 130, it lags so bad for me, but not on their side, that they're easily able to kill me because I'm not skipping or anything crazy. Like I am at above 130. That they have the advantage at that bracket. So they can kill me before I even get a chance to do anything, because before I even see them, I'm already dead. But with the other way around, I skip so hard that I get to see them around the same time that they see me. So it's like we're seeing each other at the same time, and I'm just shooting where I think they're gonna be. So like I said, it gives me it takes away the disadvantage. It puts us at a net neutral, and it works out pretty well. Level 20 out here taking my deer. Needs to get the fuck off my deer. Put him in his place. You back? Welcome back, mate. Yeah, could you try to explain it? Because like I said, I don't really understand. Like I said, I bought 3 of them, and each one of them I've waited longer and longer to purchase, but each one of them has all given me a 0.1 increase. So I'm at a 0.3 right now. So I don't know if like maybe if I bought it like every hour, like there's a max, like at 2 hours it gives you a max increase of 0.1, and each one you buy just gives you an extra 0.1 as long as you wait the time and you don't buy it too fast. Or is it like the longer you wait the bigger the multiplier is? So if I was to buy it at 24 hours, I'd be back down to a 0.2. No, I didn't. That's crazy, Diablo. I don't really watch the news though, that's why. And I don't like talking about like the news and stream because everybody chimes in with their own like 2 cents, and people agree with people and people disagree with people, and then people argue back and forth and try and make the other people feel dumb, and I don't like making people feel dumb. Like I don't like other people making people feel dumb, you know? But I mean, I agree. It's like, oh, he had a gun. I took it from him, but I shot him anyway. It's like, huh? You shot a disarmed man? But he had a gun. But I mean, you disarmed him. But he had a gun. It's like, well, almost like, what? Like, huh? So with that logic, you can shoot any like military person because at some point they held a gun in their life. Huh? But he had a gun. Yeah. Like maybe 10 years ago. He had shoes. I mean, I don't want to laugh at the situation, but I'll be like, it's so true. It's like the logic. It's just fucking mind blowing, bro. So okay, with that in mind, mate, like the first one I picked up was less than 15 hours, and I still got a 0.1 multiplier from it. So did I get lucky, or was it just because it was like my first purchase or something? Or maybe I read the time wrong, possibly? I don't know. It's possible I read the time wrong. I don't know. I just saw the set almost 8-hour timer. Maybe there was like 1 day in 7 hours. I don't know. I wasn't paying that much attention to it. So it could have been like 1 day and 7 hours. I could have missed that, but yeah, I have 0.3 with 3 meat right now, so that's why I was confused. So ideally, you just want to buy 1 a day. Is that the consensus? Unless you can like maintain like an every 15-hour purchase or something. He had hands. He had fingers. I mean, that's like the other shooting though, Diablo, is like the police officer that was standing in front of this lady's car that was trying to do a 3-point turn to leave as she was instructed to do. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of other stuff going on in the situation, but like the gist of it is I don't think she was intentionally trying to hit him because her wheels were completely turned and she was turning away from him, but he positioned himself in front of the vehicle purposefully, and then as she was turning, he puts his hand out to like put it on the car as it's driving towards him, and you can see that he doesn't actually get hit by the car, but he uses his hand as like leverage to like push off of the car to like as it's driving past him, and he shoots her 3 times. So like I said, it's like I can understand the escalation to a point because she was driving at him to a point, but it seemed a little excessive, especially since even by the reports stated by the people that their SOP is to not stand in front of vehicles, and he was standing in front of the vehicle, doesn't make sense. Yes, she was driving in his direction, and that could be taken as hostility, and that is a problem, yes. But, and yes, he did get bumped by the vehicle, but at the same time, it wasn't like a bump as in like she full-fledged hit him and he ended up on the hood. It was his hand was on the hood because he was to the side of it and he was using it as like leverage to prevent himself from being hit by it, obviously. So it's like there's a lot of problems with that situation, and she got shot 3 times for it. It's like, wow, crazy. Like I said, I don't want to get into all political stuff about it, but tier 1 meat, tier 2 meat, tier 3 meat, tier 4 meat, and tier 5. Interesting. Okay. If you get a different tier meat, does it look different, or is the multiplier just different? Really, they're trying to never stop a car, but yet they're doing it anyway. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I'm not, like I said, Topher, there's a lot more with it, and the whole thing was a shit show. I'm just saying, in that situation, I think it was a slight over-escalation. But thinking about that in hindsight after the fact, it looks like an over-escalation. But in the heat of the moment, at that very second, it might have seemed justified. Like I said, it's one of those issues. We can look back on any situation in hindsight and play devil's advocate and say someone was wrong or right. But at the end of the day, like, unless you were in that situation at that current time, in that current moment, I feel like you can't really, you know what I mean, see what was going on in their head at that exact moment to justify it one way or the other, right? Because there's a lot of things that lead up to stuff. There's a lot of things that are left out of reports or out of conversations and things like that. So it's like there's stuff that never gets translated to paper to really like bring things to light at the same time. So it's just, I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't want to talk about it all that much. I don't really want to bring it up. I don't want to cause drama in the chat or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of wild in general. Ooh, we got another thing. That's just crazy. And like I said, the last thing I'll say on it is like, I do not envy people that work those jobs because the stress that they have to endure on a regular basis. Because could you imagine a job 24/7 every day of your life when you go out? You have to make split-second decisions on what someone's grabbing out of their pocket, what someone's reaching for out of their glove box. You know, like, you have to be on such high alert for such a long period of time for so many days in a row. Like, there are going to be mistakes. And yes, you can hold them accountable to a point, but could you do better? Under those circumstances, under that specific like amount of pressure and stress, how long do you think you would go without making one mistake? You know what I'm saying? Even with all the training they have, it just takes half of a second for you to just misjudge a situation, and your whole life is just fucked from there on out. I do not envy those people that do those jobs at any way, shape, or form. You need to give them some sort of leeway obviously there needs to be ramifications for fucking up, but at the same time, unless it's a proven pattern of fuck ups, if it's a one, like anomaly, a one and done kind of thing, you can't fuck someone's life for a one and done situation. Bro, there are people that go to jail for murder multiple times in their life and they still walk free. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just completely uproot and fuck somebody over for one mistake. It just does. Bro, if that was the case, we wouldn't have anybody in politics. I almost guarantee you everybody that's ever been in a political role has had some sort of skeleton in their closet that they've gotten arrested for something or done something illegal at some point in time, and they still somehow hold a seat in office. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yet an officer makes one bad decision and you want to burn him at the stakes? Like, come on, man. Like, and then you're like, oh, we need to get rid of the cops. We don't need cops. But who's the first person you call when something bad happens to you? Yeah, call the cops. So don't sit there and tell me that we don't need cops and police to you know, take care of things and to help us and to rescue us, or, you know, to find bad people or whatever, when they're the first person you call when there's a problem. Like, it's fucking asinine, man. I can't do it. And that's what I'm saying, Topher, is like, there's so many situations where cops are just gunned down at a traffic stop. It's like a simple, oh, you rolled through a stop sign, they walk up, boom, boom, dead, right? Like, these people don't care that that happened. They're like, oh, well, you shot an unarmed man. It's like, okay, how many times have cops gotten killed from somebody they thought was unarmed? That's what I'm saying. It's like, the amount of stress that they're under is wild. Yeah, that's what I read that, mate. That's what I was asking, is like, if you were to pick up a different meat tier, though, let's say you pick up a tier 1 and then a tier 2, does the meat look different for each tier that you've picked up, or is it just the multiplier that changes, not the meat itself? The meat always looks the same. How is he not in jail? So true, Diablo. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like I said, I know we don't really want to talk about it, mate. Is I'm not justifying that they did something to a U.S. citizen, right? All I'm saying is, no matter if you're a U.S. citizen, a non-U.S. citizen, a government employee, or a non-government employee, right? If you're a cop or whatever, if you're in a situation where you're about to get run over with a vehicle, not saying that this guy was going to, right? But like, let's say you're in a high stress job, you see a vehicle coming at you, and split second you're like, oh shit, I'm about to get hit by a car, I need to stop this person, right? Hypothetically speaking, right? You said, obviously the situation that happened is completely different or whatever. If that person was to shoot that person to prevent bodily harm to themselves or others, because if that person is willing to try and run you over, who else are they willing to run over? Just saying, would it be within justification to shoot them to prevent other future harm? And, you know, we talked about this before. It's like, but they don't have jurisdiction to do this. Well, if it was a cop that would have done it, would it have been different? Like if that person wasn't wearing an Ice Age thing and they were wearing like LAPD or whatever, and it was the other way around, they would have been like, oh, ban the cops. We don't need cops. There have been riots in the street because a cop shot somebody. Instead, now they're just blaming ICE because the ICE agent did it. And like I said, apples and oranges here. There's a lot of like hypotheticals thrown in the air right now. I'm just saying in general, even though they don't have authority to detain you or to charge you with anything or whatever, if you're in their way, you're impeding what they're trying to do, no matter if it's cops or government agency or whatever, even if they don't have authority over you, you don't really have the right to prevent them from doing their job as a civilian, right? Like, if you have somebody that's trying to do their job, right? For example, let's say you have a guy that's trying to serve papers to a divorce, for divorce papers or something, right? To a guy in a business. And his job is to deliver these papers. And you're trying to prevent him from doing his job. And you lay hands on him in some way, shape, or form, whether it's with a vehicle or an inanimate object, to not do harm, but to physically restrain them from doing something. In this situation, a vehicle, right? Who's in the wrong? Because this person's just trying to do their job. They're doing what they're ordered to do. They're trying to deliver papers, and they're allowed to deliver these papers legally, but you are refusing to allow them to do their job, and you lay hands on them. You're not allowed to lay hands on them. They're not allowed to lay hands on you, right? That's it. Like, as I'm saying, it's one of those like gray areas. It's like, yes, they don't have justification for detaining you or anything like that, but you also don't have the justification to do whatever you want to do, right? So everybody's at fault in this situation. Like I said, we're not going to talk about it. I'm not saying what he did was right. I think it was an over-escalation, but I also think it was a poor judgment, split-second decision made, which I think is what led up to the whole problem. Is there was a lot of other stuff going on, and it was a poor decision. So he needs to be reprimanded. He needs to have some sort of consequences and probably taken off of field duty. Blah blah blah. But at the same time, I don't think he should go to jail for the situation. I don't think he needs to sit in prison for what he did, because everybody was at fault. It was I wouldn't say an accident, but it was a very sad circumstance, to say the least. If you're going to put yourself in front of a firing squad and not expect to get shot at, I don't know what you expected. If you're going to put cinder blocks on your feet and jump into a pool and not expect to drown, right? These are the kind of like analogies I'm going to throw out there. You're going to stick yourself in a position where you could have bodily injury happen to you or somebody else and expect nothing to happen. You're living in a fantasy world. If you don't want to be harmed, if you don't want to be, accidentally in trouble for something, don't put yourself in that situation. I understand you have the right to protest. I understand you have the right to freedom of speech. And you can say what you want and do what you want, but you cannot impede other people's duties, right? That's the problem. Is physically putting yourself between you and somebody else to prevent somebody from doing their job. You're not allowed to do. If you touch a cop, it's a straight up felony. You cannot touch a cop, bro. You do not touch a cop. Because here's what I'm gonna say, mate, in rebuttal to your like I said, I know we don't want to talk about it. You probably muted it already, but just in general, like if an ICE agent under the agents, you know, under the government's law or whatever, however they are governed and whatever their duties are allowed to do, if they're there to detain someone that's not supposed to be here, and their job is to detain that person and bring them, you know, to wherever they got to bring them to so they can do whatever they got to do with them. If somebody that is not there to be detained, you know, a normal civilian, right, citizen or whatever, if they are preventing them from taking that person, i.e. standing between them, locking doors, pushing people out of the way, you know what I mean? Like, they're impeding the ICE agent from doing his job. Are you saying it's okay that that person is doing this and that they're allowed to do it and it's not illegal? And the ICE agency just has to, oh, okay, sorry, sucks to suck, I can't do my job, we'll let this illegal go. So they're just going to not do their job. They're just going to let that person flee and escape and, you know, not do what they're there to do just because one person wants to stand between them and that person. So in that situation, what do you expect the officer to do? Do you expect the officer to push back, to fight the other person, to detain that person temporarily so they can do their job? Like, what would you rather them do? And don't get me wrong, in an ideal world, they shouldn't be there to detain the person to begin with, because everybody that comes here should come here legally, but that's not the ideal world. There are people that come here illegally that aren't supposed to be here, that shouldn't be here, or that forfeit their right to be here, I guess is the best way to put it, because they don't follow the rules. And those people are typically the ones that should be targeted, but that's not always what happens. But my question is, to get off that topic of the specific person, I'm just curious, hypothetically speaking, if you had person A that was trying to be detained by ICE, and their friend, person B, that is not set to be detained by ICE, is physically putting themselves between the two, preventing ICE from doing what they're there to do, is that okay? What would you expect ICE to do in that situation? Right? Even though they don't have the authority to deal with person B, what are they allowed to do? Because if they lay hands on said civilian when they don't have justification and or legal standing to do so, then now ICE goes to jail. Right? So they have to have some standing to be able to work within certain bounds to be able to still complete their job when you have people breaking the law, when the law enforcement won't step in to help ICE with these issues because they can't. They won't. They refuse to do it. Because there's too many complaints, too many people, too many problems. So ICE has to take it upon themselves to deal with it. I'm just curious how else would they complete their job? Because if you allow regular citizens to prevent them from doing their job, then there's no point in even having them. Because all it takes is one person standing near that person to run over and push them away and be like, no, you can't do that. And then, okay, well, now I can't do my job because now people are going to prevent me from doing it. So now anybody and everybody can come over and anybody and everybody can break the law and there's nothing that we can do about it. Because the cops aren't going to do anything about it. And if ICE can't do anything about it, now we just got a bunch of lawbreakers that live here illegally that are just going to do whatever they want, whenever they want. And there's no repercussions to them, and it's just going to get worse. It's a daisy chain, trickle effect problem. Like I said, not saying that the whole situation, like none of the situation is right, but there's reasons for some of this. And it just gets out of hand way too quick. You know what I mean? Please don't detain me. Oh no. And that's what I was saying, Topher. If ICE had some sort of authorization they would arrest people for interfering with, you know, whatever, right? But that's what I'm saying. That's what they would do if they had the authority, but they don't. But that's what I'm saying. What is their other option? If there are people physically putting themselves between them and the other person, like, how can they complete their job? If they're not allowed to do anything to these citizens and the cops won't do anything to help ICE do what they have to do. Not saying ICE is in the right here in any way, shape, or form, because I heard some stories about them basically racially profiling people for no apparent reason. Like, kind of like what Diablo said, like, they're asking for papers. Like, so I'll actually just tell you what I read in an article, which I don't know how true it is, but the article was from a police captain, you know, that runs a police department. And he said that his off-duty officers were being pulled over when they're off duty in their civilian cars and their civilian clothes, and the ICE agents were requesting their papers. And papers as in, when you're illegal, you have paperwork documenting that you're there allowed to be here, right? AKA either a form or something, or a green card or something like that. And when the off-duty police officer would say, I'm here, I'm a legal citizen, I don't have paperwork, and they didn't believe them, right? Because they can show their driver's license, but driver's license doesn't prove that you're a legal citizen, I guess. Because I'm pretty sure even illegal people can get a driver's license. The person would say, can I record this, you know, going forward? And the ICE agent supposedly slapped the phone out of their hand to prevent them from recording the interaction. And then the you know, the off-duty officer was like, hey, I'm an officer, you know this, right? And then the ICE agents walked away. That's a supposed scenario that happened to some off-duty officers in certain areas, that it has been supposedly happened to multiple people the same exact way. I find that to be a little troublesome, for sure. So like I said, I'm not saying what they're doing is right, not saying what they're doing is good or bad. I'm just saying I think it's some good, some bad. It's like gray area right now. They're trying to do good, but they're also doing some bad. Like, aren't they like taking children that have never broken the law and detaining them as well, on top of, you know, the criminals? They're not just taking criminals, even though the intent was to only detain and deport the people that have committed crimes while over here or some shit. I don't know. So I don't know much about it. Just saying, like, it's just a whole fucking shit show and a half, man. It's literally like a shit pie. Nothing good is coming of it. I mean, well, maybe there will be good by the end of it. You know, less people committing crimes, less people committing fraud and stuff like that. Possibly. Who the fuck knows? But probably not. There's probably going to be just as much crime as there always has been. just different people are going to be doing it. I don't fucking know, bro. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So the generalistic idea behind that statement, Diablo, was it appears that they're not pulling people over specifically because of who they are or what they've done. They're just pulling anybody over that they believe, quote unquote, fits the profile of foreigners, more or less, is the best way to put it, which is bullshit. I'm pretty sure we outlawed that like over like 100 years ago. It's fucking stupid. But, hey, I mean, every fucking generation goes through this shit, and it's so fucking dumb. That saying where, like, look at history, like, history repeats itself, it's so true. Like, something happens, and then, like, a century later, it happens again. A century later, it happens again. Like, you can't get away from fucking history. It just always repeats. It's just like fashion, man. Fashion always comes back. Like, fucking afros were like all the craze back in the day, and then they disappeared and they came back, and they disappeared and they came back. Like parachute pants, fucking whatever the fuck else, like crazy, man. It's like doesn't matter what it is, it always rotates back in style for some apparent reason. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you deport someone that's legally a citizen? Like, what? Did they remove their citizenship when they deported them? Like I said, I haven't heard that statement, like that information before, mate. But if that's true, like that's crazy. Is it illegal? Bro, this fucking era is cooked. Oh, we are so cooked right now, bro. Oh my god. And like, here's the thing. People are gonna blame Trump for the Supreme Court's ruling, and it's gonna be hilarious. It's like, oh, it's because Trump did it. That's why the Supreme Court is like said it's legal. Like, I don't think Trump has anything to do with the Supreme Court. Like, they make their own rulings based off of their decisions, but that's crazy. No, I'm not saying you're wrong, mate. I'm just saying, like, I've never read it myself, so I add the caveat if that's true, because I haven't, once again, even though I read articles on it, doesn't mean that it's true unless I talk to somebody that it's actually happened to. Trump appointed them. Oh my god. But I mean, they still have their mind of their own. Not saying that Trump doesn't have some sway over them, but at the same time, like, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Just because someone gives you a job, just because they tell you what they want you to do, doesn't mean you have to do it. So at what point is it your fault or somebody else's fault? Right? Like, I know he's in an ad and I kind of want to wait until he comes back from the ad, but I'm just kind of curious in your guys' opinion. If you have a guy, right, that's a very powerful person, and he gives you a role that's somewhat powerful, right? He's in your ear telling you what he wants you to do, right? At what point is all the blame on them, or is the blame put on you for doing what, quote unquote, what you're told by the person that, gave you your position, right? When can you be held accountable for your decision? Like, that's just like, oh, well, my mom owns a business. My mom gave me a job at the business. My mom tells me what she wants me to do, and then I do what I want to do with that information. And if I do something that my mom wants me to do that's illegal, do the cops arrest my mom for her telling me to do it? Or do they arrest me as well because I actually did the action? Like, at what point does the individual take some responsibility? But I'm just saying, like, that's a cooked situation, man. Like, it's legal to racially profile people for the purpose of detaining and deporting them from the United States. What? You know how many people, and I'm gonna say this and it's gonna sound racist, but how many white people are here that aren't supposed to be here? Right? But yet they're just racially profiling like the non-white people. Like, how many white people have they detained and deported since this has happened? That's my curious question, right? If you're gonna detain and deport people that are here illegally, you best be targeting everybody. And if that's the case, you just might as well set up roadblocks and fucking detain everybody. We might as well just declare martial law, and you better just go door to door back in Nazi days and just fucking fire at the gas chamber, guys. Let's go back to fucking World War II. Like, what the fuck is going on in this world right now? Crazy, man. Fucking crazy. And that's what I'm saying, man. Is like, so I was saying this while you were in the ad. Is like, at what point does somebody that is given a position of power by a person of a higher power, when do they actually take accountability for their decisions and their actions, right? And the reason I bring this up is because, like you said, Trump appointed the Supreme Court people. I don't know if he appointed all of them or just a few of them, but they have their own brains. They have their own thoughts, their own morals, their own justification for things. And even though you have somebody sitting on your ear telling you what they want you to do, and they're pulling the whole, well, I gave you this position card, it's still at the end of the day your discretion as a group to come up with a consensus of what you think is best, legally speaking, right? Under the legal law, not because somebody wants you to say something specific. And if it turns out to be you're just parroting what you're told and it's the wrong call, at what point can you be held responsible for the incorrect decision making, right? It's kind of bullshit. And overall, in general, right? It's kind of fucking, it's fucked, it's cooked, it's ridiculous. Like, I'm kind of pissed about the whole thing right now because, like, why the fuck are we going 100 years back and now making racial profiling legal? And my question still stands. How many fucking white people have they deported? That's bullshit. You should never racially profile somebody just because they have a skin color or they wear certain clothes. They shouldn't be pulled over, harassed, and forced to prove who they are, or that they're, you know, legally allowed to be here just because of the way that they dress or look. Like, that's fucking bullshit. I guarantee you there's a ton of white people that they won't get pulled over that are not supposed to be here. And that's the thing. Like, let's say there's 7 people on the board, mate. 3 of them are pushing for what Trump wants. The other 4 are like, oh, we kind of agree. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I can't blame Trump for the decision that came out. He might have weighed in, and it could have been a swaying factor. But the other people are the people that made that decision, and it's fucking cooked. That's fucking cooked beyond belief. Like, that pisses me off. Like I said, at this point, we might as well just instate martial law and go door to door and just have to prove everybody's citizenship. And anybody that doesn't have a birth certificate and social security number that matches who they are and have proof, fucking kick them out at this point. Like, that's where we're heading. Might as well just get it fucking done at this point. It's fucking stupid. 9 in total? Yeah, so... I can't, like, if he appointed 3 of 9, I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna throw the blame at Trump. Like, I don't really care one way or the other who's the president, but there's a lot of people like, Trump did this, it's Trump's fault, it's Trump. Not saying that he's done everything right, not saying he's done everything wrong, but I'm just saying, like, some things people blame Trump for and it's not Trump's fault. But I'm just saying, like, that's crazy. You're reinstating racial profiling. What the fuck? I'm so mad about that. But he can't force a 3rd term. There's a law in place that states that you can only serve a maximum of 2 presidencies. The only way you can actually seat for more than 2 terms now, from my understanding, is if you're the vice president and the president becomes unwell in some way, shape, or form, and he actually takes over the duties of the president. Jump on the news! I know, it's like every day over, it's like, Trump did this, look what Trump did today, Trump's this, Trump that. oh, let's look at the past 365 days of Trump's bullshit. It's like, oh my god, can we just talk about something else? Yo, what up? Thor, I saw you messaged in. I didn't read your first message. Sorry, I was just ranting a bit. But welcome in. How you doing, man? I did have a question about your message. Like, you said you got every territory standing to level 200 in a weekend. How the hell did you manage that? That's wild. Yeah, unanimously to me, mate, means that everybody agreed. All 9 people agreed, and if only 3 of them are Trump spies, then the other 6 also agreed with them, so it's not a Trump. You can't say Trump did this, right? That's what I'm saying. The other 6 people had the same moral compass as the other 3, even if those 3 had a parrot in their ear telling them what they wanted to say. The other 6 agreed that it was right. 20. Oh. Bro, I was like, there ain't no fucking way you got the 200. If you did, you gotta tell me your secrets, bro. That's crazy. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, level 20. Okay, that's still really good. I just was like, I was in awe. Like 200. That's wild. I need to know his secrets. You did say that, but I wasn't sure, Tover. Well, I mean, could he have another? I mean, even if he declared martial law, Tover, could he technically run for another term? Because I'm pretty sure if he tried to declare martial law and take rule over the whole country, first off, someone would probably try and fix that. AKA, you know, click, click, boom, right? Or he would get vetoed out of office real quick. Catacombs? Not without a third person right now, Thor. We would need a third, and I don't have good gear, so we wouldn't be able to push very far into Catacombs. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it would have to be a little earlier when Edge is around, and then Edge could do his like healing tanking thing while we did damage, and we can get some gear. I'd be down for that. Maybe tomorrow if you're around. I can ask Edge if he'd be interested in doing some Catacombs, because I know he was interested in doing it the other day. We just haven't had a third person to do it. He would stay in power until it's over? Oh, hell no. I don't like politics, but that's crazy. There's no way that would be allowed, man. Blame Diablo. Diablo brought this up. That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. I thought you would get vetoed out, you know? Well, yeah, that's what I was saying, mate. Like, couldn't Congress impeach him if he was, like, trying to, like, take over the world kind of thing? Like I said, I don't know how it all works. But yeah, what I meant by, like, veto, I meant, like, impeaching, yeah. You need... Wait, why do you need catacombs for better gear? I don't understand. You can't get best in slot gear from just farming the cave? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, Tover, there's a lot of checks and balances that goes into it. So I don't think he could just be like, hey, he wakes up one morning and is like, hey, guess what? We're in martial law. Sucks to suck. I'm here to stay forever. Like, pretty sure other things would slow down that process and be like hurdles he'd have to clear in order for it to work. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I don't see that being like a true way going forward or something. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not that worried about it. I'm just kind of pissed about that one statement made about how the Supreme Court said that it's illegal to racially profile. That's fucking wild. That pisses me off. This should never be the thing. Like, I'm not a racist person in any way, shape, or form. Yes, you know, the way people look or dress does sometimes sway the way I like interact with them a little bit. Like if someone looks like a pedophile, I'm gonna act one way with them. You know, I'm gonna be a little bit more cautious with them or something. or someone like looks a little sketchy and I think, oh, this guy might try and stab me, I'm gonna kind of keep my distance, you know, like things like that. But it's not like, oh, that guy's wearing, oh, what is it, hijab, or sorry, I'm really bad with the name of it, but like, you know, the head thing, the Arabic people wear and Muslim people or whatever wear. Sorry, that sounds really racist that I put that out there, but like if someone's wearing one of those, I'm not gonna be like, oh no, he's gonna blow me up with a bomb. Like, that's fucking stupid. That's ignorant beyond ignorance. Like, I'm not like that, right? Like, treat everybody the fucking same. I don't care what color your skin is. I don't care what clothes you wear. If you're looking for a bomber, check everybody. Unless you're told the color, like the bomber is a specific color, or the specific clothes that they're wearing, like, you shouldn't be fucking profiling somebody because of the fucking color of their skin or whatever. Like, it's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Like, I told you guys the story of the time I got pulled over because they racially profiled me as a white guy. That was hilarious. Fucking guns and everything, man. Guns and everything. I'm just like, yo, am I famous? What's going on here? I'm so confused. Fucking crazy, man. Yeah. That's the thing I was talking about, mate. I just have no idea how to pronounce it. I'm really bad about it. Yeah, turban is a different term. I don't know what that one's specifically for, but yeah. Need weapon from Forge, yep, and armor accessories from Catacombs. So, does Catacombs have like a specific perk that you can only get from Catacombs or something? Because, like, you're saying you need specific gear from specific places, but I'm kind of curious on why it needs to be. Because, like, isn't best in slot gear just like specific perks on pieces of gear that you can either craft the perks via the open slots, and or they can just roll on the perks when they randomly drop the item, or there's certain perks that only come from gear out of specific areas? I haven't looked that far into it. You probably have, and that's why I'm asking for more clarification, because I'm kind of curious. $15 Marios? What the fuck? That's I don't want to laugh, but that's fucked. That's crazy, Diablo. Jesus. Set perks? Like sets in general? Like a specific set piece of gear where if you wear X amount of these pieces, you get a set bonus? Is that what we're talking about? I know there's sets, quote unquote, in the game. But I haven't looked into them all that much. Oh, okay. So I thought you said Mario, like Mario and Luigi, you know? I was like, bro, got beat up by a bunch of people wearing Mario outfits? That's fucked. That's actually fucked. Sorry, that's why I laughed. You can actually get into the raids pretty often. There's a lot of people that post in recruiting and stuff, and they're like looking for DPS to run Gorgon and stuff like that for some of the raids. So occasionally you can get into those. You just have to have okay gear to get into them. But I heard a rumor that some sets can also be obtained in Reekwater from crafting gear at this crafting station. So if you do the repeatables and get the marks and stuff and open the chests and stuff, supposedly you can turn them in here to get things. Like, here, I'll show you really quick. And supposedly those have a chance to give you set items too. I just don't know how true that is. Yo, what up, Inferno? Yeah, sorry. I don't know how long ago you sent that, Inferno. We were on a really big rant. Are you still here, Inferno? But yes, they have officially stated the death date, the time of death for New World already. So you come in here and you can do mutated gear cache, right? But you have a second wind set, overcharge set, enraged set. I think these are just cosmetic. But you get these 3 sets here, but supposedly I think this can also drop another set. It's RNG chance, but I'm not 100%. Not 100%. Like I said, I heard a rumor that there's a set piece you can get from running the Reekwater stuff. And I don't know if maybe Cutlass has a similar thing or anything like that has other repeatables. I gotta pee really quick, guys. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Oh, all right, I'm back. Woo! Feel much better. That's crazy, Diablo. Yeah. Gotcha, Thor. Okay. Yeah, when I get on a rant, it's hard for me to stop. You guys know that. That's why, like, when you guys hit me with like some random off the cuff thing like that, I'm just like, I don't want to respond to it, but I kind of have to. I feel like I have to, and then I get on this fucking wild rant, and I can't stop. All right, so we have enough of that. Let's go hit up some leather. Yeah. Like I said, the only thing about the whole situation, like I said, I don't agree with the situation. I don't agree with any of that stuff that's happened or whatever. But the only reason I somewhat stand by something is because there needs to people have to be held accountable for their actions. People have to be held accountable for stuff, and there has to be something done to rectify the situation. Because if nothing gets done, then nothing changes, and if nothing changes, things just get worse. So obviously, I'm not the brain of the operation. I'm not the brains of anything. But if nothing gets done, nothing gets better. If nothing gets better, things just get worse. And if things just get worse, then where are we at that point? So something has to get done. I'm not saying this is the best option, but at least they're trying to do something, I guess. Even though it's done in a it's like Amazon's in charge. It's like yeah, you're doing something that we need to get done, but you're doing it in such a bad way, right? So I mean, I just don't know of another way that things could get done in a better way, but come out with the same outcome, right? That's basically what I'm saying. Is like, I don't agree with the methods, but I agree with the end result ideal. The ideal of what they're trying to accomplish at the end of it, I agree with that. Holding people accountable, holding people, you know, to a certain standard, rectifying the situation of people that aren't, stuff like that. Like that I agree with to a point. But the way they're going about it, I don't. Right? The way how everybody's jumping on it and fueling the fire even more and making things even worse and worse is just not helping the situation. Would you still be alive? Probably not. Oh, you sent me something? Yeah.
Phipps gives it to Guetta.
The rugby guys are fucking wild. Oh my god, just took his fucking head off. Dude, rugby guys are no fucking joke. Like, it's funny, like people are like, oh yeah, football players so big, so strong, bro. Rugby players are crazy. Hockey players are nuts, but at least they have padding on, right? Rugby players are, I don't give no fucks, bro. I give no fucks. Like, rugby players are wild, man. You said you wouldn't like that game, Topher. You killed that conversation. Remember, you told me it wasn't Japanese, it was Chinese, and you didn't like it. You killed that conversation. You straight threw it down the garbage disposal and turned it on. And walked away. That's what I'm saying. Like, rugby people are nuts, man. They're just big, fucking brutal. Like, reminds me of like Broly from Dragon Ball. Oh, that reminds me. One of my coworkers informed me that they finally announced an officially statement that they are bringing back Dragon Ball Super and continuing it on. I am so fucking happy. That is gonna be awesome. They're also redoing the tournament, the Gods of Power or whatever, the Tournament of Power, kind of Battle of Gods or whatever the thing's called. They're redoing that because I guess they're gonna redo the animations, the art style, the sound effects. They're gonna change up some of the fight scenes and stuff like that, and they're gonna change up the story slightly from the original. I'm assuming since this new guy is taking over, they have a new structure that they're trying to bring the story into, and they have to redo that portion to kind of push it in the narrative that they're trying to go. That's my assumption. But supposedly they're going to redo that, and then they're going to continue on past the Tournament of Power, which is fucking awesome. And they're going to try and keep it more in line with the manga, supposedly. Because I guess the current version of the anime kind of strayed away from the manga a bit. Supposedly. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's supposed to be the 2026 fall, sometime in the fall of 2026, so this year. They're supposed to be coming out with it soon. Oh, I can't wait. I'm so stoked. And then I don't know when, I have to actually look this one up, but I'm hoping that Bleach's final arc comes out for 1000 Blood arc. I hope that comes out this year too. I've been waiting for that final arc part to come out. Oh, it's gonna be so good. You're getting fiber today? Let's go! Yeah, so you're gonna get some fiber to get rid of all that higher tier stuff, I'm assuming? Jesus, that's crazy. That's crazy, Diablo. Yeah, his successor, the person that was like working under him before he died. Yeah, like I said, I feel like he's bringing the story in a slightly, I wouldn't say different way, but he's restructuring the anime to be more in line with the manga, because I guess the anime kind of strayed away from the manga a bit during like that tournament. Like there's a lot of fight scenes that were left out, and some of the storyline or something was changed or something. So he's revamping that from there, and then continuing it on past the tournament. So I'm pretty stoked about that. That should be really good. God, I just want to see, the end of the of the Bleach arc. It's so good. I hate that it's so short, because it's not that many episodes. They're cramming a lot in there, and there's so much more that they could be like making episodes out of. Like they could have did more episodes on Kenpachi's section, where he was training with the other captain lady. They could have did a whole lot more with that. They could add a lot more like episodes for more of the fights that probably were like kind of skipped over to a point. I just feel like they're rushing it, and they're putting as minimal amount of like episodes in as possible. And it just feels like it's done poorly. Oh, that kind of fiber. Got you. So sorry. I thought we were talking about fiber in New World. I was like, hell yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Huge. Fucking my mind is like heavily in the game. My bad. But yeah, fiber internet is fucking huge upgrade. Huge upgrade. Like that is one of my requirements when getting a house. So I remember when I was growing up, I always had like dog shit cable internet, right? Like I started with like DSL, and then we got like regular like high speed cable internet or whatever. And I always had that at my mom's, and I had it in the barracks rooms, and when I got my own place, we had it there. And then I got fiber at one of my apartments, and I was like, damn, this is nice, right? I was super happy with it. And then we went and we rented another place, and it didn't have fiber, and I just can't go back. It's a night and day fucking difference. Like the problem with like coax cable, like internet, like regular cable internet, is they give you speeds up to a certain amount, which you pay for 100, but you almost never get 100 because the cable is kind of limited in how much data it can transfer. It can transfer up to that much data, don't get me wrong, but it transfers X amount of data to the box, and that box is split between a bunch of other people, and depending on how much speed like people are using on the box, it limits the speed for everybody. That box can only hold so much speed because there's a bottleneck there, right? So let's say the box can hold 500 megabytes per second. If some people's using 50 and another person's using 50 and another person's using 50 and so on and so forth, no one's getting 100. Right? Everybody's getting 50 across the board because there's too many people. Now, when someone drops off, then that 50 gets divvied out to the rest of the people. So people go up to like 65. And then when another person drops off, it goes up to like 75. And then like when someone else jumps on, it jumps back down. So you never truly get what you pay for unless nobody else is using the internet on that box. With fiber, that's not how it works. Everybody gets the same amount as long as there's no internet problems in the area or whatever. Everybody gets the same amount. So you always get what you pay for. So you don't have to worry about internet fluctuations because there's more people using the internet or something. Now, more people using your internet on your internet, that's different. If there's like 10 people in your house using internet, that's going to cause an internet problem. But it doesn't matter about your neighbors. Your neighbors aren't going to be fucking you over. So if you have somebody that's next door to you on cable that is downloading thousands and thousands and thousands of gigabytes of porn all day long, every single day, constantly streaming stuff like to his computer and stuff, yeah, that motherfucker is going to be hogging a bunch of bandwidth. If he's running fucking Bitcoin mines and stuff like that, like he's going to be fucking hogging up some shit. But if you're on fiber, you don't have to worry about what everybody else is doing. It's really nice. Yeah, toilet flushes, bro. Could you imagine like 10 people flushing a toilet at the same time? That'd be crazy. There'd be some backflowage somewhere. You're intaking more fiber so you can poop. Oh god. But yeah, that's huge, Thor. Like, congrats. I hope you enjoy it. Like I said, at the end of the day, you might not notice a massive difference unless you have really bad internet problems where you live. Because like, say you live in an apartment building and like there's so many people in the apartment that are pulling off of the same box, and you have really poor internet. You're gonna notice a big difference. Well, you should. But I'm gonna say I didn't really notice the fiber difference until I switched off of fiber. Like I dealt with regular internet for so long and it was so like normal that when I went to fiber, I didn't really notice much of a difference. And then when I switched off of fiber, then I was like, oh my god, I cannot go back. It's just like going from like one monitor to two monitors. You can't go back to one monitor. Or if you get used to two monitors and you go to three, and then you try to go back to two monitors, it's like so hard to go back to two monitors because you get used to having that extra monitor for the extra like viewage and the extra like space on the computer to like move things around and watch multiple things and spread things out so you can like do multiple tasks at a time. What do you mean whole house internet, brain? What do you mean by that? Like you can't use Wi-Fi? Oh, internet jack? I have an internet jack in every one of my rooms. When my house was built pre-wired for internet in all rooms. Well, almost every room. Yeah, RJ45 jack in every room. Yeah. The older houses didn't have that. You can get them installed, but it requires a little bit of work. Most houses don't do it because it requires you to have like a centralized location to have a RJ45 like jack station. So you can have them all running to one port area, and then you need a switch. So your router goes to a switch, then the switch goes to all the ports, and the ports go to the whole house. Not a lot of people need RJ45 jacks in every room. Most people won't need them. Most people won't use them. So most builders, like newer builders will do it. Like I think in the last like couple of years, it's become kind of more of a standard for like subdivisions and stuff that are being built for it to be a thing. I guess it depends on the builder as well. But like, I would say 5-10 years ago or further, it wasn't really a norm because everybody's like, oh, Wi-Fi, you can just Wi-Fi. You don't need hard internet, you just Wi-Fi. And like, I don't know, it's been a thing. And like I said, a lot of like houses aren't built with the idea of having RJ45 jacks everywhere, so they have like a closet, like, you know, a utility closet or something for all the cables to come to, right? Because like I said, you need a switchboard for all the jacks, and you need a switch, so the switch can provide the internet to all the jacks that need to be provided to, and that's where your router needs to go. So like the house has to be designed with that in mind, or it's just a pain in the ass to get set up after the fact. But yeah, I definitely agree. It should be more of a standard thing. Like I said, I've always wanted that in my houses. I've never had it. I was able to makeshift it myself in one of my old houses using a mesh network. I don't know if you've ever used one of those, Brain, but it's a poor man's version of making your house like doing it yourself without doing it yourself. Does that make sense? I'm being very vague, I know. And you might be in an ad, so you probably haven't heard a word I've said. Yeah, so you're gonna go from 100 to 1,000. That's huge. Okay, Thor, I will pre-warn you. I don't know if you're gonna have this issue. But when I moved to my new house and I went from 100 meg speed to 1 gig speed, my computer's network interface card, my NIC, was shutting off a couple times a day because of how much data was flowing into my computer regularly because of the speed difference. And it took it time to learn that it was normal. My computer was registering it as I was being DOSed, and it was shutting off my NIC. And I had to go in, I had to disable my NIC and re-enable my NIC like multiple times a day. And after a couple weeks, it finally subsided and it stopped doing it. But I just want to pre-warn you, it's a possibility. Yeah, it's a possibility, it could happen. I just want to pre-warn you. I had a huge problem with that when I switched to this internet. It was wild. That shit fucked me up for a while, and it finally subsided. I don't know why. I don't know if my NIC finally just kind of recognized that it was normal going forward after I crashed for a couple weeks, or what changed, but it finally stopped doing it. Finally stopped shutting it off. That shit was annoying as hell. Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say, Brain, is like I had the decos in my old house, and the decos, obviously they get their internet via Wi-Fi from each one around it and so on. So it's like it's got really high strength, and then they had RJ45 jacks on them, so you could hardwire into them. But it's technically still wireless, but it's a stronger wireless than you would get alternatively, and then you could hardwire into them. So it helped out a little bit. But that's like the only way you could really do it without actually running cables through the ceiling, through the walls, putting the jacks in, having the RJ45 jack actual rack of all the cables coming in and plugging into the rack so they can convert to a port on the other side, and then having the switch in place with your modem so you can actually run the modem to the switch and then the switch to the ports. Like, that's a lot of extra work because, like I said, like most houses weren't designed with this in mind. So the cable where your modem usually comes into the wall is usually in some random room of the house where there's no closet. So you'd have to run your modem to a specific room of the house in order to do that. Or, RJ45 cable, you have to run from the modem all the way to the closet where you want all the other cables. It's just a lot of extra work to accomplish. But, if it's something you've always wanted, it's doable. It's not cheap because you do have to rerun a bunch of cables, and then you have to run a whole bunch of new cables. And then you have to get everything all set up. And then the couple devices aren't too expensive. Like the Switch itself, you can probably buy a good one for like 100 to 150 bucks, depending on how many RJ45 jacks you need. You could probably buy a cheap one, like a cheap 10 porter or an 8 port for like 50 bucks. But like I bought a 25 port for my house because the fucking crazy thing about my house is these motherfuckers pre-wired my house to the utility closet. They plugged it all in, they put it into the switchboard and everything. They do not provide you with a switch to actually operate it, which is fucking wild. So they want you to run it right from the modem directly into the ports that you need to use for the house. But there's like 10 ports for the whole house, and the modems only have a max port, like most modems at least, only have a max port of 4. So you would only be able to technically do that for 4 ports of the house. So if you have more ports in the house that need internet, aka TVs, Alexas, consoles, computers, whatever the fuck it is, if you need more than 4 ports around the house, you have to provide your own switch. And I thought that was a really big cop out for the builders to not, like, they're going to pre-wire the house and they're going to put it all into the utility room, run it on one spot, but they're not going to actually give you a switch to go with it. Seemed really weird. Like if you're pre-wiring the house for 10 for 10 ports, they should give you a 10 port switch. Like, that simple. That just felt like a really bad cop out, and I was kind of annoyed about it, so I just bought my own. Oh, you're using hotspot on your phone? Oh, that's rough. Well, hopefully you have a limited hotspot. Exactly, Diablo 2, yeah. It's like they don't even have a like an import spot. So you have to use one of them for the input, and then you have to use the other three for outputs. It's like, bro, fuck you. Oh, it's coming out this summer? Thank you. Yeah, I had to look it up. I hadn't done that yet, but yeah, that's huge. I can't wait. I've been waiting on that because it's like right there at the fight scene, right when they're like the fights are about to kick off, like the big fights, and I'm like, yes, let's go. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, you probably won't use, what is it? That's like 5 terabytes of hotspot. I don't think you'll use that much, unless you're really going through some
Like a
internet. You
cup
know
of
what I
water?
mean?
'Cause you
Thanks
look
for the
thirsty as
hydrate.
fuck right now.
Wait, what? I don't know. I might be wrong on this, but I don't think an Ethernet cable can actually run 150 meters long in one go. I might be wrong on this. I don't remember the exact length. Okay, yeah. Okay. So according, I mean, maybe a Cat 6 cable. Maybe a Cat 6 cable. I don't know. But one cable without any boosters can only go up to 100 meters. It can go longer with boosters, but one cable from point A to point B. Yeah, I'm saying it could be Cat 6. Cat 6 is different. It's still 1 meter. It's still 100 meters. Now it can do speeds up to 1,000, but speeds are different than distance. Yeah, so according to this, exceeding 100 meters, you have to have a network switch or repeater should be added to boost the signal. I've run into this problem myself personally. I ran a cable that was like 110 feet and it had spotty internet. It kept dropping. Because the longer it goes, the weaker the signal, and the weaker the signal, the spottier the internet will be. So you want to keep it within a certain radius. Like they say within 90, I would recommend half. I would recommend 50 meters max. All right, Thor, I appreciate you. Well, I mean, it depends on how big the house is too, Diablo. Because you're saying meters, I'm thinking feet, right? Like my house is relatively big. I would say my house is like, I don't know, maybe 80 feet long and probably like 100 feet wide, which feet are different, right? Feet and meters. Um, Like I don't have a big house, but it's not a small house. And I feel like at that size, I think the cable would still work. Like I said, it's like 3.3 feet per meter or something like that. And I would say if my house is, let's say it's like 75 feet long and like 100 feet wide, we're looking at like what, 33 meters in the back, roughly. And then trying to do math. Like let's say the 25 meters on the side. So that's 50 plus 30. That's only like 80 meters around my like 3/4 of my house, basically, not counting the, like if I was to run it from like the one side of my house to the opposite side of my house, it would be like, it'd be less than 100 meters for me. Yeah, so I don't think it's gonna be over 100 meters. It's definitely a long cable, but I don't think it's 100 meters. Because like I said, if it was 100 meters, you would have really bad internet. And if it's bigger than that, you wouldn't get internet by the end of it. And if you did, it would be very spotty. Yeah, because if we're talking square meters, we're talking like one side versus, you know, one side times another side, right? Which that's the square meters of like the area of effect. I'm not talking about the area of the house. I'm just talking about like if we're looking at like, you know, like a floor plan, right? House, floor plans, right? I'm just gonna pull one up, right? Doesn't really matter what it is. So we're like looking at something like this, right? If you were running a cable from here on the outside of the house all the way down and all the way over and then all the way to here and then like through the wall, we're only counting the length, the width, and then the length to here. So the house might be, I don't know, 100 square meters, which is like 10 by 10. But if let's say it's 10 by 10, that means you're running from like here. Let's say it's halfway down. That's 5 meters this way, 10 meters this way. That's 15 meters. And then another 5 up. It's only 20 meters. Even though you're going all the way around the house, right? A long way. Or even like you went from here to this corner, but you went this way, right? That's 25 meters. That's not that long. In the grand scheme of things. As I'm not saying that your house is that small or whatever. I'm just throwing out a like, or big or what. I don't even know if 10 meter. I don't even know if a 10 by 10 meter is bad. Try ashes. I was thinking about it setting. Sorry, I'm really bad about keeping up with your guys' chat. If you're still here, resting. I've been torn on Ashes of Creation. I really have. I think my biggest gripe with it right now is it's basically an alpha. $40 to own the game is a reasonable price, but I don't really want to spend $40 on basically an alpha version of a game that eventually I will get more content with as time comes on, but I don't want to have to wait to play the content. I don't want to play it for like a couple days, get to max level, do a little bit of stuff, and then take a break from it, wait for them to release some more stuff, and then come back to it, and then drop it again, and then come back to it and drop it again. And eventually they full release, and then I got to pay for a membership to play it, just to play the rest of the game they finally gave me. I'm not into all of that. It's kind of turning me off to the idea of playing it, but there's a lot about Ashes that I really wanted to experience. Can I fucking stop chopping? Like I really like professions, and I think the profession system could be pretty cool, pretty interesting, and it looks right up my alley. The open world, I'm really digging the open world as well. But there's certain things about the game that are a little bit of a turnoff to me. So, and most of it is purely just the amount of content that's available for it right now as a quote unquote early access. And we've griped about this on other games, and we just talked about it in general for gaming in general, is I don't like gaming companies releasing games, calling it an early access, when it's not a true early access. Early access, by definition, is an alpha or a beta. It's not releasing my game in its entirety, labeling it as an early access while we're still polishing it so we can get the game out there to make money, while we leave it in early access for many months, many years, before we finally put it into a 1.0 status and finally say, oh, well, it's now fully released, but yet the difference between not fully released and fully released is like, oh, we fixed some bugs. Like, literally, like, Saturday it wasn't fully released, and on Sunday it was, and the only difference is they fixed a UI bug. It's like, that's just stupid. So the game has technically been in full release for many years or many months or whatever, but yet the difference between calling it early access and not calling it early access is just really dumb. And if you ask almost anybody that has played that game, at least most of the content creators and most of the stuff that I've seen, is the game is severely lacking in content, and they say it's years out from actually being full released. That it's more or less, it's considered to still be an alpha at this point with how little amount of content it has. So I don't see a reason to jump into it, putting a lot of effort into it. But I'm also very frugal with buying games and playing games that are like money incentivized, aka memberships and box prices. I'd almost rather play a free-to-play game that has pay-to-win aspects because I'm really cheap. So that's why one of the other reasons why I haven't tried it yet, is I don't want to spend $40 on a box price of a game and then, oh, well, now I gotta start paying a membership when it finally comes out, and then it's like, why don't I just play WoW at that point? It does look good though. I like the graphics. I think the combat's pretty nice. I like the archetype systems for the the builds. I like the profession system. I hope they actually go deeper into the profession systems and make them viable for more end game oriented stuff, and not just, hey, you make a best in slot item, you never have to make another one again unless you were trying to sell it to make money. I don't like that gameplay style. Kind of just pisses me off. So, and that's kind of like where I'm at with Ashes at this point. So I don't know if I'll play it or not. I would like to, but I don't think I will. Go, what up, Giggle? Oh God. You said 70A. Okay. I had no idea what I was gonna be looking at. Okay, she said from 70 to 70A. Oh, I see what you mean. So it's not just the size of the house, there's distance between the houses. Is that what you're saying? Got you. All AI. No, it's not AI content right now. Still playing the dying it? Yeah, Giggle. I want to complete some things that I've always wanted to complete in it before I throw it in the trash can. It's just like a completion thing for me personally. Like no other reason behind it other than I've always wanted to do certain things in this game, and I want to complete that before I just call it a day, before I like throw it away and I never think about it again. But yeah, I'd have to see it. I love this picture though. It's actually hilarious that you sent me this, because Diablo, I'm not gonna show it on stream, but I switched it to like terrain, so it shows like the trees and the fences and stuff like that. There's only one house. It's like the second one doesn't exist, even though there's like a plot for it. It says 70A. The only thing I see is what looks like a tiny little shack. It looks like an outhouse. Yeah. It's really funny. It looks kind of like a little outhouse. And I'm like, there's no way you live in an outhouse, bro. Just like, that's funny though. Yeah. But yeah, I can see that being a decent distance, but I still don't think it's 100 meters. even if you were to run it from the front of the house, across to the side, down the fence line to the back of the other house, I don't think that's still over 100 meters. You'd have to measure it, but I'm pretty confident it's not. Like, do you mind if I pull this over in a non, like, layout? Like, if it doesn't, as long as it doesn't show street signs or anything, do you mind if I just, like, pull it over and all you see is, like, the 2 squares? I'll keep it small so people don't see the squares or see any street signs or anything. Yeah, one house. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Well, what's going on, Giggle? How's life, man? You good? Okay. So what I was saying is like, so this is the front of the one house, right? Even if you were to run it from here all the way to like the fence line here and then run it down the back, I like without seeing like a measurement system, like this says 20 feet is like roughly 1 inch, right? So if we were to calculate that, it's basically saying like, I wish I could like grab this and move it, but it's saying that basically from like here to here, I would say from here to here is probably 40 feet. And I don't know if this is where it connects or if it goes further or if it's less, but we'll just say halfway through the house is roughly 40 feet, which I wish I could switch this to meters. But 40 feet is, hold on, feet to meters. It's like 3.3 per, so it's like 40 feet, right? It's like 12 meters, right? And then if we were to run it down the house, which is, this is roughly 20, I'm just guessing, right? There's another 20, so it's 60, 80, and then another one to here. That's another 100 feet, roughly. So if we did another 100, let's just add a 1 to this, so 140 feet. It's only a 50, it's less than 50 meters. If the math holds with this math indicator down here, saying that roughly 1 inch is equates to the 20 feet, and then 20 feet obviously like correlates to meters. I think you're good. I think it's less than 100. By far a lot less than 100. So I think it's fine. But I can definitely see why you would think it's way longer than it is. Because that cable's long as fuck, right? You're looking at it like, damn, that cable's fucking long, right? And you're like, damn, that distance is huge, but it's truly not as long as it may seem most of the time. Like I said, I've actually created 100-meter cable before, and that thing's fucking huge. It's heavy, and it's huge. Because when I worked, when I did a lot of IT work in the military and stuff, we made really long cables sometimes. And we didn't even like 100-meter cables because, like I said, you get diminishing returns past a certain point where like the internet gets less, like weaker and weaker. So you usually want to keep it below like 80. Like they say 90, but we were usually safe somewhere around 80, like 70 to 80. Because like it keeps decent strength at that point. Like obviously diminishing returns the further it goes past a certain point. Like it has like max strength to a certain point and then it starts to fall off. So that's why I usually say don't try and go past 50 meters. Like, because you'll keep I don't know where the max strength finally starts to fall off. Like hypothetically speaking, but ideally you want it shorter than longer. Yeah, you just get this really big spool of cable and you just start walking. You're like, I'll get there one day. It's just like, it takes fucking forever. Yeah. Good old days, man. But at least he did it as a Cat 6 though. Like, because at least it's got capability for expansion. Like there's not much difference between Cat 5 and Cat 6, but Cat 6 is the more advanced version. The only difference is like, did you get Cat 5 or Cat 6 or Cat 6E? Like that's the only other difference that could have been, because Cat 6E is a slightly better version than Cat 6. But yeah, that's at least they went that extra mile and did the Cat 6 instead of the Cat 5. It's a little, price wise it's not much different, but it is the higher graded version because it's the newer quote unquote version, which allows for expandabilities when they start doing IPv6 instead of IPv4. Technically IPv4 is mostly standard and it's probably almost never going to change, but there are some things that do IPv6, and Cat 5 can do it. Cat 6 does it better, from at least my understanding. I could be completely wrong in that as well. It's been a long time since I've been in school, so. Well, what you been up to, Giggle? How's life been? Appreciate you stopping by. I saw you in G's chat the other night, Giggle. You said something about the tome score or something. And G's like, get your bitch ass, fuck ass, punk ass out of here with your tone bullshit. Like, I thought it was pretty funny where he was like, it was like rude but not rude, you know? It was like him being funny. I thought that shit was funny. Oh, but Topher, I made the comment earlier. I don't know if you heard me on that guide you sent me. Did you see that the videos that they linked in there? They're like, oh, if you want some good guides, here's a bunch of good guides, and like he was linking like specific people's videos for specific portions of the game and stuff. And I was actually shocked. I mean, I guess shocked is the wrong word, but I was kind of, I didn't expect it, I guess is the right word. That he didn't just put the videos of like the big people, you know, gig or of like G and some of the other bigger, you know, community-based guide makers and stuff. But he also put Llama in there, and I was like, yo, Llama got some pull now. Look at this. I haven't seen Llama in a long time. I don't know if I just chased him off because he doesn't like my content, but I know he had a lot going on, and he was like kind of stepped away for a while for personal reasons, and then he kind of was trying to get back into it, but I don't know how well he was able to do it. But yeah, that's what I was saying. He doesn't really stream anymore. I don't know if he even makes YouTube content all that much more. But this guy, he made a like an overall guide to guides on Reddit, and he actually linked a bunch of G videos and some of the other guys. But he also put like llamas in there, and I was, you know, I was like, kudos, man, kudos. He didn't just stick to like the mainstream couple, 2 or 3 guys. He actually, you know, because Llama made some pretty good videos for Worlds 1 through 3, you know, a lot of good content. I think he explained everything very well. He did a very good job of doing it. And I would say G and them did a great job as well, but at the same time, G's and them are a little older. I don't know how recent they've redone them with all the new changes. So maybe he picked Llamas because it was the most current. I don't know. But I don't know, I wanted to give the guy a pat on the back for being nice enough to, you know, throw out some people that might not have as big of a community or a big of a sub following or something like that, or as many videos and stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen him playing. Like he quit Eidolon a while back because he was just fed up with the pay to win bullshit and like the modifications and the updates that were coming out. He just said it was fucking horseshit. It was dumb. He didn't agree with anything that Lava was doing, and he just didn't like it, so he quit. Jesus, wait, why are you trashing them once you get to Dreadleo and Godchart? Is it because they give you so much more EXP, and it's worth, like, waiting the timeout? Like, using a ton of eggs to get to Dreadleo is like more XP than just like scrapping them at a, like a lower, like, you know, void or something. Interesting. Didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Well, I figured the pet power was definitely worth it, but he was saying he was just scrapping them. So that's why I was like curious if like using the extra eggs just to get to the higher rank was worth more XP than just killing him at a lower rank and having more claims. Like more claims at lesser rank versus less claims at like higher ranks. I was just kind of curious. That's kind of interesting. Oh man. But yeah, I figured the power was worth it for sure if you want to like grow your power more, which at the same time, like I feel like the only reason you would ever need to grow your power at this point is if you're trying to get salts faster for like the high tier salts. Just so you can grow your kitchen speed more, I guess, or something. The only thing I could think of. But you know, who am I to say anything? I'm fucking dumb. Yeah, what did I say? Salt? Yeah, spices, salt, whatever. Both start with an S. Both of them sprinkle on top of food, you know, it's fine. I need to get water in a second here. Okay, so I think, oh man, I really wanted to switch to Eidolon here at the end here, but I'm so close to hitting 200. But I think what we'll do is we'll finish this iron run, and then we'll finish getting 200 tomorrow, because we're close. We're really close. I think we're a third of a level away. Yeah, we're about a third of a level away, almost a quarter of a level away. I'd have to do the math because I don't think I need to do 2 iron runs to get a full level. So I think what we'll do tomorrow is we'll look at the amount of XP needed versus the amount of XP we make per item, and we'll do a quick math to see how much materials we need, and then we'll just farm the materials we need to hit the level, and then I think that'll be a tomorrow thing. So let us just finish this up, and then we'll switch to Eidolon, get our Omniprocs done and stuff. Oh yeah, that's kind of nice. Yeah, so you put it like right in the back there, right up against the fence line. That's pretty sick. And then you just rent out the front part. Bro, I mean, it's a big enough backyard to do that for sure. Like from where you're taking the picture, I'm assuming is right where the other house is. That's a nice, pretty decent big backyard where you can make that happen. I just wouldn't have thought about doing something like that. Because like I know at least where we live, I don't know how acceptable like permits wise it is to put a second house like that on these plots, because I think it needs to have so much distance from the fence line, it has to have so much distance from the other property, and there's a bunch of other things like criteria to hit. I feel like the property sizes aren't big enough to actually put a second house like that in the same like plot, you know, because I think they make the plot so small or put the house so dead center that it prevents you from being able to do that, at least, you know, in the areas we live. So that's kind of interesting you were able to do that. Yeah, but then you can rent, like you said, you can rent out the front house and you can make money off of that. And you're still paying, I mean, you pay a little bit higher more in, what do you call it? Depending if you took a loan out to do that, right? Or if you just did it out of pocket. But let's say you did it out of pocket. The only thing that would increase on that lot would be your taxes, because now the house is worth more, right? Yeah, because like, let's say you bought the house originally and you bought it with a mortgage, right? And then you added this on after the fact, but you didn't take out more loan to do it. You still have a mortgage of 200K because that's what you took the mortgage out on the original house. And then you added this other part, so now you could rent out the house you have the mortgage on, and the other one there's no mortgage because you just built it. But your taxes do go up because the property is worth more with the second house, in theory. But you can rent it out and you can like basically just live there for free. It's kind of a genius idea. And the fact that you're leeching like internet from the main house is kind of hilarious. Yeah, I mean, prices of properties are always going up. Like, if you ever think about it, it's like, if you ever want to invest your money into like pretty much anything, I feel like the best return on your investment is property. Like, yeah, you can invest in CDs, you can invest in like stocks and, you know, those types of things, or you can give it to somebody to invest into like trading and stuff like that to like make a return on your investment regularly and stuff like that. But I feel like houses, bro, if you buy a house 10 years later, it's like way more expensive than it was. Like, you make more money in those 10 years just of selling that house that you bought for cheaper than you would have of investing in it anywhere else. Yeah, and like I said, you have to obviously sell it at the right time, right? There's buyers markets and sellers markets, so the bubbles go up and down and they're always fluctuating. So I could definitely see, like, yeah, 1 year it might be worth it. Like my house, right? I actually sold mine at like a perfect prime point, because the way it worked where I lived is you could only sell, like, if you're not married, right? You can only sell, okay, so how do I word this? If you sell a house for more than you bought it for, you don't have to pay taxes as long as it's under a certain amount of profit, right? So let's say you bought a house for $100,000 and you sold it for $300,000. That's $200,000 in profit that you made from selling that house. Now, if you're unmarried, you can make up to $250,000 profit off a house without having to pay taxes on the profits, right? I think as long as you reinvest it into the next house or something like that. Like, there's some criteria that goes into it as well. But if you're married, it can go up to $500,000. I sold my house for exactly $249,000 more than I bought it for. I only lived there for like 3 years, I think. 3 or 4 years. But if I would have sold it a month earlier, it would have sold for like almost 350,000 over, maybe 400,000 over what I bought it for. If I would have just sold it a month sooner, which is crazy. But if that would have happened, in order to get all my money and not have to pay taxes on it, I would have had to have married my wife, right? Because she's my wife, but we don't have the paperwork to say it, right? Because it actually saves us money to not be paperly married, just common law married, if that makes any sense. In every shape, form that she is my wife, but I do not have a piece of paper tying her to me. It sounds so wrong if you think about marriage, that you actually have a piece of paper that like says you are this person's property almost. It's so weird. Like, it has to be outdated, bro. So when you say second house, like, what if you bought a house and you sold it and then you bought a second house and then still you only have one house, right? And then you sold that one and then you bought a third house, but it's still you only have one house. Does that still hold because you have one property? Or is it only, like, since it is your third property? Okay, so as long as you only have, yeah, so here we have what's called homesteading. And you can have as many houses as you want, but you can only homestead one of your houses. The house that you currently live in for a certain amount of time, right? But yeah, you have to pay property tax on every property you own, even if it's homesteaded or not. Gotcha. So if you own the house for less than 10 years, you have to pay taxes on whatever you make on it. Interesting. So basically you have to buy a property and then You have to wait 10 years to sell it. That's kind of wild. Yeah, the way I look at it is like, if I wanted to invest my money into anything particular, I would buy a house and it would just be a rental property. And yes, rental properties come with headaches, they come with problems, they come with issues, and they kind of are a money pit. But as long as you maintain the maintenance and you have good tenants and you have people that are regularly like managing the property and stuff, as long as the house is paid off, you make good money from it, right? And if you're making good money from it, right, there's no reason to get rid of it. And if you have a couple properties that are bringing in a couple $1,000s a month profits, you know, that's pretty nice. And then obviously you need a lump sum to be able to like repair like AC units that need to be repaired, or any other repairs for the house that need to be taken care of from your end, and so on and so forth. So you need to have money stocked away for issues that come up. But I feel like as long as you don't have shit tenants and you are like, you know, making sure that maintenance is getting done as regularly as needed, and people are, you know, managing the property properly and walking through it and making sure there's no issues with tenants and stuff like that, I feel like as long as all that's like squared away and doing things properly, you can maintain pretty decent profits. And then at the end of it all, you have these properties that you bought for X amount, and like 10, 15, 20 years later, like you have these properties that have gained value over the years, and you've made profit off of them over these years. And now if you wanted to sell them, you have huge amounts of like liquid assets that you could like seize whenever you needed to. Even though yes, you'd have to pay property taxes on, you'd have to pay property taxes every year, but you'd also have to pay taxes on the money you sold it for sure. But at the same time, like, you're still gonna make a massive profit off of it, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, like, property flipping has always been a lucrative business. It's just hard to do it properly, right? Obviously, there's a lot of like nuances that go into buying the right house, right? Putting the right amount of like investment into it to be able to still make a profit. Because if you don't do the right improvements, you don't do the right enhancements, right, you're gonna lose money. If you don't buy it on the right street or in the right time period, right, you might be sitting on that house for quite a while, right? So it's like there's timing issues, there's quality issues, there's quantity issues, there's like how many other houses are available for like the same rough price, like what competition do you have? There's a lot that goes into it. But if you can nail it, you can make massive money. That's why they have all these like flipper flop shows where it's like all these house flipping shows where these people come in, they buy a rundown piece of shit for like 200K, they put like 150K into it, turn around, sell it for 500K, and then they're like, oh yeah, we made 200K profit. It's like, yeah, but how much of that profit did you pay in property taxes? Did you pay in you know, taxes in general, or that you had to pay in fines or fees or anything like that? Some of the shows show some of it, but that 200K profit is dwindled by all the other fines and fees and regulations and things that go into it. Because if it sits for 6 months, that's 6 months of payments you have to make on it, right? And then eventually you have all the closing fees and stuff like that. You have all the inspector fees and whatever else that needs to get done. And it's just, yeah, it just really depends if you get a good one or a bad one. Like sometimes you'll get like no profit, sometimes you'll get a shit ton. Yo, I want to say Galahad for some reason. Hopefully I can just call you Galahad and you'll be happy with that. I appreciate the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're, you know, sticking around and having a good time. We're about to switch games here, Gal. I usually like to end off the stream with a little bit of Eidolon. So we usually end at about 5 a.m. It's 4:23 a.m. right now. So we got about 35 minutes to do a little bit of Eidolon and a little bit of yapping. We can talk about this game. We can talk about any game. Just because I'm not playing this game doesn't mean we won't talk about it. I just like to wind out the night with Eidolon because it's a lot less stressful. I can just yap. I don't have to pay that much attention. Like, granted, I'm doing that anyway because I'm literally not paying attention to this game and I'm on autopilot at this point. But I just wanted to give you the heads up that we are going to be switching games here. Tomorrow when we come back, we are going to finish off the 200 grind on this. So we'll finish off this. And then once we hit 200 on the engineering, we will be able to finally hit the this. Finally be able to do this, which gives us 28 crafts of this, which is going to be huge. 58k each. Plus I get some bonus XPs and some first time crafts and stuff like that. So we get this. This is going to be huge. With 58k each, we get 28 crafts of this, and we can go farm this at cave as long as we want. So this should be able to push us to 250 relatively easy. And then we can make our best in slot tools, or at least close to best in slot, because my problem is I need to still work on these things, right? I haven't finished doing this. So I can start making the daily crafts, right? So this is only like 160, I think. Yeah, 165. So even if we took advantage of doing this, put up over, and this, we're still at 165. We need to get it all the way down to 250. Because this is a cooldown per day, right? I need to craft these pretty much daily. And then we need to make these daily as well. So we gotta get down to at least this one, if not this one. But we gotta get to 250 as soon as we can, so we can start pumping these out. I think once we get to 200 engineering, I think I'm gonna focus on getting my wood crafting, smelting. Smelting's 180, and I think we'll get the other two done as well. I do have a bunch of wood that we could craft up, but we're gonna have to do some chest runs because we're gonna need a bunch of sandpaper. We're gonna need a bunch of flux. We're gonna need a bunch because in order to juice this up to 250, I have to craft a shit ton of high tier stuff, which I need anyway because to make this I need ironwood planks, right? And I need high tier stuff, which is fine. And then I need to farm this out, which I mean I have some, but I need ironwood planks for these so I can make these. So I need ironwood planks for this, ironwood planks for this, and then I need this. So I need to farm a whole ton of ironwood and weirdwood and promote those up so we can do daily crafts for this. Same thing for this one. We need a whole ton of orichalcum and mithril, so we can do the same thing. Because we need the mithril, we need the osmodium, and the osmodium takes, more orichalcum. So once again, we need to sit down and do a handful of that. We gotta push all those to 250. So we're gonna go do a bunch of big higher tier material farms, but I need to go and get some chest runs in because we're almost out of flux. Let's double check. So we only have 800 sandpaper, and I haven't really used all that much sandpaper. And then we only have 300 flux. So I need to start doing our hourly chest runs so we can start working on what's it called? Our reagents, and so we can work towards furnishing items. But I really need to get a luck set. I have a starter luck set, but it's not great. So we got this dog water helmet, this chest piece that doesn't have anything, this kind of dog, like most of my gear is like really dog water, but at least it has luck on it, and so it's like kind of like a starter set for us. But I think we got a luck ring, we got a luck amulet, we got a luck earring, we got some luck about here. We just basically need a luck piece here
right now,
and then we'll be good to go. Thanks for hydrating. Actually, I don't have any water. Let me go get some really quick. I didn't fully fill it up, but it's good enough for the rest of the stream. The evil box of hell? Wait, what? What are we talking about, Topher? But yeah, that's all the work we need to start getting done. Like I said, I need to get those to 250 so I can start pumping out daily crafts. Because without the daily crafts, I'm going to be struggling for making best in slot gear, right? Because this requires like 10, 2, and 1 just to make the knife. I need 10 of these. That's going to take a while. All right, and then this will take 10, 15, 15, right? So that's 30, that's 50 bars we need. And if I want to make the fishing pole, it's another 15 of the wood plus 3, 6, 9, or 3, 6, and it's like 25 wood and a handful of like leathers and stuff. So like I said, it's a lot. I gotta get all 4 of them 250. I gotta max them all out. I gotta make 5 weapon matrices. I gotta go farm some golden scarabs, and then we can make these 5 tools best in slot, best as we can make best in slot. I'll be happy with those. We won't look back at them, and we'll be, you know, pretty ecstatic with what we get out of that. Pretty interesting. You can make this though, artisan's pickaxe. I haven't seen this. So it's EXP, resources, haste, and luck. Not a huge fan of that, but it's kind of cool. What is this use? Oh, matrix crafting. Okay. So it's not in this one. Maybe. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I have to figure out how to make an enhanced handle, honing acid or whatever. But yeah, these are kind of interesting. Knowing you can do like pickaxes and these. I'm not a huge fan of like, so you get yield and luck. But I don't like, the discipline's okay, but I feel like it's just an additive. Like having alacrity kind of just pisses me off. So I'd rather, if it was me, I'd rather have yield, efficiency, luck, like force these 3. And then as a 4th perk, having the discipline would be fine. Problem is you can only force 3. And then, you know, you do, here's what I don't understand. At 605 gear score, you can have 5 perks. But at 635, it goes down to 4 perks. So I don't understand why it goes down. It doesn't make sense. But either way, like, yeah, that's 650 gear score. To push 700, I need the armor, I need the trophies, I need the food, and probably the city buff. Push this to 700, and then we can make this. Like I said, we can force the 3 that we want, and then we're hoping for a 4th one of being moats. What we're shooting for. If we don't get it, we don't get it. But like I said, I need to focus. Once we hit 200 in engineering, I'll use all my books, and I'll push it to 205. I'll make me a starter set of tools. Make the starter set of tools right here. Just to get us to mithril for the extra stuff, and then we'll work towards pushing all of our refinery skills and stuff. Trade skills, these ones here. Get all of these except for stone cutting to max. We'll get them all to 250 so we can actually start doing our daily crafts, and then we'll work on finishing engineering, and then we'll work on weapon and armor smithing next, and then probably jewel crafting next after that. These ones will be kind of just done later. These will get done at the same time. Fishing we'll have to do before furnishing, but at this point, once we have these 4 done, it's mostly about running chest runs to get our materials, and then leveling up furnishing as we get to that point. So furnishing is going to be the last thing we level, because I don't really need the trophies to be happy, but I'm going to make the trophies to finish up the character, right? That's the last thing we're putting in place, is going to be the 6 ultimate trophies, unless we can make a couple extras, depending on how lucky we get with our chest runs. Anyway, let's log off of here, guys, and like I said, we'll switch over to Eidolon for the last like 30-ish minutes of the stream, and then we'll call it a night. Is what it is. I had a blast. Like I said, we'll keep playing, obviously, but we're going to be playing something else for a bit. Let's click a bunch of buttons. Okay, I will, Tover. Yeah, you said free and check the evil box of hell. I didn't know what you meant by that. Why didn't this click? Okay. Let's just do these and then we'll hold on to the rest of this and we'll deal with this tomorrow. Okay. Let us check Minecraft real quick. And like I said, we're going to just jump into Eidolon after. That's mostly just going to be yapping and doing our Omni procs. This is what we're talking about? Ooh. Yes, please. Hold on. I don't know. We'll see in a second. I didn't do the actual math. Hell yeah. Okay. So we should be good. All right. What does I need for this again? Yeah. Okay. What's the next one? It's squash. Yeah. So it takes a crappie and then takes 128 squash. Yeah. Okay. So we're currently at 391 accessories power, and we're almost full. We're almost full, bro. Wait, do I have a bunch of squash? Wait, do I? Oh yeah. Yeah, you got 5 squash I can get. I didn't even realize. Yeah, we're 394 now with that. I didn't realize I had so much squash. That's crazy. Oh, you know why, Topher? Because when I had the other outfit on, I was farming for crappies with the other outfit, not realizing that I needed the lower tier one to make it. All right, what's the next one after squash? Is that shit? What is that one called? That's what I thought. I thought it was fermento. I thought it was fermento. Okay. Condensed fermento? So it's 9 per. And you need 8 of them. So 9 times 8, yeah, so 72. Okay, it's not too bad. Do you need the armor? Wait, do I not have it? Oh, I don't have it. Oh, I thought I had it. Oh, my bad. I guess I just... Wait, where's my crappie piece? Oh, I was using boots. Wait, I was using the rancher boots. Oh, so I never made the full set. So with the new update, we don't need rancher boots anymore, right? Isn't there an item? Yeah, there's an item you can make that sets it per plot, right? Okay. So I can get rid of the rancher boots and I just have to make a pair of melon boots so I can upgrade to crappie. But like we should leave the melon set like to the side. Like keep a set of melon, keep a set of crappie off to the side in like the farming box. And then we'll do that. You're gonna leave your melon set to the side. Do you have boots? Because I'll take the boots. Like it doesn't need to be a full melon set. Like someone can make a melon. I'm gonna take your boots if you have boots, because I need a crappie pair. I'm taking those. Because I need a pair for my crappie set, because I don't have a crappie pair of boots. Right, I'm gonna put my rancher boots in there. Oh. What was that? I was just, since we have a set of melon, I wasn't gonna keep my melon, right? Like I was gonna upgrade this to crappie, right? Like the whole set to crappie. So we had a full set of melon and a full set of crappie. If we ever needed to farm the lower tier stuff, we just had the sets. That's what I was gonna do, Tover. So I'm gonna just take these boots and we'll just leave them in here. So we have a full melon set. I'm gonna upgrade one to crappie. Or my gear's gonna go to crappie. These will go to crappie. And then I can farm. We can turn this into crappie, right? And then we'll just have. Actually, this will go to crappie. This will be like a starter piece if you ever need to do it or whatever. Like maybe we make one more piece of melon. But we have full melon, full crappie, and then we just have fermento on us. We don't need a second set of fermento for people. They can make their own. That's my thought. Anyway, I gotta deal with stuff. Oh, is there a higher tier? Okay. Well, I don't think we really need to make every tier. I was just, since we had extra because we were farming the lower tiers, I'd rather have one of each set. So we don't have to worry about people needing to go down. Because doesn't the highest tier set allow you to get all of them now? I don't remember. I could be wrong. All right. What is this? Okay, so 391 should push us. Yeah, 396. We're almost 400 magic power. It's pretty nice. But I need money so I can increase my bag size. Because now I can only hold 2 more. I'm currently working on upgrading this one and upgrading this one. I don't know. I think it's 1.5 mil per purchase. Last I looked. We have some money, but I don't need it right this second until I start picking up a few more things. This is what I wanted to ask you last time I was on, but I don't think you were around. When I talked to this guy, he tells me my current unlocks. So redstone collection is 57 slots. My redstone miner is +4, and my Elizabeth is only +6. I can buy 2 slots for 1.5 mil at a time. I think it gets it more expensive the more I upgrade, but I don't need it yet. I still have 2 open slots, so once I fill them, I'll spend some money. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It goes up each time. I think it has a cap or something, but it does go up. I just don't know if these, like the redstone miner +4 is correct, or if I missed one. And I know Elizabeth is probably lower than it should be, but that's just because I haven't spent any real money to fix it. Oh. I don't know if that's enough. That gives me 6. I think I need 2 more. I think I need 2 more to finish it. Yeah. I have 1 in my bag, and then I have these 6. So I need 1 more. So I need 1 more. Because that's 6, and then I have 1 in my bag. That's 7. Hey, how'd you get one? Did you have an extra, or did you take the one out of your thing? Yeah, I can go get a bunch of these anytime I want. I just hadn't sat down to do it yet. Because to go to the next one, it's gonna take a little bit of farming. Because the next one is 8 of those, or 9 of those, right? So I have one, I have 8 more of these to make. Which is 8 each. So that's another 64 of them I need to make. So I need to make a full fucking stack of them. 72 total, yeah. But 64 to make it from here. So not a big deal. We can fix that. But that might be enough to push us to Alright, we need to I'm gonna move this one down as well, and this one. Because these are the ones I'm gonna be upgrading. So yeah, puts us 398. We're almost there. Yeah, I just gotta go fight some more things, and I gotta deal with. I was killing things for Glaciite jewels last night, and now I have a bunch of fucking gems on me. They're making good progress. What is this? Oh, is that to go on my gear? I'm gonna do that another day. I just want to go play RuneScape. I mean, I want to go play Minecraft or fucking Eidolon. I'll do it later. Yeah, I want to make the Fermento gear. Yeah, RuneScape, bro. I forgot. Let me turn on some RuneScape music for the last like 15 minutes of stream. Anyway, yeah, so we're almost done with this grind. We're at almost 1.4. The talent allows us to go to 1.47. So we're almost done with this. Pretty happy about that. So let us clear all this out. Oh man. These upgrade things are so annoying. Honestly, I don't even know what to spend my stuff on. Okay. Uh, okay. And boom. Did I fail? All right. We gotta wait a couple days to get another try. I also don't feel like dealing with gaming. As you can tell, I just have a bunch of chemicals I just don't feel like dealing with. Oh yeah, I want to mess the item planner for sure. I think we're gonna skip gaming. I honestly just not in the mood to deal with gaming. Oh. All right. Wait, what? That was 30 something hours, and I didn't get a full meat stock. Huh? Huh? That was 38 hours. Was that not 30 hours? Did I read that wrong? Oh, interesting. Kind of annoyed about that. I mean, can someone go back in the VOD? Oh, but can you go back and see how many hours it was? Pretty sure it said 30 hours. Kind of frustrating. Wait, what? You have to be a sub to go back in the VOD? Let's win. Oh, I'm doing it right now. You don't have to technically, Tover. There's the rewind feature, and then there's the other way to do it. There's the old way to do it, which is the way I'm doing it right now. All right, let's look. All right, so I rerolled my dice. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's 31 hours, 17 minutes, and 24 seconds. Yeah, technically you guys can go back in the VOD, but it's a little bit more tedious because you have to actually go into my you have to click on my guy, you have to go to like my VODs or like recent broadcasts or whatever, you got to click on it, and since I'm still live, it counts as my recent broadcasts, but it you can actually go to it via that. Huh? Why can't I chat? What? Why can't I chat? What the hell's going on here? What the shit? Go back live. Alright, guys. Okay. Here you go. So there's the clip. So yeah, in order to do it, you'd have to like go, you have to click on my channel name, and you'd have to go to like, you know, past recordings or whatever, or even in the home section it says recent broadcast. You click on the one that I'm currently doing, and it allows you to like check that VOD that way. Anyway, so yeah, 31 hours. And it didn't give me a max thing. But yeah, the rewind feature specifically is, yeah, like you guys said. So I'm wondering if every time you get a meat, it increases the amount of time you need for the next one. Or I wonder if like the amount of time it takes you to click on a meat, right? So let's say it takes you 5 hours to click on the first meat. If you don't go longer than 5 hours for the second meat, you don't get max, right? Because the last one I clicked on was 48 hours. And then this one I clicked on was 31 hours and I didn't get max. But the last one I got max at 48 hours. The one before that was like 24 hours. And the one before that was like 8 hours. right? So my first one I clicked on was roughly an 8-hour click. And then the second one I clicked on, like I said, was a 24-hour click. Yeah, you have 4 different meats. You got so much meat over. Look at all that meat, baby. That meat. Yummy. Likes that meat. All right. Anyway, so I wonder if the time spent is correlated to the previous time, right? So whatever the longest time you waited is now your new max where you have to wait for. I wonder if that's how it works. That's dumb. Either that or for each one that you've claimed, it increases the amount you need for the next one, which kind of correlates to, well, if this one I took 8 hours for this one, it needs to take me more than 8 hours for the next one. So that would kind of make sense as well. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. I need to figure out what bubble level I need to hit 3 times multiplier on the specific bubble, and I never remember how to go and check that, but it is this one right here. To get to a +3, I don't know what bubble level that is. Bro, plus 3 times, 3 times, 3 times, 2 times, 3 times, 2 times, 3 times, 3 times, 3 times. What the fuck, dude? That's so many. I think I'm getting close to 2.99, but supposedly +3 is the hard cap. I don't know how many bubble levels that is. Like, is it 15,000? Is it 20,000? Yeah, that's so many fish, bro. All right. So we finally max leveled this. So thread is now done. We're almost done with nails. And then we are almost done with red salt. Super stoked about that. We've been slowly working on leveling this up. And then we're going to be working on orange salts next. And then we're kind of at this point right here where we have orange salts, pink salts, and then we'll max this one out soon because I think we should probably be claiming our warship soon here. I think I'll focus on maxing this out so I can move on from that. And then we'll be right here, which is another warship weight. But then at that point, we have 2 lucky drops or rare drops that are really hard to farm out. And then we're waiting on this still. This is going to be an eternity to finish. And then we got more salts. And then we're kind of at world like 6, 7. So we're getting there. We're getting pretty close. Once we're finished unlocking all of world 7, I think we'll sit down. We'll farm out some pages to try and level up these vials. We'll sit down and farm out some mob mats and regular mats. So we'll probably finish out these 3 here. And then we'll finish out the pages for both pages. And then I think we'll take mob prints on the V-Man, most likely, if we can possibly manage it. Push to World 7 with the V-Man and get the 2 mob prints. That'd be kind of nice. I don't know if I'll be able to actually get to the last mob. I don't know if it's possible on my V-Man. And, like, I really don't. But we might just have to manually farm it. I don't know. Sit all our characters there and just get all the materials and manually farm it. Wait, who said 67? Wait, what? 6? I don't know what's that? Anyway, so that's kind of like what we're sitting at. Yeah, I'll check it out just 1 second. I just wanted to clear out my daily clicks and stuff, and then I'll pull it up. I'm not gonna go through all my Omni procs. I just want to clear out all this really quick. All right. So you said idle on toolbox. Is it under tools? Item planner? Armor? Oh, okay. I don't fucking know. We want. Oh yeah, it's God shard, right? So I don't know how many weapons I need. Because I'm not going to do the mittens because those are expensive. But I think I have one of these. But I need 4 total. So I need like 3 of these. I don't think I have any bows. And I don't think I have any of these. So does that equal 100? Or does that equal 10? So 3, 6, 7, 8. And then I have a 1, so that's 9. And then I have the V-Man, which is 10. Okay, so that's roughly everything we need. How do I select include equipped items? There we go. Did I do something wrong here? Oh, okay. This is what I need materials wise, right? So it looks like I have enough of these. I have enough of these. So it looks like I have everything but the hamsters. Interesting. That's not a lot of copper though, is it? Oh wait, that is a lot of copper. Because that's okay, never mind. So we need a little bit more golden twine, which is fine because we have to farm that area anyway. So not too bad. Bars, we're off. Yeah, we need to put Starfire bars back in. I might do that. That shouldn't take too long, but we have all of this. And then I'm assuming this is kind of negligible. I don't need 10 of these actually. I need 1 less of the full set actually. If one person is wearing the full set. So it's roughly this. But what's weird is like it says I need 9 of these, but I don't need 9 of these because one guy has a Marby helmet. And then one guy has a kettle helmet. I feel like this is odd, to say the least. Unless it's just saying I have 5 of these. So 5, 6, 7. This seems a little off. Everybody has troll armor. Unless I took it off temporarily. I don't know. But we have all of this. We have all of this. We have all of this. We need souls. This is the one thing that was holding me back for the Marby gear, I'm pretty sure. All this is done. All of this is now done. And then yeah, we have 3 of these, we have 2 of these, we have 1 of these, interesting enough. So I guess I have 1 extra bow that I don't need. So we're doing fine there. So it looks like the only thing that we're lacking Yeah, I don't understand this. It says we're missing a weapon. I don't think we're missing a weapon. Because, oh, it's because I have 2 of these. That's why. Okay. Hold on. I didn't realize I had 2 of those. Okay. That fixes the weapons. The weapons seem fine. Like I said, the only thing we're not really missing anything for the weapons. For the pants, we're missing these. Once again, like, this doesn't make sense either. Like, okay, so we look at the pants. It says we have 6, 7, 8. Where's the last piece? So we have, oh, it's because of this guy. Okay, so we need 1 less armor. I forgot he has a higher armor. Okay, hold on. Fix this again. So we need only 8 pieces. 8. Okay, that should fix some things. We need less of this. Okay. Still helmets aren't adding up. So we have 1, 2, 3. Oh, he has, okay. Um, okay. Hold on, you gotta fix that too. Okay, so we need 1 less helmet, chest, and feet. Okay. Helmets are still off. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So why isn't this? Oh, because they're not a 7 out of 7. Is that why? This is a 2 out of 2, 3 out of 3. Like, okay. So okay. All right, mate. I appreciate you. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Sorry it took me a hot minute, but I appreciate you. Take it easy. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. And yeah, see you. Bye bye. Thank you. All right, so I think we're doing good though. Like I said, weapons wise, we're good. I don't have the staffs in here, but weapons wise, we're good. Boots wise, I guess we need a bunch of clogs for something. I don't know why we need a bunch of clogs. I don't know what those are used for. Um, but we have 6 of these and 1 of these, so I think we're fine for this. I don't know why the clogs would be a thing. But I think the shoes were good. Pants were good. We just need this. And then we're good here, we're good here, we're good here. We need bars. So it looks like we just need bars, hampers, and soles. And we could full craft God gear across the board. That's not too bad. Alright. Let us quickly do our Omniprocs, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here. I gotta run some errands with the wife today. She wants to go run to I think Sam's Club today and Target. Go pick some stuff up that are on sale. Oh. So what does the field for Sun and Moon do for us, Cover? Like I haven't really looked at the new stuff in farming. I just know that there's a few things that I saw on there that was like, "Ooh, that's kind of nice, kind of helpful." I'm assuming one helps us in the night and one helps us during the day. Yeah, so but now it's like it works for everything, right? But does it only work at night? Or is that like 24/7? And then on top of that, do you have to have the flowers in place for it to work? Or like I said, I'm lost in the whole situation. Yo, we got the last one. Okay, so we can finally move off this fucking island. Let's go. Island is done. Island is done. We can move to this island. Okay, let's go. Okay, so back to my original question then. So you have the sun and the moon flowers down. For that enchant to work, do the flowers need to be placed in the garden somewhere? And like, do you need to have X amount of them for it to work, or does the enchant do better with the more flowers it has in the garden? And you said you can change it from day to night. I don't know how you do that either, but so they need to be on the plot that you're currently working on. I guess I have to see it because the explanation is just over my head. I know typing this late at night is hard. It's not making sense. Did you say they need to be on the plot? I'm assuming the plot that you're farming on has to have the flowers on it for it to work, and you have to set it to either day or night, whatever you're currently doing, to get the bonus. So it takes, like, does it just need one flower? Can you just plant one tiny little itsy bitsy flower on the like on the plot with the melons and everything else? Yeah, moon is night, sun is day. I got that part. Yeah, I get that part. Like if you're gonna be farming at night, you know, blah. If you're gonna be farming at a day, blah, whatever. I don't know how easy it is to swap it, but oh wait, can't you just set the time like permanently? Oh, I forgot about that. So I forgot all about that part. Yeah, okay. So you just set it to a specific. Okay, so you don't need to technically have both sun and moon then, right? You can just do one of them. Okay, so here's my question: if we made a wheat plot, how would we put one flower on each plot so we could take advantage of it? Oh, I thought it was two of them. I thought it was a sun and a moon plant. Got you. I thought it was two separate plants. So I thought like one would take effect like if it was sun time and one would take effect if it was nighttime. So that's why I was confused. That's why I was like, oh, so you have to have two plants. You have to have a moon one and a sun one, depending on what time of day it is. Yeah, okay. So the one plant changes between night and day, so it doesn't really matter which one you have. But okay, so yeah, the other one was roses. I remember that one. I don't know how that one works. But my question is, can you just like smack one of those flowers and then just place it wherever you want it? So you don't technically need to have a whole plot for them. You can just pick one up and stick it on the wheat farm, like somewhere where we're not actually hitting wheat. Or however it grows. I don't know. I was just saying, yeah. That way you don't have to have a whole plot for it. Like, could you just plant one flower on each plot, like in the corner, so it's just not in the way. You don't accidentally hit it and kill it. So it doesn't need water. It just can't be next to anything. Cool. It can be catty corner, but it can't be like right up against something. Pretty happy that I got that done. Okay. Yeah, so the cactus pattern. So it's like if there's one here, you can't have one on left and right of it, but it can be diagonal, right? Yeah. But if you only needed one flower, what I'm saying is like you had a bunch of wheat, right? You plant one flower on like the corner where you're not hitting wheat, and then the rest of it's all wheat. But when you change from one plot to the next while you're going down in the 5x1, right? You just have to place another flower on the next plot somewhere. Maybe behind the person where they're walking. So it's in the plot, but it's not in the place where you'd hit it, right? And then the third plot, the fourth plot, and then the fifth plot, and then you zigzag the other direction, right? As long as there's one flower in each plot, it would still work, right? Or am I just misunderstanding that part too? Boom! All right, we can move to the next thingy. All right. So we'll put the seed in place. Unlock these ones. And then we gotta get to the next one. It looks like sashimi. I think, is that a different plant altogether? It is. Okay, so we gotta switch to sushi seeds. Okay, hold on. So we'll go and remove all. And then we'll go to back, plant seed, sushi, and plant all. And then how's this looking? 41 minutes, and we'll go from the first. I think, okay, so dumb question real quick, Dover. I should lock it for now, right? Just so I can get 1,000 for the extra growth speed, and then work my way up. Because I never did that for some of these ones up here. Like, I stopped. I moved to a different plant because I was doing something else. I mean, I know I need to do that for every plant, but I haven't really, like, some of these, like, I bought something and then I just switched to the next plant right away, right? That was just, I've been focusing on my day market. I've been focusing on upgrading my land plots more than anything else. But, like, once we get to sushi rolls, I'm going to be able to do this one as well. So I'm going to be able to do both of the, like, I'll be able to go to sushi's next, max this out until it goes to the next one, and then I'll be able to go to, like, land plots. But these ones I've already skipped past them because my land plots, I needed to max out my land plots. So, okay, so let's lock these so we can at least get 1,000 for the extra growth speed. Because I wasn't paying attention to the growth speed when I was doing this originally. But we'll do this. It's worth it. Because like I said, the lower plots, like I didn't do these ones. Like, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Like, there's 22 of them I skipped. Now, I could go back through with, like, one plot. And I could, like, do these ones to get the extra growth speed, to speed it up a little bit. But I'm already struggling enough to remember to come and check these more than once or twice a day. I feel like it's kind of like a waste almost. So, anyway, let us quickly do our omnis. Oh, and you said that there was a... Okay, so this is the one I haven't unlocked. Gotcha. So I need this when I'm doing it later, right? The mass irrigation. Oh, I'll have to, when I get more points, I'll have to put that in. Yeah, because it says at the bottom, also grows all crops above and below. So I haven't done this one. Okay, so I'll deal with that later. All right, we have double sailing proc. Yeah, because he level because it's because I leveled up my. Remember when we did the dust farming and the arcane farming and everything? We had a bunch of points that we just leveled into things, and one of them was master talent points. So I ended up getting a whole bunch of master talents that I haven't spent yet because I need to max level a bunch of my skills and then level those up. So I'm not spending the points until I do that. I used all my books the other day on my arcane. Ultimate cooking, sailing cooking. And even on this guy, I think I have a bunch that I haven't spent. Yeah, I have 294. Like because I like booked this one, I booked this one, this one, this one. I booked this, but then I started booking things over here. Actually, I don't think I booked it. I booked a different character actually. I think it was my Windwalker because I was activating on him while I'm doing 20-minute claims on my traps. So I booked him. Um, but yeah, that's why I ran out of books. Now I probably have enough to book my DB, but I just haven't done it yet. We're just gonna leave cooking alone, honestly, because we're just farming turkeys at this point. All right, sailing. Oh, one of my characters finally passed these mobs as well. They're on the next mob, whatever this one is. Yo, what up, Sentinel? Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you stopping in. Hope you're doing well. We're about to be getting off soon here. If you have any questions or concerns or want to just chat about something, feel free to chime it in anytime, and the sooner the better, like I said. So since we're going to be getting out of here soon, I'd rather chat sooner than you ask me a question right as I'm leaving and not be able to answer you fully. All right, so we got a refining proc. Yep. I still play it. I play Hypixel. We were on it like 10 minutes ago. Clicking a couple things. But I don't really stream it right now because I've been playing a bunch of other stuff. Um, Currently, we're trying to finish up our New World Ironman playthrough before the game goes kaput. And then we are going to be playing Windcraft once we're done with that. Unless another game comes up in the meantime. But we play a bunch of other stuff in general. So yeah, a lot of people come in, they're like, "Oh, he's not playing the game I thought I that I want to watch," so they just unfollow without saying anything. And then a lot of people unfollow after they ask the question you asked, like, "Oh yeah, you're not playing it anymore? Okay, cool." And then they unfollow, and it happens. It's natural. It doesn't really it is what it is. But well, I was just saying, like, it just happens. It's the nature of streaming. Because like, as somebody that doesn't main one game, people want to watch what they want to watch, right? And if you don't play the things that they want to watch, they have no reason to follow you. So they end up like over time they gradually unfollow you. So it's just a tug of war between keeping followers and not. But yeah, we're gonna be jumping off actually in a few minutes here because ooh, we got respite. Let's go. What the fuck? Let's go. Huge. But yeah, we're working towards unlocking this one now. I did not see, I got sidetracked what my Omniproc was. So I'm just gonna, I know it was sailing, but I don't know what else it was, but I'm not really checking any of the other ones. I'm not checking gaming, I'm not checking cooking, and I'm not checking, oh, what's the other one? Refining, because that's auto refining right now. Even though I'm not supposed to auto refine, I'm just doing it anyway. Yeah, like I said, the stream's almost over. I will be back on tomorrow. Like I said, we're gonna be doing more New World. We're gonna get a little prog there, and we usually end the stream off with some Eidolon just to do some yap sessions and some hangout and chatting with people. Like I said, we talk about a bunch of games while I'm doing Eidolon because it's just a yap session anyway. So if you ever want to stop by and ask questions about anything, you always feel free. You know, if you have a new game that you're trying to get into, or you have any questions about something, or you want to share some stuff that you did in the game that you've been playing, you know, feel free to chime in anytime and let us know. We always like to hear updates on people's progression and, you know, accomplishments and stuff. So, like I said, always swing by and do that. No harm. But I appreciate you stopping in. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Hope you've been well, and hope gaming's been going good for you. If you ever need a shoulder to come and cry on because, you know, your RNG didn't go your favor, you can always come in and say hi. So that's all our Omniprocs. So I think that's all we're gonna do for today. I think today's just a real chill, simple, fast day. We're gonna go back to finish up the Rams. I think what we're gonna do, Tover, I think we're gonna finish the Rams on this guy. We're gonna, you know, crystal farm it here, until we get to the 4.7 or 0.47. And then I think what we'll do is use this guy to farm cattle keys at trimmer worms. In non-arcane form, because I don't really care to increase the AFK stuff there. I mean, maybe we could farm DR there. DR probably wouldn't be a bad option, so maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing, but we're not there. Like, I'd have to actually spend some time to push World 5 to do it in arcane form, so maybe not worth it. So maybe we just go there and farm kettle keys and trimmers. Obviously, you know, kettle cranium cook a bit, but I need more keys because I need to get more wings. Almost all my characters pretty much have troll wings, but aren't kettle wings like kind of the best free to play wings to obtain? Yeah, I want to say for free to play, kettle's probably the best I can obtain. I mean, situationally, because like things like things like these ones here, some of these are really good, like the orange one or the red one of them is pretty good, like this one where it gives 7% all AFK gains. I feel like that one's pretty good for like printing. So situationally, some of them are obviously not as good, but uh I think overall for combat wise, I think kettle's best. So I feel like I need um also I do have a quest that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, Topher. Do you possibly have an answer if I show it to you? So I'm doing the quest on my DB. My first character, right? And it is the World 5 quest where it's called Divine Endeavor or whatever. Basically, it says equip the Divine Scarf, and it says get a Kettle Cape. Now, Kettle Cape makes sense. Fight Kettle till you get a Kettle Cape. Pretty easy. But it says equip the Divine Scarf. I have equipped one that was made from another character, and I have manually crafted one on the character and equipped that one, and neither one of them counts as completed. That quest, that part of the quest isn't completing, and I don't know why. Also, have you seen my quest completion on this guy? Pretty solid. Look how solid it is. So, World 3, I'm waiting to do this one. Where I need to do a sample, a pen sample on, you know, for this guy. And once I do that, should be able to go through the rest of that one, which then allows me to finish this one. I should be able to now complete this one because I needed some shinies. So this one should be able to be completed. And then we are left with this one, which I'm stuck because of the kettle keys and getting the kettle thing, and then figuring out the scarf. Oh, so I need the scarf while okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was wondering if that was like the criteria. I needed to get the cape as well for it to work, but appreciate it. Okay, and then this one, obviously we're behind here because I need the crops, so that one's not gonna happen. And then World 7 wise, we're at the end here. So I gotta find wherever this person is. I think it's Cave 7, so I'm not strong enough in Splunking for that yet. And then I need to get 1,000,000 golden food, which I haven't golden food farmed yet, so that's not gonna happen. But overall, I've done every quest I possibly can do on this guy right now. Now, technically I could force World 3 quest done, but I'm waiting for an actual reprint month or reprint week from the ballots and stuff in order for me to sit down and actually do it. Because I don't want to do a reprint now, lose all my buffs and benefits from like not reprinting for a while. Yeah, I don't want to lose like the 0.2, the 2 times, the 1.88, the 5 times, and 3 times. I don't want to lose all of this plus this just to do a simple print for a quest and then be riding out waiting for a new reprint. So we're just gonna wait until there's a reprint week and then we'll reprint all 10 characters. I don't know if that quest is a one and done. Like I only have to do it on one character for the entire account. But if I have to do it for every character, I might as well just get that quest done while the reprint week is active. And then I don't have to think about it going forward. Because that's the only quest that has a print on it. That's really annoying. So we'll figure it out later. But anyway, I think we're going to call it here, guys. 5:30 is 30 minutes past our normal stream time. There is an ad. Maybe I'll wait for the ad to finish because some of you are in it, some of you are not. And then we'll call it a night. So we'll wait a few minutes. We'll do our outro. We'll call it a night. Oh man, I'm tired. Hungry. Gotta go run some errands. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a little bit more New World, and then finish up with a little bit of this, like we've been doing, and then call it. I'm hoping tomorrow's a pretty good productive day though. So what do you mean mod the farms? Like modify them? Yeah, they're not fun to change. Because you have to like dig out all this dirt and then replace more dirt, and then you gotta move all the water, and then you gotta plant all the seeds, and then you gotta. Bro, I have edited farms so many times. It's so irritating. Yeah, the melons, I mean, it depends. Are you doing like the real melon setup or are you doing the generic melon setup? Where you're like blocking the pathways of the generic one that's set up? Or are you actually like, yeah, so you're just fixing the default? Yeah. Fixing the default is easy, but it's still tedious and annoying. Because you have to like, break some blocks to like add some more water, to put some more seeds in certain spots. Then you have to add like a top layer to it so things don't fuck it up. And then you gotta like close off the gaps and things. It's just so annoying. One of these days we gotta put the 3-tier system in place. I don't know how I'm gonna enjoy it because unless we put that thing where it auto sets your pitch and yaw as well, I feel like that one's gonna be annoying getting the angle just right every time. And then I move my hand pretty regularly. And I also still want to chat with you about like how you want to handle the resets, right? Because yeah, we can do like a set home or whatever. I don't know what the command is. We'd have to put a sign so I can remember because I'll never remember what the command is to set my spawn point there. Um, yeah, we can set that, but like, how do we want to die? Do we want to die via falling off the map and then having that time delay between falling, dying, and then respawning? Or did we want to try the method where you drowned while you're farming, right, with the Strider buff, so you're still moving fast? And then when you drown, it automatically sends you back to the beginning. Dio, I appreciate the follow, man. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for the help earlier with answering my question too. Yeah, but what I mean is like when you get to the very end, Topher, and there's no more to break because you've gone zigzagged all the tiers and whatever to reset, do you just, like I said, do you run right off the map and die and reset, or do you drown and reset, or you just do slash home or whatever the button is or whatever the command is to reset yourself, and you're doing it, you're typing that in every time, or you're hitting the up arrow to like re-enter the command. That's the thing. So you're just re-entering a command versus, like I said, I've seen one, Topher, where basically the guy is running, and when he gets to the end, right, he drowns, and it sets it and automatically teleports him and puts him on the next platform. He goes, drowns, teleports him, goes back, teleports him. Then when he gets to the top layer, it's been timing. The timing is set properly, but basically, when he dies that time, it sets him to the very first one, and he just rinse and repeats. Only thing this guy has to do is hold the D key and the left click, and he watches TV. He doesn't have to strafe. Like, he doesn't have to zigzag back and forth in the map. He doesn't have to move his mouse. He doesn't have to click any buttons. He doesn't have to do anything. He literally just holds D and left click and watches TV. It's so easy. It's a very advanced, like super high tier farm, but nobody publishes it because they don't want it to become the norm. No, they don't even mess with you. Well, at least according to the guy that showed it to me. As long as like you can somewhat prove you're there. Well, according to this guy, he doesn't get bugged like at all. I'm just saying, I've never had a dev mess with me while I'm farming. And I've fallen asleep farming. Granted, that's probably why they didn't mess with me, because I'm like running into a wall doing nothing, but I'm just saying, like, I find it, like, the way he was showing it to me, it's faster to drown and reset than it is to fall off the map. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's all, only reason why I was bringing it up. So, like, let's say, like, the wheat field, for example. Instead of having drop downs, because drop downs are kind of annoying. You have to hit them just right sometimes. Sometimes you can get stuck or whatever. Or if you don't, like, create it properly, there could be a ledge you can fall on. But anyway, let's say it's made properly and there's no, like, whatever. You still have to fall and then start running the opposite direction. So you have to, like, change your movement key and stuff. With this, you just have, like, one direction that you run all 5 blocks down, and once you drown at the end, it auto sends you back to the beginning. You don't have to type anything, you don't have to hit any buttons, you don't have to do anything, and it just sends you back to the beginning. The catch to this setup is you have to have, like, ice walker or whatever, so it turns the water into ice, and then I think there has to be some sort of, like, redstone or whatever, or some sort of repeater to keep it, like, so it stays ice for a certain duration. So when it tries to send you back, it can't, because it's a solid block, so it sends you to the next nearest block. But the only reason I'm thinking is, like, instead of falling off the map and waiting 15 seconds to fall to your death and then respawn at the beginning, you just, like, even if we didn't do it at the end of every straight to teleport, and we didn't use the ice walker, you zig, you zag, you zig, you zag, you zig, and instead of falling off the map, you just drown at the very end and it teleports you back to the thing so you don't have to type it. It saves you like 10 seconds. It's mostly about the efficiency of just saving you time. And dying going the same direction as what you start is really nice, because you're holding D already and you die while going, holding D, and when you start you continue going with D. You don't have to, like, change your movement after dying either. It's kind of nice. Like I said, it was a cool setup someone showed me. Like I said, the only caveat to it is you have to have, you don't want to have, like, underwater breathing enchantments on your gear, because it throws off the death time, and you need to have, like, Strider, the high level Strider. Or I think there's an enchant you need on the tool so it can break while underwater at the same speed as well, so it doesn't reduce its, like, break speed. I don't remember what that enchant is off the top of my head, but I think if you had those few things, You literally just do the farm like you normally would, but instead of resetting by falling or typing in a command, you literally just drown by the time you get to the end, and it just, you instant spawn and just keep going direction. It's just less tedious. It doesn't work for every farm though, in my opinion, because you have to block the water off from going to the other farm spots. Because if you place it and it like goes into the farm, like then it's a problem. But I think it's doable with the way Minecraft works. Is like you block it when you first put the water down. You block it so it only goes in one direction, so it can't spread into the other blocks. I think it's easily doable. Oh, I know how it works. I just don't know, like the one I don't know how it works, and I don't really feel like messing with, is the one that auto teleports you to different floors from drowning. Literally, Tover, the only difference between the mega farm that we watch in videos and this is the way you reset. And in those mega farms, they literally fall off the map and die, versus having a block of water where their head is and they drowned. The only difference. You literally you run in the water like you normally would, but there's an extra block of water where your head is, and it causes you to drown because you're walking through water. Literally the only difference. So yeah, like I said, I want to mess with it. It's just the one that I don't know how it works is, like I said, the multi-layered one, because that one requires ice walking and some sort of repeaters and stuff, so it keeps the ice there for a certain duration. So when you go to respawn, it's trying to put you in block A, right? So let's just say like this crystal is block A. If this crystal has an ice block on it because you turned it to ice while you were running past, right? Let's say you drown at the end of the row, right? It goes to respawn you, but it can't because there's an ice block there. It spawns you at the next clear block, which is, with the way that the farm is set up, is the row above it. So it spawns you at the row above, and you just keep holding the same direction. And then since that one turned to ice and the one below it's ice, it spawns you at the next closest one. That farm's interesting. That's the one that they don't publish because it is the most efficient and laziest farm of them all. And they don't want everybody to create it. It's like one of the farms, the guy was telling me, is like the top like 10 players in the world for certain farms use it. And they don't publish it to anybody. They don't make YouTube videos on it. They don't show anybody it. They don't do anything like that. They're hoarding that information for themselves. This guy just happened to show it to me because he was being nice. But he did not explain to me how it worked. He just showed it to me. He's like, oh, this is what we use. And it's like, what the fuck? He's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of complicated stuff, but it's pretty cool. But anyway, we're gonna get out of here now that the ad's over and everybody's, here and whatever. I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. If you guys want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free to use the Discord at any time. If you ever want to hit me up on my days off when I'm not streaming, I do work from home, so you can always hit me up in the Discord. We will be back on tomorrow or tonight, however you want to look at it. We're going to be playing some more New World. We're going to get a bunch more of our levels done in our engineering. And then we're going to work on a bunch of our refining skills because we need to start getting our daily crafts created. But I appreciate y'all for being here. Hope you had a good time. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, like I said. And if you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate it. Go into About Me. Go click on the little VODs little link. And go check that out. If you ever want to rewatch a stream, watch a stream you missed, or catch up on something, rewatch it. Take a clip, anything like that. That's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully see you tomorrow. See you. Bye. Thank you. See ya.